Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Sam Gabriel here, and before we get into today's video, there are a few things I would like to say. Firstly, a thank you to everyone who worked on this project from beginning to end, and secondly, we would like to announce the WTC Naruto Minecraft server, which will be acting as the sponsor of today's video. On the WTC Naruto server, you can play as a ninja and build your own village. There are many different clans for you to choose from, so it would be awesome if you joined us over there. Now lastly, this is a complete series video, so if you're interested in seeing more of this sort of video, then make sure to leave a comment in the comment section and leave a like. It really does help. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's get into the video. What if Deku was in 1B, the complete series? The last days seemed to drag on forever as the summer holidays finally passed, and Izuku was running past the UA gates with his mind abuzz. "This place is too big," he muttered, running down the long halls before spotting the sign he needed. "There it is, 1B. Since classes 1A and 1B are randomly sorted, Izuku found himself in the latter. He hoped with all his might that Bakugo and the scary blue-head boy from the entrance exam weren't in his class as he took a deep breath. "This is my first step to becoming a hero," he thought to himself, before sliding the ridiculously tall door open, and was met with most of the class turning to stare at him. I'm Midoriya." He wanted to mentally facepalm himself for stuttering as Izuku looked around, and internally let out a sigh of relief when he didn't recognize a single familiar face. "Yo, you're the dude that punched the zero-pointer." Turning to face the boy with spiky black hair pushed upward with a blue and white checkered bandana, Izuku's first impression of the guy in front of him was that he was cool. "Huh? Me?" Izuku pointed at himself, and the boy nodded. "Yeah, I was getting a two-pointer when I saw you break your body on that thing. Oh, the name's Yosetsu Owase." Izuku relaxed as other students also got up and casual introductions flew around as the tall door behind Izuku opened again.
"Hey kids, seats now."
Izuku ran to the assigned seat as he looked at the man who had just walked in briskly. He had spiky gray hair, a bulky body build, two prominent canine teeth pointing out of his lower lip, and an X-shaped scar on the side of his face underneath his eye.
"Okay kids, I'm your homeroom teacher, Vlad King. Just call me Vlad."
He beamed at his students in a toothy smile as he checked his phone.
"Again?"
he muttered before shrugging his bulky shoulders and turned to his class.
"Okay, now we have about 20 minutes until orientation. I need to see the principal. So you kids do a quick introduction while I'm gone?"
His voice was a little rough, but he seemed like a friendly person who was easy to get along with, so the class relaxed. Vlad then left the room, saying something about Aizawa doing this every year as the students tried to decide who should start the introduction. Owase, the guy who recognized Izuku earlier, was the first to get up and casually leaned against his assigned desk. "So, I'm Yosetsu Owase, and I like smartphone games." He looked a little lost as he wondered what to say next. "Quirk?" It was the guy who sat in front of Izuku who spoke up, and Owase nodded. "Ah, right, my quirk is called Weld. I can fuse objects at the atomic level if I'm touching both things." The simple explanation was right to the point, and Owase looked proud of himself. "Ibara Shiozaki." She hadn't even waited for Owase to sit down as the class turns to face a pretty girl with vines for hair. She stood there almost imposingly as she didn't make any eye contact. "My sacred gift from God is vines." "You mean your quirk?" A girl, also with green hair and very pretty, spoke up with a toothy grin to show off her sharp teeth. Shiozaki only looked at her with a cold glare before turning away again. "As you sinners can see, I have vines for hair. When I am blessed in the rain and light from heaven, I can manipulate my hair as I please." She sat down, completely ignoring the other girl who just shrugged it off, as an average-looking guy with brown hair and large eyes stood up. "Kosei Tsubaraba, quirk, solid air. I can solidify the air I breathe out. Yeah, I got nothing else. Next?" He seemed to get distracted easily as his eyes looked around the room before an awkward smile plastered itself on his face. However, the tension didn't grow as the next guy put down the weights he had and immediately stood up with a slightly arrogant grin. "Tetsu, tetsu, tetsu, tetsu!" He smiled as he took a fighting stance, fists clenched and knees bent as if he was ready to knock someone out. "My quirk is steel, and I like fighting. It's pretty manly. I can turn my skin into steel, and my iron intake fuels me. I'll lose durability if I don't eat enough. It gives me immunity to freezing and resistance to heat," he boasted with a proud look on his face at his explanation when he sat down for the next person, grabbing his weight again as they turned to her. Izuku noted the girl who tried talking to Shiozaki earlier as the girl with green hair stood confidently again. Her stance was provocative as she addressed the class. "Hello everyone, I'm Setsuno Tokage." Tokage filled her happy smile with confidence, and she was quite talkative as she started to talk about her quirk. "Well, in all honesty, my quirk isn't exactly strong, but that doesn't make me weak." Her arm then entirely separated from the shoulder, and she made the floating appendage give a joyous wave to everyone. It's called Lizard Tail Splitter, and I can split my body into a max of 50 different pieces. The arm then broke into 3 pieces as they flew around and spun around Tokage. As you can see, I can control them. I can also regenerate, but that's exhausting and I have a time limit. I just have to reconnect my body to my main part to reset that though. Her confidence wasn't arrogant, and her words were warm as she returned her arm to her body. They reconnected like magnets as she clenched a fist, making sure she could feel everything before a pondering look adorned her features. As for likes, I like dinosaurs. After an introduction like that, Izuku nervously gulped when he saw that it was his turn soon as the guy in front of him stood up. He had a slightly pompous look on his face, his attitude similar to Shiozaki with the way he looked almost condescendingly down at everyone, but after a second he lowered his chin with a polite nod. "Neto Monoma," he said. "My quirk is copy." He then casually glanced over his shoulder at Izuku, who had been rapidly scribbling in his notebook the whole time. "I'm saying this once, so don't forget." When Izuku nodded, he gave his explanation. "I can copy someone's quirk after I touch them. My current limit is 4 quirks at a time, but not use them simultaneously. I have to switch back and forth between each one, and each quirk lasts 10 minutes from after I touch the user." Izuku was scribbling almost frantically and caught attention as he did, while Monoma kept talking, letting his intake of breath act as a stop for Izuku to catch up. "I can't use quirks that store power effectively, and I can't copy mutations, nor mutant quirks. I don't have anything else significant to say." Although his attitude was a little arrogant, the class could see he was somewhat caring and not as self-centered as they judged in first appearances, since he let Izuku write what he wanted to hear. Monoma sat down, and that meant up next was the jittering Izuku. Gulping nervously as if he was trying to swallow his awkward nature, the greenette got up and was uncomfortable with all eyes on him. However, he tried to calm down as he caught up with his spinning thoughts and gave himself an internal pep talk. "Calm down, Izuku. They don't know you. You're not the same quirkless nerd anymore. Come on." Izuku clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he tried his best not to stutter. "I am Izuku Midoriya." Managing to get his name out, Izuku was interrupted with the sound of the door slamming open.
Damn it, Deku, so you're in 1B?
Izuku's large emerald eyes stared wide at Bakugo, who was huffing a little, and the greenette froze.
Do you think you're better than me just because you got in, Deku?
He stood straight up, standing imposingly as he raised his chin towards the ceiling to stare down Izuku from across the classroom.
Ha! Even with a quirk, you still are a stupid, weak nerd. You better thank your damned luck that you're not in my class. 1A is better than you losers,
he shouted menacingly. Bakugo had found out through his mother, Mitsuki, that Izuku must have been a late bloomer with his quirk suddenly developing. Still, Bakugo didn't care because he believed Izuku to be a stepping stone to his path as a hero. What upset him was that this stone refused to be stepped on. If it weren't for a surprise physical exam by his homeroom teacher, he would have arrived earlier to confront Izuku.
At least my teacher is weeding out the weak by expelling some grape look-alike. This class is so lame if they keep you here,
Bakugo scoffed. But before he could throw more insults, two students suddenly came forward. Huh, what's this? If you're considered strong in Class 1A, then that class must be filled with angry children. Who's giving you the right to insult someone in my class? Monoma had a condescending and almost crazed look in his eyes as he spoke, and Tokage was trying to break this argument up after she made sure Izuku was okay. Bakugo did not take the backtalk from Monoma well as he took up a battle stance. He clenched his teeth and felt livid. Knuckles clicking, Bakugo's palms were open and ready to explode as he and Monoma's glaring competition was about to become a full-out brawl when... It hasn't even been half an hour since school started and I'm already a babysitter. She gave a friendly smile as she introduced herself as Kendo, before picking up the unconscious Bakugo and dragging him away. Izuku was stunned. Never in his life had he seen anyone backtalk to Bakugo like Monoma, or had he seen anyone go as far as knocking the blonde out. It was also the first time someone had asked if he was all right. He snapped out of it, however, as he turns to Monoma and Tokage and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You didn't have to do that. Tokage chuckled before tapping Izuku's shoulder, and the freckled boy stopped bowing and stood up. I didn't do that for you, Midoriya, Monoma sighed, his periwinkle purple eyes slanting as he spoke. He insulted the class, and I'm in this class. He insulted me. Plus, he was calling my judgment bad because I've decided you would be useful for information gathering. Izuku quickly nodded, noting that Monoma's quirk would be more effective if he had a more extensive wealth of information. Although now I have a few questions. Monoma gave Izuku a look, tilting his head as he did when asked, what did that 1A trash mean by even with a quirk? And who's Deku? Tokage asked. Her large eyes were curious. Izuku's calloused hands waved around the air before wrapping around his face as he felt overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, he tried his best to follow what All Might told him to say as he messily fibbed his way out. I was a super late bloomer, and everyone thought I was quirkless for a bit, and his voice trailed off as he turns to Tokage for her question. Deku, that's an insult. You know, Kachan, I mean, his name is Katsuki Bakugo. He calls me that as an insult. Izuku awkwardly scratched the back of his head as Tokage gave him a smile filled with confidence. Well, as a hero, we learn from the pain, right? Izuku looked at her and she kept grinning. We have to make do with what we have. I mean, look at my quirk. Tokage's hand popped off her wrist and it floated around the air for a bit, bobbing up and down before reconnecting to her body. Not exactly strong, but when it comes to stealth and information gathering, I'd call myself top-notch. I do what I can, and I'm sure you can do it too. Oh, a wide smile graced her lips as she had an idea. That sounds a little like Deku. You can do it. Her overconfidence made Izuku smile, as he never saw the nickname associated with negative thoughts that way, an awkward grin rising on his lips as Tokage's smile was contagious. You're right, Deku it is. That easy? Awase asked, and Izuku shrugged. A laugh filled with embarrassment bubbled up as he covered his face with his arms.
All right, kids, out of your seats.
Vlad had returned to take them to orientation, and as they listened to their welcome speech, Izuku could feel Bakugo's death glare piercing through them. The one thing he did notice, though, was how 1A was down to 19 students, and wondered if Vlad would do the same. But from his homeroom teacher's mutter, he figured he would be safe for now. The rest of the day consisted of getting to know a few others in the class, and by lunchtime, the students were heading to lunch in their newly formed friendship groups. As Monoma said, he had taken a liking to Izuku's notebooks. The unlikely pair formed a friendship filled with extensive, detailed conversations as they sat opposite each other in the canteen. With Izuku's muttering and Monoma's twisted expressions, not many of the other students wanted to approach them, but Awase had just taken a liking to Izuku beforehand. He sat down with his lunch as he listened to the chattering pair talking up a storm.
Stupid Deku!
Kachan? Izuku quickly snapped out of it and sat up from his notebook to see Bakugo restrained by a redhead with shark teeth, similar to Tokage's. However, the lizard girl's teeth were more rounded than this newcomer's. Small explosions were crackling from Bakugo's palms as he blasted the person holding him with no real effect, and Izuku noticed how the shark boy's skin had gone rigid. Monoma was about to start trash-talking again when Tsuburaba walked by the 1A students, his chest slowly heaving, and Izuku didn't understand until suddenly Bakugo was silent. What did you do? Tokage asked, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, causing Izuku to panic a little as he was just thinking about her. She smiled at him again, and Izuku found that he really did like that toothy smile. Huh? Oh, my quirk, solid air. If I make a cage, it's soundproof. Bakugo was just getting more riled up, as he still hadn't realized they could no longer hear him and thought he was being ignored. Tokage went to sit on Izuku's left side as Awase was on his right. Monoma was still opposite, and Tsuburaba sat next to him. Bakugo finally punched his way out of the redhead's grip when he aimed an explosion, only for it to hit the solid air wall.
Huh?
The redhead managed to grab his arms again as no one could hear Bakugo's struggle against his teammate. Two others from 1A were laughing as the students of 1B were going to keep eating when Monoma stood up. Monoma? Izuku asked questioningly, but he was eyeing Bakugo. The purple-eyed blonde stood right in front of the air wall so that he could see Bakugo's struggle in vain up close. Aw, what's wrong? Is this too humiliating for 1A trash like yourself?
Hey, that's mean!
Monoma tilted his head to face one of the students laughing earlier, and it was a girl with pink skin and black eyes.
I know he's mean, but he's not bad!
Izuku looked a little uncomfortable with the situation as Monoma started arguing with the pink girl, but before anything else could happen, Kendo walked by alongside a girl with black hair swept into a ponytail too when she saw the commotion. Setting her tray down, she briskly walked over and greeted them. Want me to knock them both out? Tsuburaba nodded, but before he let go of his air cage, Bakugo let an enraged battle cry tear through the canteen as he tore out of the shark boy's grip and broke the air wall. He ran for Monoma, who was also ready to fight, but by the time the teachers were there, Kendo was getting ready to drag the unconscious Bakugo away as Izuku looked at the unconscious Monoma. Apart from Izuku carrying Monoma to rest in the nurse's office after the ordeal with Bakugo, the first day was relatively peaceful. The next day, the morning was just like any other school with lessons such as English, but with Present Mike. It was all normal until it was time for hero class with All Might.
For your first hero lesson, we're doing hero simulations!
All Might announced before getting a box. What's that for? Tokage asked curiously, and All Might explained the rules in pairs. I'm in Team A, Izuku muttered to himself as a floating cylinder of arm bounced into his line of sight.
Huh?
He stepped backwards, only to shiver as a floating hand slapped his back, and Deku turns to face the smiling Tokage. Deku, I'm Team A too, she said, before eyeing Izuku up and down. That doesn't look like a UA-made costume. Izuku nodded before confirming his mother had made the costume. A floating hand grabbed the ear-like fabric, and Izuku wanted to compliment Tokage back. However, all he could do was blush and look away as Tokage's scaled costume was green as their hair and skin tight. He pulled his mask over his face to hide the embarrassment blushing in his pink cheeks, but the other just smiled. It's more flexible this way. Her overconfidence was overwhelming as always, and Izuku nodded, letting her take the lead as they waited to find out who they were up against.
For our first battle, we'll have Team A versus Team D.
They turned to face Team D, and Izuku stopped panicking before lighting up as he saw it was Monoma and Shiozaki. Although Izuku didn't want to fight Monoma, as he was the first person to stand up to Bakugo for him, he couldn't help but grin as he mentally prepared himself to fight. Team D was the villains, as they had a 5-minute head start, and Izuku was strategizing with Tokage. I can track the bomb. She smiled as her body started to split into smaller and smaller pieces. Izuku nodded before explaining that he had no control over his quirk, yet had thought of a plan to compensate instead. Okay, so we don't know the range of Shiozaki's quirk, but she says she can control the vines in her hair. Izuku started as he tried to find the way with the highest chance of winning. Monoma was standing with everyone earlier, so he would have 5 minutes left with a max of 4 quirks by the time we get to start. Then he's going to be mostly shut down. How? And why mostly? Because he wouldn't use an unknown quirk, and we both should know as much as each other because we worked together yesterday. And mostly because there's no denying he's the better strategist and he should have a backup idea. So here's the plan. Meanwhile, Monoma wasn't having an easy time with Shiozaki as his teammate refused even to look at him, and she started to stroll up the stairs. Shiozaki, where are we going? Monoma asked, trying his best to stay polite because Shiozaki was someone he knew would prove useful in the future. Do not talk to me, sinner. I am only doing what heaven wishes for. They were heading higher and higher as Monoma was losing his patience. He already struggled with cooperating in the first place, and he knew that against Izuku, if it weren't a battle of strategy, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, he would be out of commission in a few minutes, and even if Izuku couldn't control his power yet, he was still physically stronger. That meant to have a fair shot at winning, it had to be a battle of brains. Listen to me, he tried reasoning, but Shiozaki's indifference was pushing Monoma over the edge. I will not hear the tainted whispers of a sinner. Back with Izuku. I want you to split into as many pieces as you can, and spread out throughout the building. Tokage was already splitting as Izuku's mind spun. We saw that Shiozaki was uncooperative during instructions yesterday. Monoma is likely not to think clearly and leave. You go up from the outside and guide me through the building towards the bomb. I need to avoid Monoma until his time runs out. Shouldn't I head to the bomb with you? Tokage asked. Izuku quickly shook his head. No, usually splitting up would be a bad idea, but we need information on Shiozaki. We need more information on her quirk. Plus, if we both beat Monoma, then there's a chance he can put us in a stalemate. He might be weak in power, but he's also one of the smartest people I've ever met. Tokage nodded and their 5-minute waiting time was over. For a plain-looking dude, you're hella smart, Tokage smiled. The name Deku suits you. I feel like I really can do it. It'll make a great hero name. Izuku blushed a little as she gave one more overconfident smile. Plus, I think it sounds kinda cute. There was no time to be flustered as Tokage's eyes narrowed to focus, and Izuku took a deep breath to hide the blush as they headed into the building, running with Tokage's lead. Just as they predicted, Tokage relayed information of how Monoma had snapped against Shiozaki and had stormed out alone. Wait, no, what did... A panicked voice came down the earpiece, and Izuku freaked out too. What's wrong? What's wrong? Izuku had just reached the 4th floor after Tokage confirmed the bomb was on the 5th, as the lizard girl yelped. Deku, he's got my quirk. He knows where you are. He's collecting himself and coming over now. Shiozaki has wrapped the bomb in vines and I don't see her. Izuku took in the situation and sighed, forcing himself to smile in the tense situation. I'll face Monoma, and you go after Shiozaki. If her vines can wrap the bomb, it means she has more energy to spare. Don't approach the bomb, check the roof. She said something about sunlight yesterday. Understood. Izuku then made a run for the 5th floor, as he knew Monoma would approach him either way. The blonde didn't have enough raw power with Tokage's quirk to beat him at the moment, so a confrontation with a different quirk would be the best bet. By the time he reached the bottom of the stairs to the 5th floor, he had heard a voice that made his head whip around instinctively. Behind you! Behind you! Whisking around to punch whoever should be behind him, Izuku was met with Monoma's floating head, and it was too late to dodge the incoming flying fist, ready to slam into Izuku's unprotected face. Thank you all for his flying fist slammed into Izuku's face, knuckles making contact on cheekbones with a thud as the greenette found himself tensing in pain. His skin was agitated as it rapidly turned red, and Izuku rubbed the pain that seared across his cheek and nose. The momentum of the fist had been enough to send a bolt of shock up Izuku's body, and the greenette closed his eyes to steady himself. Monoma took advantage of the situation and sent a storm of small body parts flying in at random angles, each using its momentum to increase the blow's force. Monoma made use of the random patterns to create a blind spot, and they made his main body fly away as Izuku could only stand there and take the hits. As much as he wanted to, Izuku knew he couldn't use One for All in his current situation, because even if a punch were all that he needed to save himself, the wind pressure would break the building and Izuku was considering collateral damage. Suddenly, the assault stopped, and Izuku looked up to scan the situation, only to find that Monoma was gone. He knew another attack would be coming soon, seeing that there was about a single minute left with Monoma's quirk usage time. I'll just let him come to me, Izuku thought as he braced himself for anything, standing in a cleared area to avoid surprise attacks. A small thud caught his attention, and Izuku instinctively dodged the oncoming fist, noticing how it had a silver glint to it as it whizzed past his face. Tetsu's quirk? He asked, grabbing the fist that flew by his left side and lunged forward to use Monoma's momentum against him. This quirk move was just simple martial arts skills Izuku had learned from observing Bakugo as he threw Monoma over his shoulder and onto the floor with a heavy thud. Monoma groaned but got up as Tetsu's steel quirk had saved him from breaking anything. But before Izuku could process any more, another assault came and the two violently spun in a dance, where Izuku just tried his best not to get hit. A few more seconds later, their movement ceased as Monoma jumped backwards. Izuku also took a step back to observe and watched as Monoma's face went from pissed to calm as he looked at the watches on his costume. Time. He then touched his earpiece with an annoyed expression. Shiozaki, could I have some backup? Hello? Realizing he still didn't have information on Shiozaki's vine quirk, Izuku leapt forward, but before he could go and knock Monoma out, his earpiece crackled. Tokage? He asked, stopping in his tracks. Roof? Underestimate? Vines! Before Tokage could explain, the door crashed to the ground and both boys turned to see the sound source. Horror filled their minds as the room suddenly filled with vines, twisting in endless waves that flew towards them, wrapping around anything and everything in its way. Monoma ran to the other side of the room as Izuku's mind kicked into high speeds, and he tried to analyze the situation as quickly as possible. Last time I punched using One for All, I destroyed the whole robot and there was enough wind pressure to knock the entire thing back. If I tried it here, it would damage the building. But how else would I destroy the vines? Izuku, think. How do I not demolish the building but still use One for All? Izuku could hear a shriek and turns to see that Monoma was being attacked by the vines too. Despite being on Shiozaki's team, the blonde was being swallowed up and cocooned like everything else as Izuku kept trying just to dodge. It was getting difficult as the vines were filling in all the nooks and crannies. Next thing the greenette knew, a massive wave of vines attacked him. Ah! He yelled out as he grabbed the vine and an idea screamed in his mind. Using 100% of One for All in only the tip of his finger, Izuku leaned forward and gently pushed against the vines, letting only a small part make contact. A massive wind pressure tore through the vines and threw them across the room as Izuku let out a small grunt, teeth clenching as he made a fist, hiding the pain of his broken index knuckle. The wind was enough to not only burst open his vine coffin, but clear the room temporarily and give the greenette a moment to think. However, before he could further strategize, the match was over as another tsunami wave of vines came crashing in. Crucifixion! The cry Izuku heard was almost saintly, echoing through the eerily silent halls as All Might announced the villain team had won. It took a while, but after escaping the vines of hair that held him captive, Izuku met up again with Tokage, who said she was in a similar situation. Wow, we really underestimated Shiozaki's quirk. Tokage sighed and she stretched her body. Oh, I thought you'd like to know that her hero costume doesn't just look like a white tunic. It literally is just a tunic. Izuku nodded, wearing an expression that showed he was expecting what he heard. I'm no longer surprised. She seems to be able to rely solely on her quirk and wouldn't need that much protection. Tokage sighed before grinning. The two chatted a little more before noticing a familiar blonde ahead of them. Turning to face each other, Tokage and Izuku nodded before smiling and running to join Monoma. That was a good fight. Izuku smiled, and even though his team won, Monoma shook his head. No, it would have been better if I'd bought it out. Your strategy wasn't too bad either. Both greenettes nodded as Monoma gave his thoughts on Izuku's plan. You do need to consider all possibilities, though. Even if you sent Tokage to gather intel, it was a rookie move to gather information while pulling off a plan. Stick to just one at a time next time. I didn't even notice you borrow my quirk, Tokage exclaimed, and Monoma just shook his head. I'm not strong, but I can be sneaky. Tell me about it. Tokage laughed as the topic of conversation changed to Izuku's quirk. Wow, Deku. For someone who says he's a late bloomer with no control, you sure are powerful. Monoma agreed with Tokage before nodding towards Izuku. A strong quirk and a smart brain. Quite the powerful combination, but we need a rematch where we fight strategies. Absolutely. Izuku nodded and thanked Monoma again as the three of them reached the rest of the class to see Shiozaki already there. What caught Izuku off guard in surprise was that Bakugo also sat there with a pissed-off look. His presence annoyed Monoma, though, and the 1B blonde was about to go off the rails when Izuku gave a sharp nudge to his ribs. All Might is about to talk. Monoma unwillingly calmed down to face their teacher, who was giving them their feedback.
As we do with all matches, it's time to declare the MVP. And the MVP for this match is young Midoriya.
Huh? But we lost. Izuku was confused as he looked up at the teacher, who explained his choice.
Well, young Shiozaki here was unwilling to cooperate with young Monoma, an extremely foolish decision if made in a real-life scenario. A fight with a good strategist on either side never has a clear outcome because the tides of battle could change within a second. Team D was lucky to win through pure strength.
He smiled at Shiozaki, who was looking over his words.
You may be powerful, but relying on others is important too. A team of weaker heroes is fully capable of taking down a stronger villain.
The critique finished, and Shiozaki nodded as All Might turns to Monoma.
I'm sure you know already, young Monoma, that you let your annoyance at your teammate get in the way.
Monoma nodded as he already knew his flaws from self-analysis as the hero turns to Team A.
It was a tough decision between young Tokage and young Midoriya for MVP.
He started, but then turns to Tokage with a slightly raised eyebrow.
But in battle, let's not flirt with a teammate while trying to strategize.
Tokage stilled and let out an awkward laugh. Her usually overconfident stance was a little shaken. Oops, sorry about that. But his name Deku really does sound like you can do it. A couple of others in class nodded, and Izuku let out a meek smile before covering his face out of embarrassment. With Izuku announced as the MVP, All Might gave the next villain pair their 5-minute head start, and Izuku turns to see Bakugo storming out. All Might, sir, he called before pointing at Bakugo. Can I talk to him really quickly? All Might wanted to say no, but sighed as he gave his successor permission, and Izuku ran out. By the time he caught up, Bakugo was about to leave the school gates. Kachin! The ash blonde stopped, but didn't face him, making Izuku stare at his back. It was a sight that gave the greenette nostalgia and a sense of determination to chase and surpass.
What do you want, you damned nerd?
His voice was rough and filled with so much agitation that Izuku had to pause. Wait, I just wanted to ask. He caught his breath as he looked at Bakugo. Why were you in my class? Bakugo still didn't turn around as he spoke back, voice a little calmer. I was just observing you, damn. We both know that's not true. Bakugo finally turned around, and Izuku was shocked. The expression his childhood friend wore was one not only pissed, but contained pain, too. He yelled, suddenly lashing out, and he screamed at Izuku with all he had.
How did you, out of everyone, suddenly getting a quirk?
He snarled at the greenette, who was frozen on the steps, unsure how to react to the situation.
I was the one who won my goddamn match, but I still didn't get the stupid MVP!
Izuku just stared blankly at Bakugo as he listened.
And that goddamn Icy Hot won his whole match, alone, because we only have 19! Why?
He cursed and yelled as he turned back around, ready to stomp out of the school as Izuku looked at his bully's back again. Instinctively, he knew something wasn't right as he ran forward and with an outstretched hands toward Bakugo, he yelled,
Kachan! What?
Bakugo almost roared out as he glared into Izuku's eyes.
What is it, Deku? What do you want to say? Spit it out! Kachan, Stop looking down on me! How did you get your quirk? You didn't even use it and you got MVP!
Kachan, listen!
You are not better than me, damn it! Kachan!
Izuku had enough as he stormed forward and went right to Bakugo's face. Kachan, my quirk is borrowed! The yelling stopped as Bakugo looked at Izuku in confusion. Izuku knew All Might told him to keep it a secret, but Bakugo wasn't someone he could hide things from. I can't tell you the details, he started, trying not to stutter as he chose his words carefully. But it was someone else who said I had potential. Izuku then took a deep breath before turning to look directly at Bakugo. I will make this quirk my own, and I will become the #1 hero. He raised a small fist at the ash blonde. And I will rescue everybody with a smile. Bakugo was still in shock at the information Izuku had given him, but snapped out of it when the greenette mentioned #1's position. His gaze returned to the mildly annoyed one that he always wore before turning around and leaving. Izuku could no longer do anything as the blonde suddenly stopped. Without turning around, Bakugo's rough voice was a lot less violent as he walked off. I will be #1, you stupid weakling. The matter was settled, and Izuku returns to class to make notes on everybody else. Everybody had given it their all, and some stood out more than others. Nirengeki Shoda stood out as being the most leveled with his powerful quirk, Twin Impact. and cooperation with his teammate. This led to a great fight as Shota quickly overwhelmed his opponents with a combination of strength and skill. The chubby boy was extremely humbled too as he politely declined the admiration of how his teamwork was perfect. And the other team who stood out was Team E, composed of Kinoko Komori and Fukidashi Manga. Komori didn't stand out in the class with her gloomy expressions and unseen face. Still, she flipped her opinion as the whole class were greeted by a brand new person as her personality suddenly switched into the most social butterfly they'd ever met. She was strong alone, but with her partner being Manga, they were a power combo. From Manga activating his quirk, Comic, he materialized the onomatopoeia, and the building was quickly transformed into a humid incubator as they sat together with the bomb on the 5th floor. On their way up, Komori had been dancing as she struck poses like an idol. Spores emitted from her body, and by the time Kojiro Bondo and Tetsu Tetsu, who was the hero team, arrived, a dark, damp, stuffy building met them. They really had no chance, as the second they stepped inside, Komori sang out, "Grow, grow, grow! We'll charm the world with my mushrooms!" Instantly, mushrooms sprouted from everywhere, and the humidity caused them to spread even to places where Komori didn't have her spores. The heroes were immediately covered and immobilized, as even if Tetsu Tetsu could move with his steel, there were spores in his lungs and he fell to the floor gasping for air. With the last match finished and a few sent to Recovery Girl's office, the day was finally over.
Listen up, guys. We have an important decision to make.
The class turns to watch their homeroom teacher walk through the 1B door with a grin, and they gave their morning greetings.
As you know, we need to have a class representative, deputy, and a few others to help lead and structure the class.
There was a buzz of excitement that started to fly around as Vlad let out a toothy smile and settled them down.
Okay, so this is what we'll do. We'll go around and everyone will give reasons for why they should be class rep. You all saw each other's physical power yesterday, so now you have to show off your other capabilities. Small uses of your quirk are permitted in the case yesterday wasn't enough.
The class nodded as the teacher explained a system for them.
Then we'll have a vote by raising your hand, and the most votes will be rep. If you want to show support for someone else, put in your input after their speech.
Senkai Bara was the first to make an impactful speech after the first few students who showed off their quirks a little as they spoke. His whole demeanor was a little overwhelming as he spoke and his hands spun like drills. "Good-looking dude. Yeah, he's pretty hot." Izuku heard a few girls whisper to each other, and he remembered how Kaibara had also won his match the day prior. The problem was that he ended up winning almost alone as he just went in and took his opponents out with Reiko Yanagi, his partner, following quietly along. He was strong, but also a buzzkill, as he always stated things from a factual standpoint. The class respected him even though he wasn't the easiest to get along with. Shiozaki was the next to have a memorable speech, but for the wrong reasons, as she called everyone in the class a sinner. Her words were just as condescending as before, stating to everyone that she should be the class rep because she needed to guide them in the correct direction. Vlad sighed at this. Shiozaki had glanced at her classmates at least, but her attitude hadn't changed. It seemed that even a speech from All Might wasn't enough. Someone who did get an overall positive reaction, however, was Jirota Shishida. He was a polite, well-built boy in glasses with similar teeth to Vlad, as he resembled a humanoid beast. His quirk was called Beast, and the class had seen him in battle as he ran forward with a roar. He had a way with words and had received small applause as he sat down for other students to give their talks. Shishida was definitely someone smart, but the downside was, when he activated his quirk, he would lose his rationality and blindly run forward in an animalistic manner, almost savagely plowing ahead. Another person who was positively met was Shota. He had already shown that he was mighty with his twin impact, and he was very level-headed. His humble nature was easy to get along with, even though it didn't make him stand out. He always hung around the back of the class in terms of sticking out, but was someone who acted as the class's conscience. As he sat down, Shota received a few shouts telling him to be more confident, and the boy only shook his head with a smile. A few others went, and the atmosphere was relatively peaceful until it was Tokage's turn. The class automatically liked her. She was confident, talkative, provocative, and even though Izuku had the lead during the plan, her personality made the others look at her for leadership. She received a lot of support, and compared to her, although Juzo Hononuki was next with a good speech about hating to lose, it wasn't as impactful as Tokage's. He ended up being overshadowed by her, despite being a good candidate himself. One of the biggest surprises, however, was Monoma's speech. 1B recognized him as the best strategist in class, and even with his arrogant personality, Monoma was someone they liked because he could put anything aside for victory. Plus, how he stood up to Bakugo for Izuku was just further reasons for them to come to like the blonde. What took them by surprise was that even though he had wanted to stand out, Monoma shook his head at the opportunity. "I lose control of my emotions far too easily. I may be a good strategist, but unlike Midoriya, I cannot keep calm when provoked. If anyone, it should be him." Izuku looked at Monoma in shock, but stood up as he was next, and nervously looked around the room. I'm not sure of what I did to deserve that praise, but I'll try my best. He looked forward at Monoma, giving him a bit of a glare, and he gulped before taking a deep breath. Monoma has faith in me, then I'll have faith in myself, Izuku thought to himself, before letting out his best smile. I believe in everyone. If I'm the class rep, I want to create a class where everyone can rely on everyone so that we can save the day. We will be just like All Might and go forward. Even though he stuttered at first, Izuku's desire to win increased and started to outweigh his desire to save. He wore his smile in more confidence, and it became more of a determined grin by the time he finished. His hand had unconsciously made a fist and rose toward the ceiling as he finished his speech.
Plus Ultra!
Tokage joined in at the end with a happy chant that everyone copied as her actions were contagious.
You can do it, Deku! You can do it, Deku! You can do it, Deku!
Adrenaline rushed through Izuku as he let the cheers die down and sat in his seat. He was smiling brightly still when the last few students had their turn, and it was finally time for voting. Unsurprisingly, the two with the most positive responses won, as Izuku stood as class rep and Tokage as deputy. But the adrenaline rushing through Izuku's veins had come to an end, and he returns to being a stuttering greenette who bowed at the opportunity. Tokage gave him a pat on the back and a confident grin, telling him that he'd do fine before thanking the class herself. The day passed, and when lunchtime came around, Izuku found himself eating lunch while questioning the others on why they would choose him. As I said, you don't lose your head as quickly as I do in battle, and you're a good strategist. You have the power to back up your talk, too, albeit that you're not in complete control, Monoma simply stated as Tokage and Owase nodded in agreement. But I still think Tokage would be a better head than me. Shouldn't we swap places because I stutter in every other situation? Tokage just kept smiling and shook her head. Yeah, but I still think you're pretty cool. They smiled confidently at Izuku, who returned it with his own happy smile, but just as they did, an alarm tore through the school, catching everyone off guard as it sent shivers down spines. A panic immediately broke loose, and waves of students started running for the doors as Izuku asked a nearby older student what was going on. The older guy just yelled as he freaked out,
It's a third-level security breach!
What do you mean? Is it a fire?
No, I don't know. This hasn't happened in years. What if it's a villain?
Thank you all. No one knew how to deal with the problem. The students immediately tried to evacuate, jamming the halls with their bodies. It was impossible to move with everyone pushing shoulder to shoulder, and Izuku found his small self pressed against the glass of the hallway. Despite being caught in the panic, he looked outside, expecting a villain fight, but noticed only the media. Is it just the press? He wondered before realizing that the reporters were the ones trespassing on campus. It's not a villain. He sighed before trying to figure out a way to stop the pointless pushing. I need to stop everyone from panicking. But how? He clung against the window until he saw a familiar mop of brown hair with eyes that darted all over the place. It was rough, but an idea popped into Izuku's head. Tsuburuba! Turning his head around, Tsuburuba saw that he was being pushed toward Izuku and grabbed hold of the outstretched hand. With a tug, the two boys stuck against the glass. Midoriya! He breathlessly panicked as Deku pointed to the air just above their heads. Can you make an L-shaped platform for me to jump onto? Tsuburuba was confused and still worried when Izuku patted his shoulder. The greenette pointed out the window, and Tsuburuba let out a sigh of relief, calming down as he caught up with the situation. Letting air fill his lungs, Tsuburuba solidified the requested shape as Izuku placed a foot against the bottom glass lining. Jumping up, he crouched on the solid platform before placing a hand on the upward side of the air wall, remembering how just a small tap was capable of blowing away Shiozaki's vines. Izuku activated One for All on his fingertips, and just like he planned, the pressure built. With the sound of the air wall shattering and a blast impact, Izuku ricocheted across the heads of scared students and caught their attention as he crashed onto the emergency exit board. Grabbing the sign with his uninjured hand, Izuku cupped his mouth with the other like a speaker, trying not to let his nerves shake him in the face of so many students. Izuku pushed down his fear with a sigh because he told himself that he had a job to do.
Calm down!
The students' panic ceased for a moment as they looked up at the yelling greenette.
It's just the press! There is no villain! Act like the UA students you are and calm yourselves down!
Students murmured, and the ones near the window looked out to confirm what Izuku had said. A wave of relief washed over as the pushing stopped, and the crowd started to walk normally again. Izuku sighed in relief as he sat at the sign, watching the students file out of the halls when a flying horn suddenly flew at the greenette. Looking down, Izuku saw that it was one of the international students in his class, Pony Tsunotori. Her quirk was called Horn Cannon, right. She's not very fluent in Japanese, if I remember right. Izuku grabbed onto the horn, and it lifted him off the sign with ease. Once on the ground, he thanked Pony for the help.
That was good! You calmed everyone down!
Complimented a guy with exposed teeth as he stood next to Pony. Juzo Honanuki was one of the recommendation students and just happens to also speak English. It resulted in the blonde girl to stick by his side, and they were always together. I'm just glad to relieve the chaotic situation. Izuku awkwardly chuckled as the three of them met up with Tsuburuba and headed back to class. When they arrived, more students praised Izuku and Vlad gave a nod of approval. His self-confidence rose a little as the class chattered about Izuku's heroics, and the green net was about to deny the compliments when Tokage gave him a pat on the back. Just accept the compliments, Deku. We all decided you will make a good class president even if you're not too confident. I mean, you were stuttering when you calmed everyone down, but it still worked, right? Izuku nodded, blushing a little as Tokage kept going. You're too humble, come on! Where's that fighting spirit from before? The majority of the class agreed, and Izuku bowed at everyone, finally accepting his class rep role. The next day, as the students settled in the classroom, Vlad told them to quiet down.
Okay, class. You'll be participating in a rescue exercise for your basic hero training.
He clicked a remote, and the walls opened once again.
Go suit up and board the bus outside. We're going to an off-campus location for the exercise.
Where are we going? Tokage asked, and the teacher smiled.
It's the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short. I'll explain the rest when we're there.
The students quickly dispersed to change, and because Shiozaki's second wave of vines had ripped Izuku's homemade hero suit, he was the only one in the UA sports kit. As they stood outside on the bus, Izuku peeked inside to see an open seating arrangement. Deciding to get everyone to line in a single file to avoid pushing, they were brought in quickly and sat wherever they wanted. While on the bus ride, the students' conversation topic turns to quirks as Awase asked the class, "Who's the most powerful?" "I gotta say, Ori Shiozaki and Kaibana, since they are all powerhouses," Monoma answered, and Tokage joined in. "I'd say Deku, too. You saw what he did with a single touch." Izuku admired the ceiling of the bus awkwardly as another student pointed something out. "His quirk reminds me of All Might's, just more self-damaging." Like usual, Senkaibara wasn't the best at conversations, but Tokage smiled and took control. "Well, we'll see how he is once he controls it first. If we're talking about people who will make it as popular pros out of those four, only Deku and Komori when she's in idle mode." It was Awase who spoke up as he pointed at Shiozaki and Kaibara. "I mean, you two are kinda hard to approach." The two students just ignored him as the class agreed with a lighthearted chuckle. "Popular, huh?" Shoda pondered before adding his opinion. "Tokage should be added to the list. She's friendly, and her quirk is extremely useful. Oh, and Monoma is extremely smart, so he should be added too." The class nodded in agreement, and Awase chuckled. "Although he does get a little intimidating like Shiozaki sometimes." The students chattered more about what makes a great future hero while picking on individual students once in a while. It caused lighthearted laughter as the class got to know each other better. Izuku smiled as he listened into the conversation before wondering if 1A was like this. Power was now more equaled through the students, which meant Bakugo wouldn't target anyone in particular. The heroes in training arrived at the large training facility, and Izuku pushed his thoughts down. The famous rescue hero, 13, greeted them, and she gave an introduction to the USJ. With a small speech about how the young students must use their quirks to save people rather than fight, she opened the doors, and the class marveled at the facility's different sections. 13 stood back with Vlad as she pointed 3 fingers up at him, and the homeroom teacher nodded. No one else understood apart from Izuku, who realized it meant All Might had used his hours for the day, but the class didn't mind as they walked along the yellow and red brick path. The facility was just massive as the class headed toward the stairs. An excited Tokage ran ahead to look around, and everyone stared in awe at the scene. A central plaza acted as the merging point for multiple paths leading to different rescue scenarios. They could see an area with damaged buildings, another with a landslide, one with a massive lake, and much more. Excitement raced through their veins as 13 explained that rescue was an essential part of being a hero. Except her words were interrupted as Tokage pointed at the central plaza, where a black mist started to materialize out of nowhere. The fountain water flickered as Tokage spoke her concern. 13, is that part of the simulation? Chills went up Vlad as he turned, and immediately ran to the edge of the stairs to check what Tokage had seen. The mist expanded, and a dry, pale hand was the first to reach out. It moved the black fog to reveal a piercing gaze through red eyes.
"Protect the students!"
Vlad yelled at the other hero, who immediately ran forward, joining the homeroom teacher to look at the ones who appeared. The students looked uneasily at each other, unsure of what was going on. Vlad clenched a gloved fist as he stared at the crowd pouring out from within the mist.
"Children, get back! Those are real villains! I repeat, this is not a simulation!"
Half the class backed away as the others stood frozen, looking down at the villains who had appeared in the plaza, and noticed how 3 of them stayed by the mist. They're probably the leaders, Kaibara pointed out in monotone, as one of them looked directly at the teachers.
Where is he? We want All Might.
The one with pale blue hair and hands completely covering his body looked around.
Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play.
The few students who stood by the edge looked at their teacher. Is the whole campus under attack? Or is this their only target? Either way, if the alarm system isn't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here, Monoma analyzed as he read the situation. Sir, there's a firing squad. You can't fight them on your own. Even if your stamina can keep up with the quantity, your style isn't long distance. Izuku was worried for his teacher as he added in his input.
You can't be a pro if you can't adapt, kid.
Izuku held his breath as Vlad got into a sprinting position.
I'll leave the kids to you, 13.
The rescue hero nodded, and before anyone could react, Vlad jumped and rushed down the stairs like a bullet with inhuman speed. Shooting squad, take your aim! A villain with guns for fingers yelled out, as another with silver hair questioningly looked at the homeroom teacher. I thought only All Might and 13 was supposed to be here. Who's that? The homeroom teacher cut her off by dealing swift punches to their guts, rendering them immobile. Another with a mutant-type quirk was about to talk, but Vlad was too fast, body slamming the villain and knocking them to the floor. Another villain came from behind, but the teacher jumped up, kicking the incoming man into 2 others, knocking 3 out at once.
Too slow!
He yelled out before turning to look at the now wary crowd of villains. One villain turned to look at her partners, a wrong move since Vlad took advantage of this and immediately ran forward, knocking her unconscious and grabbed her body before using it to throw at another unsuspecting villain.
How annoying.
The blue-haired villain's voice rasped out as he watched Vlad fight. Wow, I underestimated him, Izuku said as he lagged behind the class to watch the fight. Come on, Deku, we have to go! Tokage came back for him and quickly pulled the freckled boy to follow 13. The class started to run across the red bricks as another swirl of purple-black mist appeared by the entrance.
There is no escape.
The deep voice was menacing as the mist rose.
Damn, I got so caught up I let the one who seemed most troublesome get away.
Vlad punched another villain unconscious as the mist revealed 2 slanted eyes, bright yellow as it contrasted against the purple-black.
We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello.
The class came to a stop and stared at the intangible figure.
And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath?
There was a collective gasp as the cap on 13's index finger popped off, and she aimed her hand up.
I still have a role to play.
Before 13 could do anything, Hiryu Rin and Tetsu immediately ran forward with a battle cry. Hastily attacking the mist, Tetsu aimed his iron arm, and Rin sent a storm of dragon scales. The mist only chuckled and flickered around, sending the attacks elsewhere to prove their attempt futile.
You live up to your school's reputation, but you should be more careful, children, or else someone might get hurt.
You two, get out of the way right now! 13 yelled out, but the 2 students only looked at her in panic as the mist expanded, sending strips out in all directions.
I'll scatter you all across the facility to meet my comrades, and your deaths.
The mist engulfed the class, and the students desperately tried to fight.
It's a trap!
Tetsu yelled. Izuku covered his head as he fell through the mist, and when he opened his eyes, the greenette found himself falling through the air. He fell into the water with a splash and somersaulted around a bit before stilling himself, trying to face the surface, mind spinning quicker than his legs kicked. They came here to kill All Might. Guess it's a good thing that he's not in class right now, but where is he? His thoughts came to an abrupt end as a shark-faced villain came speeding towards Izuku at high speeds.
Nothing personal, kid, but you gotta die.
But before he could get any closer, a wall of vines made a column with Izuku in the middle, and the greenette immediately grabbed on. The vines then pulled him upwards, and Izuku threw up water as Shiozaki dropped him on deck. A second later, Awase was thrown on board too in a similar fashion. The 2 boys thanked Shiozaki, who just stood there casually twisting handfuls of water out of her tunic. She sighed as her attempt was barely doing anything before facing Izuku. I would rather not converse with you, but I would like your input on the situation. Awase sighed, seeing his existence ignored, and Izuku looked over the side of the ship. This attack had clearly been thought out. It wouldn't be too much of a wild guess to say the villains really have found a way to kill All Might. He's not here right now, but even if he does show up, there's no guarantee he will make it out in one piece. All 3 on board were realists, and they agreed with what Izuku said. But before he could say more, the sound of water rushing caught their attention. Izuku's eyes darkened as he looked at the villains. If they can beat him, then we have to stop whatever these bad guys are planning. We have to work together to keep All Might safe. No one at UA knows what's happening. Izuku looked at the other two. Let's be heroes. Meanwhile, Kaibara and Reiko Yanagi were thrown into the landslide zone. But it wasn't a problem. Yanagi didn't even have to act as Kaibara bounced his whole body around, knocking the villains in the vicinity out cold. Rin, Kojiro Bondo, and Manga were in the mountain zone, and although Komori overpowered Bondo in practice, he immobilized all villains that stepped into the glue he squirted out. Rin and Manga teamed up for their long-distance fights, as Manga made the villains slip, and Rin used a wave of dragon scales to knock them out. In the fire zone, Shishida was frowning as he avoided the flames. The zone was a significant disadvantage, mainly as a beast, but he was calm. "Where is everyone?" Hononuki asked Tokage, who was only a floating head, as she distributed her body everywhere, tracking her classmates. "They've been scattered across the facility, but our classmates are still here," Hononuki repeated in English for Pony, and the other 4 students present let out a sigh. "He's not affected by physical attacks, and it seems his quirk is teleportation," Hononuki analyzed as he and 13 observed the Mist Man. "Fastest student here! Get to the school and tell the faculty what's going on here." The recommendation student nodded, understanding it was a tactical retreat as Pony looked shocked. "How can we leave you?" she stammered, but 13 shook her head. "The alarms aren't sounding, and our phones and radios are useless right now. One of these villains must be to blame. It will be faster for one of you to retreat and get help than find whoever is jamming everything." Hononuki nodded. "We need to make a strategic retreat and get help. We don't stand a chance right now." Shihai Kurohito stepped forward and lay low to the floor as he added, "They've blocked the exit. There must be alarms outside. That's why they're keeping all of us trapped inside here. If we can get someone out, they won't follow. I might be the fastest here, but only once I'm in the shadows of the city."
It's good enough!
13 yelled, and the Mist Villain sighed.
Even if this is your only option, are you really foolish enough to strategize in front of your enemy?
13 aimed her uncapped fingers at him. "It doesn't matter if you know what you're planning when I'm done with you." The Mist Villain's edge was being grabbed and dragged towards 13's finger as she yelled out,
Black hole!
A vortex of air and mist immediately made a drill shape, with the tip disappearing into nothing. "Are you sure we can even help?" Awase looked at Izuku, who gulped. "We have to try." He then turns to look at Shiozaki. "They sent you here. That means the villains probably have no idea what our quirks are." Shiozaki nodded before looking at the massive dome from across the lake. "You would be correct. If they knew my quirk, I would be sent into that fire zone. With the lack of sunlight and water, I would have limited vines." Izuku continued analyzing as he spoke. "They probably separated us because they didn't know what we could do, planning to overpower us in smaller groups, pick us off one by one." He looked at Shiozaki, who sighed. "I would usually just completely overtake this area with my vines, but even I couldn't reach the bottom when I pulled you both up." She took a few steps around the boat. "And this boat might sink before my vines reach all the sinners." Before they could say anything more, a hand made of water, accompanied by the sound of a drawn blade, suddenly cut the boat in 2. Izuku wobbled on his feet, but Awase ran forward towards the damage, immediately pulling out thin sheets of steel from his suit and activating his quirk. The boat creaked but stabilized as Awase quickly merged the ship in critical places to stay afloat. "Fusing objects at the atomic Izuku started to mutter, but was cut off by yelling from the villains. They didn't seem to like how the boat wasn't sinking, and a few readied to climb along the walls. With no time to think, Izuku stomped a leg on the rail before facing the sky, and a ferocious roar broke out from his lungs. The villains immediately retreated underneath the surface out of caution as Izuku got off, his mind racing. "Come on, what Gachan do?" He looked over at the other two, who nodded, and Shiozaki's vines extended over. Izuku held them to his shirt, and Awase immediately fused the separate vines. It formed a single string vine connecting Shiozaki to Izuku. "Awase, fuse Shiozaki's vines stiff the second I say so. Hold on tight. We're vaulting over this lake, pole vaulting style." With no hesitation, he leapt off the side of the boat, falling toward the water with a yell.
Now die!
A villain laughed at his attempt, and they readied to fight.
Stupid move, kid.
Izuku's mind spun as he held his hand forward. "I need more power than a tap because all the villains are scattered around the boat. I need them together." One for All raced through the veins of his middle finger as Izuku grit his teeth, the surface of the water racing toward him.
Delaware smash!
With his finger broken, a powerful shockwave erupted forward, crashing toward the water. The second that contact was made, the water was pushed aside as a crater formed with sides so steep it was almost vertical.
Awase!
Izuku's body had ricocheted from his smash, and now he was high in the air with the vine between Shiozaki and him completely straight. Awase nodded and immediately fused the vine's atoms, and the whole structure became a long, flexible pole. Shiozaki disconnected the vines from her hair as she and Awase held onto their end. Izuku opened his eyes despite the pain as the water he pushed away came crashing to the middle, dragging the villains to the center. With his teeth clenched, Izuku's body acted as a weight, driving the pole down, and it bent dangerously, elastic energy building up drastically as it threatened to snap. One for All ran through the veins of Izuku's ring finger, and the second he felt the vine could no longer hold, another small blast erupted from Izuku's hand. He aimed it at the villains who were now together in one spot as he yelled, "Smash!" With his body's ricochet from the secondary smash acting as the box, the vine was the pull as both Shiozaki and Awase pole vaulted from the boat and high into the air. They stayed there for a second, and it was enough time for Shiozaki to create more vines to crash land into on the shore. Izuku wriggled off his shirt and dashed along the floating vine bridge to join the others on the shore with a sigh. I aimed my second smash at them, so I should have knocked them all unconscious. The trio nodded before they headed toward the central plaza, only for horror to fill their faces as the blue-haired villain had a hand on Vlad's elbow, the teacher's skin starting to... Izuku and Awase were about to stand up from their hiding spot when Shiozaki used her vines to drag them down. She had a finger on her lips as the two boys took a deep breath and watched as Vlad swiftly retreated. Without wasting a single second, the teacher sprang forward again and delivered a heavy blow to the blue-haired villain's stomach. Using this moment of weakness, Vlad sped forward, blood gushing in a wave from his glove as he prepared to deliver another punch.
I am not the final boss.
Before Vlad's fist could make contact, Izuku and the other two with him shook with fear as they laid their eyes on the sudden appearance of the new monstrous opponent. The thing was quite a bit taller than Vlad as its emotionless eyes that were sticking out of its exposed brain stared into nowhere. Its beak-like mouth was pulled open almost mockingly to a permanent smile which only sent disturbing shivers down the children's spines as it opened its mouth with a dry shriek. Before anyone could react, it raised an arm as the sound of bones crunching could be heard as blood gushed into the air. 13, a rescue hero. Despite having part of his intangible body sucked into nothing from 13's black hole, the mist villain calmly addressed the hero. You have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness. A portal opened behind 13, and the hero gasped as the gate pulled her body backwards. He opened a warp gate! The yellow eyes within the mist smirked as 13 was a victim to her own quirk, her spacesuit cracking apart. Before anyone could even say another word, only half of 13's bodysuit remained as the villain sighed. How unfortunate. You've turned yourself into dust. The students couldn't react as 13's voice rasped out, I'm sorry, he got me, as she fell to the ground. 13! Tokage shrieked as her dark olive-green eyes widened with worry. Kurohito, go! Hononuki softened the floor where Kurohito stood, and the boy with a body made of darkness crashed past the mist villain and towards the USJ gates. I can see you're trying to escape. I simply can't allow that. Kurohito was about to activate his quirk when Toguro Kamakiri sprang forward, blades protruding from his arms. The mantis-like boy let out a wild battle yell as he jumped at the mist villain, his blades slicing in all directions. Pony swallowed her fear as she noticed something, and her two horns detached from her head. They flew at the intangible villain, and, aiming them at the metal collar, her eyes lit up as they made physical contact. I don't know his quirk, but he has neck armor! He has physical body! Pony's point, made from broken Japanese, was correct as she carried the villain sky high with her horns before quickly growing another pair. Kamakiri grinned before running for the USJ doors and, with another battle cry, slashed through the steel, making an escape hole. Kurohito, grab on! Hononuki called out to Kurohito, who reached out as Pony's second set of horns lifted him off the ground. Kurogiri's body was expanding rapidly, but before he could do so, Pony let out her own battle cry, and the boy made of complete darkness was quickly carried through the door. Tokage was by 13 and let out a sigh as she saw Kurohito get thrown into the woods that were by the path. The student immediately merged with the shadows, and in a blink, he was gone.
I know who you are.
the blue-haired villain rasped out from the solidified cage of blood he was stuck in. Even though the unknown monster was crushing the teacher, Vlad used his spilt blood to his advantage by encasing the villain.
No matter what you think of him, Vlad King, he's the anti-symbol of peace. But you can call him Nomu.
The Nomu opened up its yellow jaws, teeth ominously sharp as an inhuman cry screeched out. A sickening crunch echoed out as the beast had a knee on Vlad's back, almost casually twisting the teacher's elbow backwards. Vlad grunted heavily, losing control of his quirk, and the blue-haired villain exasperatedly shook off the blood. The hero's gloved hand twitched, trying to regain control, but with another deafening crack, the Nomu broke Vlad's other arm too. A pool of blood was slowly spreading out as the Nomu lifted Vlad's struggling head and slammed it back down. A small crater formed where the head was, and the blue-haired villain cackled.
You may be strong, Vlad, but Nomu is stronger than all might.
The Nomu was casually playing with Vlad's body as the mist villain suddenly appeared next to the blue-haired one. There were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them got outside the facility, he reported, and there was a sudden change in the other villain's mood. The hand-covered villain started to feverishly scratch his neck, one hand at first, which quickly became two. The students could hear ragged breathing as the villain's shoulders shook, letting out annoyed grunts as his body convulsed from agitation.
You fool.
His head bobbed up and down as he stared down in frustration.
If you hadn't put up the warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body.
A sharp intake of breath, as dry as sandpaper, scratched out as the blue-haired villain lifted his head. His fingers parted to reveal agitated skin, scratched up so harshly that it was painful to notice.
And I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it. Let's go home.
The villain's arms fell to his sides with a slump as he turned to the mist villain. The three peeking students turned to each other and nodded silently.
But before we leave, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken.
Shivers went up the students' spines as the hand-covered villain turned towards them. They got up and jumped a step back instinctively.
Let's wreck his pride.
A wall of vines broke out from Shiozaki as the villain took less than a second to be mere centimeters away from their faces. They had no time to react as they froze. The villain slowly became gray and started to disintegrate into nothing as Izuku snapped out of it. Awase! The black-haired boy blinked and nodded before swallowing his shock. He ran forward and quickly fused the soles of the villain's shoes to the ground before the three of them promptly retreated. They waded slightly more into the shallow water where the light was, so Shiozaki had the highest advantage, but the villain just sighed before getting up and turned to look at where Vlad was still struggling in vain.
Vlad, your stamina lives up to its reputation,
The villain rasped.
That's so cool.
Izuku's mind spun as he saw the villain slowly make his way to their teacher, as a foreboding image entered his mind. Izuku could only see red with the silhouette of their teacher crumbling to pieces as the villain got closer. Oh, no! Hey! That was all Awase could get out as Izuku's body raced forward with a mind of its own, his arm raised and ready to throw a punch to the villain's turned back. You! Let him go! Now! Scarlet lightning streaks glowed down Izuku's arm as the fist he pulled back came crashing forward, aided with a battle cry. Smash! A violent wave of dense wind pressure blinded the area where Izuku's fist was, as the shockwave his punch brought brutally dragged the small-time villains away. Their bodies were flung like ragdolls as waves crashed wildly, but all the destructive power left Izuku in shock. Wait, where did he come from? His fist trembled a little as Izuku pulled his unbroken arm back a bit from the Nomu, who suddenly towered over him. It didn't hurt him?
This smash of yours. Are you one of All Might's disciples? Doesn't matter. I'm done with you now.
Izuku quivered slightly as the Nomu's large hand grabbed the outstretched arm and pulled him forward, the other inhuman hand lifting high up, ready to kill. Time seemed to slow down as Shiozaki and Awase ran forward in an attempt to help. A vine reaching for Izuku as the hand-covered villain attempted to grab Awase. The doors burst open in a cloud of dust, and the 5 students surrounding 13's broken body turned their heads. The villains also turned to look, as footsteps powerfully echoed louder. Tokage and Pony let out a sigh of relief as the bulky figure strode forward.
Have no fear!
Everyone turned to look at the hero with an expression they had never seen before. The symbol of peace was not smiling as he glared at the villains.
I am here!
Awase pulled himself away from the blue-haired villain's outstretched hand as vines wrapped around Izuku's waist, picking him out of the Nomu's grasp. He's here! All Might! The hand-covered villain sighed, interest turning toward the latest newcomer and away from the children.
Ha! Looks like our game's getting a continue.
All attention was on All Might as his voice rang out.
I had a feeling that something was wrong when Vlad and 13 didn't answer my calls.
Kurohito had suddenly appeared in front of All Might by jumping out of the shadows and explained the situation. It caused the number 1 to get frustrated, because he didn't like the idea of scared students or injured colleagues. All Might stood at the edge of the stairs as he ripped the tie off from around his neck threateningly. Vlad had staggered onto his feet and kicked the blabbering villain to the ground as All Might suddenly appeared next to them. Before Izuku and the other 2 could even comprehend the situation, the 3 of them were suddenly in All Might's arms and carried to where Vlad was. The wind pressure from the rapid rescue knocked the blue-haired villain forward, and the hand from his face fell to the floor.
Everybody back to the entrance!
All Might ordered as the villain muttered to himself.
He's not as fast as I thought he would be. Not as fast as he used to be. I guess it's true after all.
He picked up the hand and placed it against his face as he grinned savagely.
All Might really is weaker.
Izuku turns to All Might as Vlad returned most of his spilt blood into his body. The brain villain! I smashed it, but it didn't break my arm this time. He wasn't even phased at all. He's too strong.
Young Midoriya!
All Might turns to the worried Greenette with a smile and struck a pose.
I got this!
Without wasting a second, All Might flew towards the blue-haired villain with his arms crossed.
Carolina Smash!
The wind pressure caused waves to rise from behind the villain viciously, but he was safe as the Nomu stood there. Its arms were spread wide, positioned like All Might as it stared down at the number 1 hero. It let out a horrifying smile as gigantic arms wildly made a grab, but All Might nimbly ducked down.
Guess he wasn't wrong when he said it had no effect on you!
Another smash aimed at the Nomu's stomach made contact with a heavy thud, but the creature didn't even seem phased. It turns to All Might again, but the hero swiftly sent another dense punch to the Nomu's face. Another punch to the side of its face was briskly thrown with no effect, as an uppercut straight to the chest thrown forward. Yet the Nomu still seemed undisturbed, as forceful strikes rained down on its body.
Nomu here has shock absorption, All Might. The only way you can hurt him is to gouge out his flesh slowly. Of course, I don't think it's going to sit back and let you do that.
The hand-covered villain raised both hands slightly, as All Might accelerated to behind the Nomu with a grin.
Thanks for telling me how to beat him!
Grabbing it by the waist, the hero lifted the Nomu off its feet and threw him headfirst into the ground behind in a back hip throw. Wind broke out everywhere again as Vlad brought the students away. It's possible they have a way to kill him. Izuku was still bubbling with worry as he knew about All Might's limit, and the blood slightly trickling past All Might's lips negatively answered his concern. The Nomu, which should have been crushed headfirst into the ground, was instead halfway through a portal. The other end was directly under All Might's back, and the monstrous creature had its hands digging into the one weak spot. Blood seeped out and stained the suit shirt, as Izuku froze when he saw this.
Nice, we can bury him in the concrete, so he doesn't move around anymore.
The Nomu's head buried into All Might's stomach, as blood pooled in the number 1 hero's mouth.
Kurogiri.
The mist villain appeared next to All Might as he sighed.
Normally I wouldn't want blood flooding the insides of my warp gates, but I'll make an exception for a hero as great as you.
All Might had both arms bound to his side. He was halfway in the ground, and the portal tightened around his body.
I'll squeeze the gates shut.
An image of All Might's torso, being the only trace left, entered Izuku's mind as he turned to his homeroom teacher. Sir, I won't. Vlad looked at his student, who had his back turned to him.
Where are you?
I won't let them kill you.
Midoriya, get back here!
Izuku sprinted back towards the fight as All Might struggled to pull Nomu's grasp off his stomach.
I'm coming! All Might!
His body flew forward in an attempt to help, but proved wrong as Kurogiri appeared. How foolish. Izuku's eyes widened from fear as he couldn't stop his airborne body when out of nowhere, a giant bolt crashed into his stomach, and it threw the greenette to the side. Control your emotions, Midoriya. I wanted you to be representative for that exact reason. Izuku turns to see Monoma standing next to the class's quiet girl, Yui Kodai. With 2 jumps forward, Monoma was suddenly in front of Kurogiri and touched the metal neckpiece the villain wore. A strangled cry could be heard as the metal shrunk, and Izuku retreated to where his friend stood. At that moment, a blur ran forward, and the Nomu let out a cry as Kaibara's leg drilled into its eye. All Might took a moment to grab the Nomu's arms and ripped his body free just as Tetsu came running for the blue-haired villain. His frontal assault failed, however, as the villain dodged to the side.
Damn, that was gonna be cool!
Monoma just sighed as he updated Izuku, who calmed down. I was in the ruin zone. Kodai's quirk is size. It changes the size of non-living things. He's currently suffocating because I shrunk that metal brace Pony mentioned. I only have another 2. 37 on Shota's twin impact. He tapped Kodai, who nodded and ran toward their class as Kaibara also stepped back. Kurogiri stopped struggling as his oxygen supply was low, but the portal splitting the Nomu shifted despite his unmoving mist body. Incoherent noises came from the Nomu as it fully emerged on one side of the gates, and Kaibara frowned in disgust as the hole he made automatically healed.
What is this?
All Might yelled out, and the blue-haired villain smiled.
I never said shock absorption was his only quirk. He also has super regeneration.
All Might clutched at his wounded side as the villain continued.
It has been modified to take you down even at 100% of your power. Go, Nomu.
There was no movement for a second, as the Nomu stood there dauntingly, and Izuku's eyes widened.
Monoma!
The brick wall nearly crashed to the floor and created a huge dust cloud, as Izuku looked at the empty spot where Monoma stood. Calm down, I'm behind you, Midoriya. The greenette sighed in relief as he saw Monoma was suddenly behind him, but that meant one thing. The boys turned to the setting dust to see All Might in a defensive position. He had saved Monoma and took the hit, since the Nomu aimed to retrieve Kurogiri. Izuku was a lot more calmer than he expected, and it was probably because Monoma made sure he thought before he acted. Gritting his teeth, he saw he was only in the number one's way.
Retreat!
Tetsu, being the only musclehead there, was complaining, but with Monoma, Kaibara, and Izuku all retreating, he was convinced and ran after them as the hand-covered villain watched.
They're kids, and you don't hold back?
All Might bellowed angrily, but the villain only shrugged.
That plain-looking one.
He pointed at Izuku, who was getting further and further away.
He tried to kill me with a maxed-out punch. What kind of hero does that? You heroes can be as violent as you want as long as you say it's to save others. Well, you know what, All Might? That pisses me off.
He got more and more riled up as his hand-covered body twitched.
Why do some people get to decide that some violent acts are heroic and others are villainous? Who gets to judge what's good and what's evil?
The monologue ended, and All Might clenched a fist.
I barely have a minute left in this form, but I have to stop these villains.
The tall blonde stood straight up,
Because I am
focusing on Nomu.
the world's symbol of peace and justice.
The children watched from a safe distance as All Might and the Nomu slammed their fists against each other. That single collision broke the sound barrier as the force erupted across the facility. Not only had the blue-haired villain been pushed back by the sheer wind pressure, and the whole area cleared in preparation for their fight.
Weren't you listening? One of his quirks is shock absorption.
The rasped voice was almost angry as All Might didn't seem to care.
Yeah? What about it?
All Might drew his arm back as another explosively hefty punch collided, quickly followed by another as the two powerhouses aggressively faced each other. A battle cry rang from All Might's lungs as their exchange of violent blows became a rampaging slugfest. Limbs became frenzied blurs as the symbols of peace and anti-peace increased their speed, savagely plowing forward in an out-of-control stalemate. Trees trembled, and waves briskly parted as All Might yelled out,
He said your quirk was shock absorption, not nullification.
Suddenly, All Might's fierce strikes accelerated, and the Noma's body was getting pushed back. A punch to All Might's stomach caused the hero to spit blood through clenched teeth, but a more intense battle cry swiftly followed. His azure blue eyes glinted as All Might started to dominate the raging Nomo.
There's a limit on how much you can take, right?
The blue-haired villain was silent as he stood by Kurogiri. The Mist Man had recovered by breaking the metal brace, and now stood there with his neck exposed, albeit the rest of his body still intangible.
I just have to go beyond. I'll force you to surrender.
The volley of rampaging attacks doubled and seemed to break right as the Noma was getting overwhelmed. The teacher had no reason to hold back since the students were far away and targeted each punch to win. All Might aggressively punched the Nomo across the stone floors, grabbing the creature and forcefully spun it around his body. Like a shot put, the fight became airborne as All Might jumped high up, using the spinning momentum to throw the Nomu back onto the ground viciously. A crater instantly split the area into pieces as All Might's body landed like a meteorite.
You may have heard of these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean.
Pressure spiked as All Might rewound a fist.
Go beyond! Plus Ultra!
Surpassing the speed of light, All Might's fist burned like the sun as Nomu's hulking body took the hit right in the guts. With no way to absorb any of the violent pressure, the Nomu's body bent forward, and the sound of the USJ ceiling breaking made everyone face up. Glass fell like twinkling stars from the hole created, and the sun warmly shone its rays into the facility. Happy cheers erupted from the students as Izuku shakingly smiled. Komori was jumping up and down as Tokage excitedly patted his shoulder.
He did it. That was like the finishing move of a video game. He beat the shock absorption right out of him.
Tetsu muttered in awe, and Monoma nodded. That's what a pro is.
He really is the best.
Kanbara sighed. All Might turned to the two left. The unnamed hand villain stood defensively as Kurogiri's body expanded. It was both intimidating and defensive as the tides of battle turned. The hero knew he had to end the fight fast. He just threw 300 punches and could barely hold on to his form anymore.
Surrender! We all want to get this over with quickly.
The blue-haired villain quivered from anger, voice seething with venom as he spoke.
He cheated.
The villain's skin scratched like Velcro as he looked at the number 1.
He's just as strong as he's always been. Damn it. Don't tell me I was lied to.
Didn't you say you were going to clear this level earlier? Come and get me!
All Might challenged the fuming villain, but Izuku knew, even from a distance, can't beat them. He's bluffing. It's almost hidden by the dust, but I can see it. The steam coming off his body is the same as when he's about to transform. Izuku's body quivered as he wanted to run back on the scene. He's out of time. Midoriya, what is it? Monoma had noticed how Izuku froze up, and the greenette could only point at All Might. Despite wanting to ask questions, Monoma's intuition and intelligence told him to listen as Izuku calmed down. We need to distract the villain. Any silent long range. Tokage's quirk. Monoma and Tokage both nodded as Kurogiri spoke to the other. We can defeat All Might if we work together. He has been weakened. The neck scratching stopped when this was mentioned as the hand villain slumped forward.
The big end boss is right here.
All Might clenched his teeth as he stood still. Any movement now could force him to reveal his proper form.
This is it!
The hand villain started to run forward as he rasped out,
Consider this revenge for what you did to Nomo!
Kurogiri was right behind the other, portals opening as they lunged at All Might.
Where is everyone?
Tokage! Monoma! Hurry!
I need backup!
The hand villain closed in on All Might with Kurogiri close behind as the hero stood still, using all his strength just to stay in his current form. It was the worst possible scenario, as even a single hit would break the Pillar of Peace. All Might's mind spun with panic as he pleaded for backup. Slam!
Midoriya!
Monoma yelled out, shocked because the greenette was next to him just a second ago. Izuku's body had jumped forward on its own, as he couldn't just wait and stand by for Tokage's barrage of scaled skin to attack. Tokage gasped as her eyes saw the freckled boy's legs flutter and immediately knew that they were both broken. Izuku's body was falling straight towards Kurogiri with his fist pulled back, an angry glint in his eye as he yelled,
Don't you dare touch All Might! You stupid villain!
In a split second, the hand villain thrust his arm through a portal, and time seemed to stop as Izuku could only see red. The hand was mere inches from his face, and All Might could do nothing but stand there.
Deku!
An aggressive barrage of azure-scaled skin used the momentum of its descent to bombard the approaching blue-haired villain from all sides. Tokage wobbled a little as she regenerated her decayed parts, as it took more energy than expected. With the hand villain distracted, Monoma, who was using Tokage's quirk, grabbed Izuku's injured body to move out of the way just as the USJ doors slammed open. Pow! Blood splattered out, and Izuku looked to see that the blue-haired villain's hand had a gunshot wound in it. The students then turned to see Snipe standing there with a hand outstretched and a gun pointed forward. A few more shots ran out, helping anyone in the rescue facility who struggled with the number of small-time villains as a mop of white hair appeared in the teacher's shadow.
The darkness has brought help!
Kurohito pulled himself out, and behind him stood the UA teachers, ready to fight with their presence already intimidating enough, as Present Mike was the first to attack. He stood by the edge of the stairs and inhaled deeply. Powerful sound waves blasted forward, and all the nearby villains grabbed at their skulls. They desperately tried to save their eardrums as they could feel themselves become lightheaded and fainted on the spot. Ectoplasm opened his mouth as a white light escaped, quickly becoming clones and running forward. With swift kicks, the clones knocked out all the remaining villains.
The pros are here.
The unnamed villain backed toward Kurogiri as he observed the situation.
It's game over for real.
He clutched his bleeding hand as he turned around.
Let's go home and try one.
His raspy voice was cut short as bullets went through his knees, dragging the villain to the floor as a cape of mist came forward. Acting like a shield, the warp villain covered the other, deflecting the bullets and sending them elsewhere. Let's go. But before he could teleport them away, his body started to pull apart, and in a panic, Kurogiri turned to see Vlad supporting 13. Black hole? The rescue hero had all 5 caps on her fingers taken off, causing the mist to struggle as he was getting dragged piece by piece. However, it was too late as the villains disappeared with the hand villain's words hanging in the air.
I wasn't able to kill you this time, but your days are numbered, All Might.
They disappeared, and Izuku let out a sigh, annoyed he couldn't help much but grateful All Might was alive. The pros quickly took control, and Recovery Girl checked up all the students before the press caught hold of them. Luckily for them, it didn't last too long, and the media sent them home without much hassle. In a dimly lit bar, location unknown, the blue-haired villain landed on the ground with blood dripping down his hand-covered limbs.
Shot in both arms and legs. All those underlings wiped out. Even Noma was beaten. The symbol of peace wasn't weakened at all. You were wrong, Master. So wrong.
A voice crackled over a TV. No, I wasn't. We just weren't as prepared as we should have been. Another voice spoke out for the Nomu when the hand villain rasped out.
There was a kid there who tried to protect All Might. He was just as fast as him.
The statement piqued the voice's interest as the villain grumbled and complained. Naturally, you're upset. The voice spoke before the air became heavy around the bar. The world will soon learn to be afraid of you. Tomura Shigaraki. With no way of knowing that the USJ attack was just the beginning, trouble was already starting to bubble across the horizon. The school was closed the day after, letting the students take a break, but it was tough for Izuku to relax. All he could think about was how the symbol of peace only had an hour's worth of his hero form, and it left the Greenette distraught. Although in the end, he just further solidified his resolve to become a hero. Did you see the news last night? Komori was in her idle mode and happily danced around the classroom. That was my first few seconds of screen time. I'm getting closer to my dream. Making the news was the class's topic of conversation, and every student had bounced back from the incident. More conversations bubbled about as Izuku looked at the time and stood up. Sit down, guys. Vlad should be here soon. The stutter wasn't completely gone yet, but there was an improvement as Izuku was a lot closer to his classmates after the incident. They sat down in their chairs as the door was kicked open.
Morning, class.
Vlad was known for his strength and stamina, but the class still worried as their teacher's shoulders and neck were in braces. Vlad cut off their worry, however, as he gave them an announcement.
You better get training. The UA Sports Festival is around the corner, kids.
It was an opportunity where students had the chance to be scouted, and it only happened once a year and 3 times in a lifetime. It was an event no hero in training could let slip by. Homeroom ended early, and the second Vlad left, 1B got ready to head to their next class, but were promptly stopped. A sea of students blocked their way out, and before Izuku could question anyone, a yell made everyone quiet down.
Deku!
A blonde figure immediately jumped forward at the sight of Izuku, and the greenette was body slammed to the floor. Chan? Before anyone could say anything, an angry string of questions rained down.
Do you think you're better than me because you've got some fame? Huh? Stop looking down on me, Deku! I won't lose to a whiny nerd like you!
Monoma stepped forward and lifted his chin high to look down on Bakugo. Well, if it isn't the yappy dog from Class 1A.
Huh?
Tension grew as Monoma picked a fight, and both blondes just glared at each other. Deciding to ignore Monoma, Bakugo turns to glare at Izuku.
I'm winning the UA Sports Festival, Deku. You better not hold back that stupid hidden power of yours.
Izuku took the words as a challenge and nodded, only further agitating Bakugo. But before he could yell anymore, Kendo appeared. With a swift chop to the neck, Bakugo slumped unconscious, and she gave a sweet smile. Allow me as a class rep to say sorry, guys. I'll bring him back. It was the last time Izuku saw Bakugo for a while, and with the sports festival 2 weeks away, the class separated to train their quirks. The day came, and Izuku waved his mother goodbye as she wished him her best. He nodded back, determined as All Might's words rang in his mind. I have to tell the world I am here. Now for the introductory speech. The R-rated hero Midnight stood on the podium as she welcomed everyone after President Mike's screaming introduction. Now for the student pledge. The top student of the entrance exam, Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde trudged up the stairs, hands in his pockets as every UA student stood silent.
I just want to say, I'm going to win.
Oh God, I knew he was going to say something like that. A wave of students immediately booed Bakugo and caused a small riot as a 1A student told the blonde off, waving his arms like a robot.
It's not my fault the rest of you losers are just stepping stones to my victory. I'm going to crush this overconfident jerk,
yelled Tetsu, and the blonde left the stage. Midnight quieted the crowd and spun the deciding wheel of the first round.
Obstacle race!
Mike yelled out as Midnight explained the students were free to do anything to win. I have to be smart about this. I'm still unable to control one for all yet, so I have to be careful when I use it. The starting lights changed. I hope you're watching, All Might.
Begin!
An immediate rush of students ran forward, everyone shoving as hard as possible toward the narrow entrance. It didn't take long to figure out the doorway was the first obstacle, as students were packed too tightly to move. Cold air blew past, and within a second, the whole area was frozen solid in ice. A single 1A student ran ahead, creating an icy path as he did as the most competent students started to pull forward. This meant 1B students, although they stumbled as the zero-pointer robots from the entrance exam appeared. A crooked smile was on Izuku's lips as Todoroki from 1A froze the robots and pulled further ahead. Come on, Izuku, you need to beat this. Tetsu came smashing out of a frozen robot, yelling a battle cry as others in 1B followed. Bondo and Awase both stuck the robots to the floor, making some creak as they slipped past. Kaibara quickly sped past with his feet spinning like drills and using his momentum to get ahead. Kamakiri was dodging around, cutting whole chunks off as she did. Kodai simply used her quirk to shrink the zero-pointers to half their size and run past before increasing them again. Honenuki expertly softened the ground, and 4 robots immediately started to lose footing and came crashing down. No wonder he's a recommendation student. Izuku thought, as the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, Aizawa, added his own input.
It's not that 1A or the other students are doing poorly. Some know how to proceed forward, like Todoroki, he started, having a look at the students who pulled ahead. It's just that Class 1B have learned not to hesitate. It seems that they have grown, all of them, from the USJ attack, because they know they have to move quickly if they want to survive.
Izuku held onto a piece of scrap metal and was taking advantage of the robot's momentum. He took their joints out and ran ahead. Tokage stared down into the depths of the next obstacle.
If they take a spill, they're out. If you want to pass, you'll have to get creative. It's the fall!
Mike's voice rang out as most of 1B stared at the ropes connecting the vertical cylinders of land. Kurohito was someone who didn't hesitate as he jumped into the darkness of the fall and quickly sped forward, his presence only seen with his white hair purposely shown to stick out. Sit back and enjoy the show. A girl with pink hair and eccentric goggles from the support course shot a grappling hook out and jumped in with a heated laugh. Look at my super cute babies! Shiozaki followed suit as her vines grabbed one side of land from the other, and she lifted herself elegantly. It was advantageous, almost replicating what she did in the shipwreck zone of the USJ with her white tunic fluttering against the wind. Tokage just levitated after splitting her body into a few parts and started to make her way across.
The leader of the pack is easily getting through first!
Mike yelled out as Todoroki from 1A cleared the fall course and ran down the curved path to the final barrier. Izuku had the scrap metal tied to his body by a rope as he crossed the fall upside down, relying only on body strength as he was determined to catch up. He then saw Monoma land ahead but stop. Climbing onto land, clearing the fall course, Izuku paused for a second. Why did you stop? Monoma, who was using Kaimbaра's gyrate quirk, wasn't pulling ahead like the others, despite having a chance to come in the top 10. Because I don't want to be first. Getting first will put you at a disadvantage next round. I'm planning to win the war, not the battle. A couple of students caught up to them, and Monoma braced himself before springing away. Mike yelled over the intercom that the final obstacle was a minefield, just as Izuku started to run. With the scrap metal slowing him down, Komori pulled ahead, despite being just behind earlier, and a couple of 1A students followed suit. Some others were sent flying back with a flashy bang as they detonated the mines, and Todoroki slowed down. It was an obstacle that put those in the lead at a disadvantage.
We got a new lead!
Mike announced that Bakugo had just blasted himself into the lead before talking about the rest, who were also speeding up. Mines detonated as Ida from 1A ran forward, his speed fast enough that the mines exploding didn't matter. Shiozaki, Hononuki, Tokage, Kamakiri, Manga, and Yanagi were among those in the leading crowd as Izuku just reached the minefield. He looked ahead to see Bakugo and Todoroki furiously fighting against each other, explosions and ice shooting out as they struggled for first place. Monoma's words lingered in his mind for a second, but he shook them off. I need to show the world that Izuku Midoriya is here. Seeing how far the lead was to his own position, Izuku lifted the scrap and dug into the ground. It was chaos in the minefield as 1B mixed with 1A and a couple of other students from both the support course and general studies. Izuku took a step back, clenching his teeth as he held the scrap metal in his hands. I'm gonna borrow your idea, Kachen! An explosion, too large for it to be a typical mine, detonated, and the two tied in first paused to look back at the pink smoke expanding.
There's a huge explosion at the back?
Mike yelled out as a wave of blinding light and pressure caught many off guard.
Eh? Was it on purpose or accident? Class B's Midoriya is in hot pursuit with that blast.
Izuku had figured out that the game's landmines were the type with fuses that go off by being stepped on. Not powerful alone, but if many were gathered he could blast over the course like Bakugo. He was at the very end of his class since he had hesitated briefly, but Izuku didn't care about thinking ahead. He wanted to make an impression, which was why he dived headfirst with the scrap in hand into the mines.
Todoroki and Bakugo have stopped fighting!
Mike yelled as the explosive blonde ignored the other and tried to gain ground. The ice user did the same, ignoring how he made a path for those behind him as he started to skate across the mines. I didn't think about landing! Izuku was neck and neck with Bakugo and Todoroki as he started to descend, eyes only focused on his next step.
Deku! You won't get ahead of me!
The blonde pulled ahead with another explosion, and Izuku frantically looked for an answer. I'm losing speed. They're pulling away. Teeth grit as the two sped ahead. Izuku grabbed onto the metal slab with determination in his eyes. I can't just land here. Slamming the scrap to the floor, Izuku caused another explosion just as Bakugo and Todoroki cleared the minefield.
They're neck and neck!
Mike yelled out as the trio ran as hard as they could. They reached the corridor, and Bakugo let out a yell, another explosion escaping his sweaty palms as he pushed ahead. Ice filled the other side of the corridor as Todoroki also pushed his limits, and Izuku could only keep running as the two pulled ahead last second, the three tumbling into the light of the stadium.
And first place is Shoto Todoroki!
The crowd went wild as Mike announced the others too, Bakugo in second and Izuku in third. Many spectators turned to Endeavor, who stood in the crowd, but the prideful man's expression didn't change. Rather than proud, he looked annoyed, which contrasted to All Might in his civilian form. Toshinori also sat in the stands, but he wore a proud smile because Izuku had gotten third place with tenacity alone. Shiozaki let out a gentle huff as she came tumbling in fourth along with Honinuki, who slid into the stadium. Bakugo grabbed his shaking arms as a pissed-off look slapped itself onto his face. His body was quivering as he swore under his breath. Todoroki's body was frozen, but his face returned to its stoic, unfriendly features with a huff of steam. The winner of the race then glanced at both Bakugo and Izuku before turning away and walking off. Man, that was amazing, Deku! Izuku turns to see Owase, giving him a pat on the back before wobbling off to see the others who passed. The cheering continued as more students followed, and by the end of it, the whole of Class A and B had both passed, along with 2 other students from other courses. Tsukage also congratulated him on getting third place, and the overconfident girl showered him in praise. The male greenette was reduced to a blushing mess as he covered his pink face in his arms. It was just, I still have a long way to go! Tsukage just chuckled as she looked at the gate. Monoma! She called to the blonde, who casually hopped in at 38th place. You took your sweet time, she laughed as Monoma didn't seem to have a drop of sweat in comparison to her. The blonde only shook his head as the trio turned to see a commotion. Momo, the girl who accompanied Kendo to collect Bakugo whenever he ran off, was trying to pry a small grape-like boy off her back. He was screaming about how he was a genius as Midnight announced the first stage over. The results board displayed their images and their rankings. Todoroki, Bakugo, Izuku, Shiozaki, Hononuki, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Tetsu, and all the others who came after. And at the very end, a boy from 1A, Yuga Aoyama, looked as if he was ready to collapse, clutching his stomach. The first 42 make it through to the next round. The real competition begins next. The cavalry battle. Give it your all. Monoma looked smug as Midnight explained the rules. It's your ordinary battle made up of teams between 2 and 4. However, the difference is based on the results of your last game. Each person has been assigned a point value, going up by 5, starting from the bottom. Monoma nodded as if he predicted this, as Midnight pointed to a display board. So 42nd gets 5 points, and 41st gets 10. She dramatically paused before looking at Todoroki. And the assigned value for first place is 10 billion. There was no change of expression on Todoroki's face as he ignored the sudden stares. After all, he was now a target because anyone who took him down would pass to the next round. Yet, just like Endeavor, it didn't faze the bi-colored teen in the least. Midnight carried on explaining by informing them of the 15-minute time limit and the other rules. So the more you steal, the harder it is to keep them all, since you can only wear them neck up? Tsukage asked the already muttering Izuku and analyzing Monoma. The annoying thing is that even if you have no points or fail, you're not out, so there is permanently about 10 to 12 teams trying to grab points. Then it's the case of your overall point. A smaller point team would do better in an effective attack near the end, while a heavy point team needs to hold on the entire time. So that's why you took your time, Tsukage gasped, and Izuku nodded, seeing how it was smart. One part of him wished he did the same, but the greenette didn't regret pushing as hard as he did. He needed to tell the world, I am here. With quirks permitted as long as they don't make people fall on purpose, they had 15 minutes to start building their teams.
Start!
Even though Todoroki was first with a 10 million bounty, his power display gave people the confidence that he could keep his points for the whole game. Izuku shook it out of his hand as Tokage, who was next to him, poked his arm. So, who else is going to be in our team? Huh? Izuku looked at Tokage as she sighed. I guess it's expected that no one's coming. You didn't show your quirk for 1A to see. Wait. Izuku sputtered out as he waved his arms around at Tokage. You want to be on my team? The female greenette nodded with a confident smile. It's better to team with people you get along with, right? A fountain of tears erupted from Izuku's eyes. Yes! For teams, it's best to be with people you can communicate with smoothly. Tokage giggled before giving Izuku some pats on the back to stop him crying. Don't put yourself down. Confidence, remember? You're a great strategist. We can just run away from Todoroki and Bakugo and collect the smaller points with my quirk. Izuku nodded when he had an idea, but put it away. Deku? Tokage asked, but Izuku shook his head. I was just thinking of friends, then Monoma, but even though it would be better to have more strategists... He awkwardly chuckled as he remembered the words he exchanged with the blonde at the end of hero training. I guess I want a rematch with him, too. A commotion caught their attention as a girl with pink hair, Mei Hatsume, tried to get Todoroki to let her into his team. At first, he ignored her, but when Ida turns down his recruitment offer, he let her in with a sigh so Hatsume would stop shoving gadgets into his face. The greenettes shrugged at each other when Komori awkwardly patted Izuku's arm, her hair covering her eyes, so she was in her gloomy mode. Komori? The mushroom girl shuffled on her feet as she quietly spoke. I want to be in the spotlight, but the first and second places won't let me join because they don't know me. Can I join you? The other teams were pretty much set as they looked around, and Izuku was thinking of how to combine their quirks when he saw someone standing alone awkwardly in the crowd. Him! Walking off quickly, Izuku grabbed the student's shoulder with determination. Join my team! A few seconds later, the timer buzzer went off, and midnight excited the crowd into cheers. Mike was trying to wake up Aizawa, who fell asleep before yelling into the microphone, We have 12 cavalry teams lined up on the field!
There are some interesting teams out there.
Now raise those battle cries! It's time for UA's Bloody Battle!
Izuku wrapped the team's total points of 445 onto his forehead as he sat as the rider. Tokage! Yes! Komori! My mushrooms and I are ready to shine. Manga! I'm counting on you. Cheers suddenly erupted from the crowd as Izuku glanced around briefly at the teams, already set on a strategy. Monoma, in a team with Tsuburuba, Kaibara, and Kuruiro, turns to Izuku and Tetsu. No hard feelings, okay? They both grinned back.
Yeah!
Yes!
Now, let's go! Counting down to the brutal battle royale!
The teams readied themselves.
3, 2, 1!
Izuku gulped, but put on a smile.
Go!
Izuku had instructed their team to immediately head to a corner of the square limit as he wanted to take advantage of the cavalry battle rule. You can't purposely knock a team down. Splash! Manga's quirk made their immediate area suddenly soaked with water as Tokage's body split into a maximum of 50 parts. Izuku stood guard with his hands raised as he looked at everyone from where he stood. Tetsu had immediately rushed for Todoroki along with multiple other teams. Monoma was following the ones blindly after the first place holder, and Izuku pointed at a group. Tokage! It was Kamakiri, riding on pony as she galloped around. With the mantis-like boy as their offense, Izuku wanted their 145-point band. Tokage's body made a beeline to the boy when a blade shot out of his head, but the hand expertly moved around and grabbed the headband before coming back. Mushrooms grow! Rin and Shishida had tried to run to them, but Komori was the team's defense. The second they stepped into Manga's wet circle, a wave of mushrooms grew onto their bodies and immobilized the team. Tokage went to retrieve their 190-point headband as Izuku put it on. Profiting while others fight. Monoma chuckled as he waved a 260-point headband, standing just outside of Manga's range. It was from Team Hagakure. Looks like we have similar ideas, Midoriya.
Now then, it's barely past 2 minutes, and it's already turned into a free-for-all!
Mike yelled as he slammed his desk.
Fights over headbands are breaking out all over! Ignoring first and going for second or fourth isn't bad either!
Team Todoroki was being flanked on both sides by Team Mineta and Team Tetsu as a tongue shot out from Mezo-Soji's lifted arms. Todoroki just dodged it, and it just passed Tetsu before it reeled itself back. A flurry of sticky balls from Minoru Mineta and a tongue from Tsuyuasui was attacking as Mike voiced over the fight.
Team Mineta makes use of the overwhelming difference in their sizes. They're like a tank!
Hatsume used a jetpack to help fly them across a ramp of ice, away from the attack, as Todoroki used more of his quirk to drop the frozen balls like hail. Tsuburuba used his solidified air as a shield as Team Monoma collected fallen points, and a loud blast erupted from the field. Bakugo shot into the air like a rocket, and black smoke trailed behind the screaming explosive blonde.
Icy hot bastard!
Izuku watched as the explosion hit a titanium shield Momo made. The crowd went wild as Mike screamed out,
He's gotten separated from his horse! Is that okay?
A string of tape flew out, sticking to Bakugo and pulling him back onto the arms of Sero and Mina, who awkwardly grinned. It's a technicality, so it's okay, Midnight confirmed. It wouldn't have been if he'd touched the ground, though. The crowd went wild, loving the drama between the two powerhouses from 1A as 1B was slipping by unnoticed. That all changed, however, as Mike announced that 7 minutes had passed, indicating the halfway point.
Now, let's take a look at each team's points. The current rankings are up on the screen.
The crowd quieted when they faced the board as they noticed something.
What? Wait a minute.
Even though the shouting was about 1A, Mike voiced what everyone saw.
Other than Todoroki, Class A isn't doing so well. Bakugo? What?
You're too simple-minded, Katsuki Bakugo. Monoma's voice was thick with venom as he spoke, and the horse of his team quickly made their escape.
Oi! Give that back!
The two blondes just glared at each other, trying to be the superior one as Monoma just kept adding salt to the wound. If I remember correctly, you were the kid from the sludge villain incident last year. I guess even with experience, you still lose. Bakugo's voice was now oozing with killing intent as he locked eyes on his new target.
Oi, weird hair.
Kirishima cut himself off as he turns to see Bakugo, his whole body giving off an aura that spelt destruction.
Change of plans. Before Icy Hot and worthless Deku, let's kill all these guys!
With Bakugo's attention on Monoma, Izuku instructed Tokage around the rest of the cavalry court. Class 1A no longer had any points, and that meant they were after their own class now. With quick decision-making skills, he got Tokage to corner Team Yanagi as Komori and Manga immobilized them. Bondo tried to get them out, but his glue made the situation more sticky. Kodai was also helpless as she couldn't shrink the mushrooms. Her quirk only affected non-living items, and there was nothing she could shrink or grow. Yanagi had one last attempt at using her quirk to float all of Team Izuku's points away, but Izuku stopped her. By imagining a microwave not exploding while an egg was inside it, he gently swatted the air, and the pressure was enough to make Yanagi unsteady as Tokage swooped in to collect the 270-point headband. Phew, Tokage sighed as a few parts returned to have their timer reset. Are you guys all okay? Izuku asked, and they nodded. Komori had an easier time using her quirk in Manga's wet environment, but she was getting a little tired as her usual cheery voice was filled with breaths. Manga was rubbing his neck, indicating that his voice was becoming sore and his quirk was also reaching its limit. The only ones who weren't tired were Tokage and Izuku. Looking at the board, Todoroki was first with his 10,160 points. It was Monoma who was second with 1,265 points, and Tetsu third with 1,105. Team Izuku was fourth with 1,050. We should be fine, Izuku started to say, but the greenette could see something that caught his eye before anything. Team Kendo. Ida had turned Todoroki down for 2 reasons. One was because Todoroki was in the first place, and 2 was because he wanted to compete against the classmate he respected. He was now the horse for Team Kendo, and they had Uraraka and Tokoyami, too.
Less than half the time left now!
Get ready, guys! Team Kendo still had their original points and another band, bringing them to 725 points as they faced Izuku. I wasn't expecting a confrontation yet, Izuku muttered as he saw the time. It doesn't matter. We will hold on to our points. Be confident! With a shaky smile, Izuku turns to his team. Face all directions. They're off the ground. It's that girl Uraraka's quirk, zero gravity. Ida's engine can make them fly from any direction, and that dark shadow can freely move. He and Monoma had memorized every Hero Corps student's quirks, which was why this was a problem. The combination in front of them was not a group that Komori's mushrooms could stop quickly. With less than 6 minutes left, individual battles started to rage out. The ones with no points made desperate attempts at Todoroki, who got Kaminari to electrocute the area, saving only his team with Momo's insulation blanket. Temporarily paralyzed, the rider froze the ground and stuck them into place. As for Bakugo, he was growling as he and his team rushed forward at the taunting Monoma. Monoma moved aside from the incoming explosion, much to Bakugo's surprise. To make it worse, the second he turned around, the blonde got a blast to his face. Unable to block, Bakugo took the blow as Monoma gasped. Wow, what a nice quirk. His fingers brushed against Kirishima's upstanding hair as Bakugo reeled back and aimed again. This time an explosion that was fierce enough to blow anyone back was aimed at Monoma, but as the wind pressure cleared, the Class B blonde sighed. Really, such nice quirks. Mine's better, though. The smoke cleared to show Monoma using Kirishima's hardening, and Team Bakugo was left speechless.
He's copying.
What? Well, even an idiot can figure it out, huh? Bakugo was beyond pissed, but before he could lash out again, Team Yanagi was there, and Bondo shot out a wave of glue. Bondo, picking a fight, huh? Monoma's team quickly ran out of there before the glue could make physical contact as Kirishima's leg was caught. The glue dried, and their team was stuck as Bondo ran after Monoma. Sero was yelling at Mina to hurry with her acid to melt the hardened glue as Bakugo went deadly silent.
1 minute left!
For the past 5 minutes, they had managed to keep Team Kendo at bay with manga increasing the nearby humidity to the max. Komori had attached their feet to the floor multiple times, but with Uraraka floating the team and Ida pulling them out as Kendo batted the spores away, they stood at a stalemate. Ida suddenly muttered something too far away for them to hear as Izuku whispered to Tokage and Komori. Komori, can you still send one more wave of shrooms? The idol girl nodded with a weak smile as Manga's hoarse voice said, Splash! Tokage, use the shrooms as camouflage and together aim for Kendo's body. She'll most likely swat them away, but Tokage grabbed the points and we're getting out of there. At that moment, Team Kendo seemed ready to attack as Uraraka was on the verge of throwing up, having to carry their whole team for an extended time. Go! As the wave went out, a yell came from Ida.
Torque over!
Kendo batted the shrooms away as Izuku gasped, feeling their 445-point band leave his head.
Reciproburst!
The team had used Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk to make them weightless as Dark Shadow carried the girl. With them practically floating, Ida had flown them past Izuku, with Kendo's hands acting as a direction controller. Uraraka cheered as Tokuyami held the 445-point headband, but they stopped as Kendo gasped.
What happened? What happened? So fast! So fast!
Mike yelled as he caught up on what was going on.
We thought the tables had turned, but Team Midoriya was prepared. They lost their starting band, so they should be at 605, but...
Tokage handed 2 headbands over as Kendo's team looked at the board. They only had 445 points.
Team Midoriya has 1,330 points! They are now in 2nd place!
Team Kendo could no longer speed forward as Ida's engines let out black fumes of smoke, and Mike went back to the board.
Todoroki is still in 1st place with his winner's headband. Then it's Midoriya, Monoma, and Tetsu. Are these the top 4 teams to move on to the next round?
Monoma was happy with his spot in the 3rd place when Bakugo's shouting caught his attention. Geez, so persistent. As a hero, not to mention as a person, that persistence will... Boom. Boom.
Bakugo! Tsuburuba! Guard!
Tsuburuba let out a huff of air which solidified into a round disc. Bakugo landed on the vertical circle with a feral expression and held onto the edge with a snarl. The ash blonde punched the air wall with an angered face, and Monoma turns to run again. However, Bakugo smashed through the air with a battle cry and grabbed every band around Monoma's neck.
He took 2!
Sero's tape grabbed Bakugo's falling body and pushed him back into the team as Mike yelled out,
Team Bakugo seizes 2 headbands to move him to 4th place with 845 points! The rankings keep changing in the final stages!
Monoma was down to 420 points and out of the winning circle as he looked around at the other teams, calculating from where he should take headbands. However, Bakugo wasn't finished yet.
We're taking his last points. Then we're going for 10 million!
His team clenched their teeth as they got ready and listened to what Bakugo wanted.
Flatface! Tape! It's Sero!
The tape shot out and flew forward, and Monoma looked back in question. You missed.
Raccoon Eyes, lay down a weak dissolving solution in the direction we're going.
My name is Mina Ashido, Mina yelled as acid poured out of her body and shot forward. With Monoma still confused about what was going on, Bakugo grinned as his explosions propelled the whole team forward. Tsubaruba tried to make another air wall, but Bakugo quickly smashed through it and grabbed the remaining points, bringing his total to 1,265 and into third place. Monoma looked shocked as the loss pushed him all the way to last with 0 points.
Bakugo is merciless. If he's gonna do it, he's gonna be thorough. He's, a perfectionist.
The crowd went wild as the board was now in the order of Todoroki, Midoriya, Bakugo, and Tetsu.
Now there are only seconds left. Next, we're going to where Deku and Icy Hot are.
Their team made a rush at Todoroki, who was resting in the middle of frozen 0-point groups as Mike was emphasizing the end.
Time's just about up. Start the countdown.
Bakugo went hurling at Todoroki, who unconsciously let out a few wisps of flames from his left arm with only 5 seconds left. Momo made a shield as Kaminari discharged, letting electricity fly around, but before any crazy battle could break out, the buzzer went. With an anticlimactic crash, the blonde landed on the ground.
In first place, Team Todoroki. They held on to their points.
Momo sighed as Hatsume went to check up on her babies. Kaminari wobbled around, pulling a dumb face as his hands gave everyone the thumbs up. Todoroki just cradled his arm with a look of disappointment as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it."
In second place, Team Midoriya.
Izuku hopped down and grinned at his team. Tokage nodded and returned a toothy grin as Komori waved at the cameras. Manga didn't say anything as his throat was sore from using his quirk to the limit, but he was happy too.
Damn it!
Bakugo was already squatting on the floor, screaming his lungs out as Mike yelled,
In third place, Team Bakugo.
So close, Mina sighed, shaking acid off her arms as Sero shrugged.
Well, third isn't bad.
Kirishima just stared blankly at Bakugo, throwing his temper tantrum. He sure disagrees.
And in fourth place, Tetsu... Huh? What? It's Team Shinso. Where did you come from behind?
Shinso, the boy with purple hair, grinned as the rest of his team seemed utterly bewildered. Thank you for your hard work. Monoma eyed the purple-haired boy's points before analyzing the shocked expression on both Ojiro and Shoto's face.
These 4 teams will advance to the final round.
It was time for the lunch break, and Tetsu turns to his team in bewilderment.
What happened?
They shrugged as Izuku, Tokage, and Monoma went over to check on them while Shiozaki spoke. Before we knew it, we had 0 points and it was over. Tetsu grabbed his head.
I can't accept this!
With the morning festivities coming to an end, the injured students went to see Recovery Girl as Izuku headed to the cafeteria with a sigh. What's up, Deku? Tokage asked, peering up at Izuku's face, and the boy backed up. Tokage? Oh, it's nothing, really. She seemed unconvinced, and Iwase suddenly joined the conversation. I can't see why you're upset, Deku. You passed on to the next round. Izuku shook his head, trying not to sound ungrateful. No, it's not that. I just wanted to aim for Todoroki too, you know? But why? The boy in the blue and white bandana asked, and Izuku smiled. Because I'm aiming for the top. I want it to be first so that I can tell the world I am here. He puffed his chest ever so slightly to imitate All Might before exhaling and letting out a sigh. Tokage just smiled and patted him on the back. Bring that confidence for our next battle. I might even fight you next. We can't hold back, okay? Izuku smiled before nodding, trying to walk with a little more confidence as they picked up lunch and sat down as a class. Midoriya, we need to talk. Izuku had finished eating and was heading back with Tokage when Monoma tapped his shoulder. Shota was there too, and the short, chubby boy was nervous. The students returned to the stadium, only for half the boys in 1B to stare wide-eyed at the girls of 1A. They had dressed in cheerleader outfits like the actual cheerleaders from America, and Momo tossed her pom-pom to the floor as she realized she was tricked. That was when Mike took everyone's attention and started to announce the finals and the recreational games that were being prepared as he spoke. It was an opportunity for those who didn't make it to the final to show off their quirks in fun games such as the scavenger hunt and ball games.
And when it's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it into the final round will duke it out tournament style, 1-on-1.
Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket, Midnight announced as she held a yellow box. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. Now for the first team. Ojiro from Class A raised a hand, and Midnight paused as he spoke. I'm withdrawing. The students around him gasped as Ida asked him why. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was the rider's quirk. Izuku looked at Monoma, who spoke to him earlier as they glanced at Shinso standing off to the side. I know that this is a great chance, and that it's foolish to waste it, but... Ojiro clenched a fist as he spoke. Everyone here competed by giving their all. I can't be up there with everyone without knowing what really happened. The girls in his class tried to change his mind, but Ojiro couldn't do it. His pride wouldn't let him. I'm Nirigeki Shoda from Class B. The others watched as the quiet, humble boy of their class stepped forward. I also want to withdraw for the same reason. Regardless of ability, don't you think it goes against the goal of this sports festival? For those who didn't do anything to move on to the final round? It was what got on Izuku's nerves exactly earlier, too. If it wasn't for Tokage. All he did was strategize and not entirely fight Todoroki. It pressed on his nerves but pushed it down as the girl who sparked confidence in him gave him a little nudge. What's with those guys? Kirishima yelled, holding back tears. They're so manly! It was an unusual turn of events, and up to Midnight to decide. She looked condescendingly down from her platform as she spoke slowly. Youthful talk like that is. Midnight raised a whip, and the audience heard a crack as she smiled. Something I like. She accepted Shoda and Ojiro's withdrawal as her eyes trailed along some students. In that case, we'll have to move up 2 students. With her choice being Team Tetsu, who were so close to getting fourth, Awase and Hononuki ended up stepping back from the opportunity. Tetsu and Shiozaki moved on to the final round, and Midnight turned on the name generator. 16 names appeared on the screen as Midnight announced the beginning of the recreational games, and Izuku looked at his opponent's branch. His nerves were trying to calm down as he could already feel his confidence running out. Shinso. Of happy cheers heavily contrasted with the tense atmosphere of those who prepared themselves for the battles as Izuku stood waiting for his match to begin, when All Might, or just Toshinori in his civilian form, called out, "Young Midoriya!" The mentor revealed how he predicted Izuku's body could release 5%, and the greenette slumped forward. The little confidence that he had been building started to crumble at the idea. So I really have been blessed with friends and luck. Nonsense! Toshinori patted Izuku's shoulder, and Izuku looked up at his mentor. Listen, it's the times when you're scared or worried that you should deal with it by smiling. Toshinori buffed up into his hero form to give his signature smile. Stand proud! Don't forget, I've got high hopes for you! Izuku walked into the stadium with those words pushing him as the corners of his mouth trembled upwards. Audience, the finals that you've been waiting for are starting! Match number 1! The board displayed their pictures as the people went wild. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya versus, from general studies, it's Hitoshi Shinso! Izuku was cracking his knuckles as Shinso suddenly started speaking. This is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about your appearances. Ready? That bouncy ball agreed to what the monkey said about pride. Start! But don't you think they were dumb for throwing away the chance? Izuku gritted his teeth. Moments ago, he, Monoma, and Shoda talked in the locker room about Shinso's quirk. Monoma had searched the student up already, and backed up with Shoda. Izuku knew that speaking was the trigger. But even so, Izuku hated to hear anyone badmouth his friends. What did you say? Izuku almost growled out, taking a few steps forward when his body froze. Unable to move, Izuku wanted to yell out in frustration and wanted nothing else than to run forward and give a piece of his mind. Hey, what's the matter? Mike yelled, seeing Izuku frozen, and Monoma wanted to facepalm himself in the stands. That's just how he is, Tokage sighed. No matter how confident or sure of a plan Izuku was, if his friend was insulted, then there was no way he would stay quiet. Is this Shinso's quirk? Mike asked, and Aizawa sighed. You're lucky that you've been blessed, Izuku Midoriya, Shinso muttered. Turn around and walk out of bounds. Shinso Itoshi, quirk, brainwashing. The world had gone fuzzy for Izuku, as if his mind had separated from his body. Each step echoed loudly, as all Izuku could think about was his failure. Oh, I can't let it end like this. I can't disappoint them. I still need to pass and fight others and give my all. A miracle happened as the out-of-bounds line suddenly stopped getting closer, and Izuku could see 8 figures in the hallway with glowing yellow eyes. Red lightning streaks appeared across his veins as Izuku's fingers lifted ever so slightly. Boom! A vortex wind pressure disturbed the settled dust on the floor while Izuku gasped for air. He did not forget his fury earlier as Izuku turns to glare at Shinso, dead set on winning this time.
You shouldn't be able to move. What did you do?
Izuku didn't want to repeat the mistake he made with a hand over his mouth, and Shinso was now uneasy. He won't talk. Did he figure out my secret? No. He must have heard it from the 2 glaring at me earlier. The purple-haired boy clenched a fist as Izuku held on to his 2 broken fingers.
You are blessed to be born with the ideal quirk,
Shinso yelled out, suddenly desperate as he didn't know what to do. Others have blessed me, Izuku thought as he grabbed Shinso and pushed him toward the edge. I can't lose either. Receiving 2 punches to the face didn't stop Izuku as he let out his best wonky smile before throwing the student over his shoulder. Bam! Shinso landed on the floor back first, and the whole stadium went quiet. Shinso is out of bounds! Midoriya advances to the next round. The crowd went wild as the fighters had to stand up and bow. Shinso left the stage, but something was on Izuku's mind. He looked at the taller opponent and asked, "Why do you want to be a hero, Shinso?" There was no response at first as Shinso turned around, but as he did, he said, "You can't help the things you long for." Izuku could say nothing, but there was no need as the students from General Studies cheered Shinso up, and the Greenette smiled as it reminded him of his own friends, the people who gave him his confidence. The Gen Ed student looked up at the sky.
I won't give up. I'll be a better hero than all of you.
Izuku took a deep breath and puffed his chest out proudly.
Yeah!
Huh? He was frozen underneath Shinso's brainwashing, and the other chuckled. Just don't lose in an unsightly way. Izuku headed to see Recovery Girl for his broken fingers since the match was over, and Toshinori was there. Still, before the hero could say anything, an apology tumbled out. Sorry, I could only smile at the end. The mentor shook his head and smiled at his mentee.
Your confidence is growing, even though it's slow. It's better than not smiling at all.
Recovery Girl punched the hero's stomach and reprimanded him for putting pressure on his successor before telling Izuku to go back. Sitting with his class and getting a minor scolding from Monoma for not listening, they watched as Shoto Todoroki and Hanta Sero walked out on stage for their turn.
Start!
Immediately, tape bound around Todoroki's body, and Sero flung the captured boy toward the edge. Sorry. Todoroki had already used a lot of ice from the previous cavalry battle since he didn't get his ideal team, but the crowd went silent as an iceberg narrowly missed the onlookers. The peaks were almost double the height of the arena, and everyone was speechless. Frost covered Todoroki's body as a thin layer of ice as he huffed out some steam. Sero is immobilized. Todoroki moves into the next round, Midnight yelled, and the crowd didn't know what to cheer except, Don't worry about it, to Sero. And Todoroki slowly walked over. Sorry I went overboard. I was angry. With his left hand on Sero's stomach, he started to defrost what he froze. Why didn't he use fire? Monoma wondered out loud as Izuku could only wonder why Todoroki's back looked so sad. Huh? Tokage questioned, and Monoma shrugged. My data said that he had a dual quirk. He was using ice in the cavalry, so I assumed he would use fire for the one-on-ones. When the stage finally defrosted, Mike hyped up the crowd again as he introduced the next contestants. It was Shiozaki against a student in Class A called Denki Kaminari, who immediately tried flirting with her. When this is over, want to grab a bite to eat? I'll comfort you when it's over, you know. Shiozaki was just confused as Kaminari tried to win, yelling out, Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts! It was an instant win. Only it was Shiozaki who won, as a wave of vines extended from her hair. It tore off to create a shield, and Kaminari could do nothing as the floor cracked before him. Caught in a cocoon of vines that held him up like a sacrifice, Midnight cracked her whip. Shiozaki advances to the next round.
All right!
Tetsu yelled out as Hananuki nodded. Izuku finally got his hands on one of his notebooks and immediately started to wonder about Class 1A's quirks. He added Todoroki and Sero while going on a rampage about how Kaminari would be ridiculously strong against a different opponent. He kept going until Tokage managed to grab his attention again, and Izuku quieted down. Monoma smiled as Izuku went back to writing, this time quietly, so the rest of the class could keep their ears.
Now we got Hero Course student Kinoko Komori versus fully equipped with support items, support course, Mei Hatsume.
But before the game could even start, Midnight pointed to Komori, who was also wearing support items. The Shroom Girl, however, refused to apologize and instead took a bow. I couldn't turn down the opportunity. Hatsume said that the point of her match is to show off her work, and how could I, someone who also wants the spotlight, ignore this? She twirled around in the support items Hatsume had made before both girls looked at Midnight. The pro couldn't help but squeal at the passion as she bent the rules and allowed it.
Okay then,
Mike said uncertainly but shrugged it off, and after that, it was just a display show. Hatsume had a microphone speakers played her voice out loud. Komori was dancing around the stage, showing off both her quirk and the gadgets.
What is this?
Mike asked disappointedly, and Aizawa facepalmed himself.
She's very good at advertising.
The duo just kept dancing around the stage, showing off every ability to the max before stopping as Hatsume tossed Komori another gadget. The match proceeded for another 10 minutes until the very end, where both girls took a bow, having expressed each other to the fullest. I've said everything! Komori waved Hatsume off as the support course student smiled and walked off stage. Hatsume is out of bounds, Midnight said as she pointed her whip at Komori. Komori proceeds to the next round.
Next we have, both from the Hero Course, Yuga Aoyama versus Mina Ashido.
Izuku frantically finished his notes on Hatsume, with Monoma making sure he got everything before flipping the page. He wrote down their names before the duo eyed the match attentively. A laser beam escaped Aoyama's belly button, but Mina dodged by slipping around the stage on a liquid she was excreting from her feet. Aoyama made it a long-distance fight, but Mina could jump over and dodged every laser in an almost grateful dance. I'll win! You can't use your laser for more than a second at a time, or else your belly hurts! Mina yelled. That's what you said during the surprise fitness test from Mr. Aizawa! It was all valuable information for Izuku and Monoma as the greenette kept writing. Just as she said, Mina quickly wrapped up her match as Aoyama wanted to buckle over. A throw of the liquid at the support item Aoyama wore immediately broke the belt and melted Aoyama's pants until they fell to his knees. Acid secretion? Izuku asked, seeing the blackened metal, and Monoma nodded. She can control the acidity, too. The dog of that class said to lay down a weak dissolving solution during his chase against me. Next was Momo Yaoyorozu and Fukidashi Manga. Izuku went on a complete rampage this time, voice almost going sore as the match started. Yaoyorozu's creation quirk was highly versatile, and the outcome of the match was unknown. What do you think, Deku? Tokage asked, and Izuku took a deep breath. She seems to have a tag lag between each creation. Manga doesn't. As he said, Manga was saying, bang, and explosions were erupting from around Yaoyorozu. She created a shield just in time, and Izuku watched as Manga attacked again. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew forward, blinding Yaoyorozu as Manga set off another explosion with a bang. Yaoyorozu was getting cornered by these attacks when Monoma sighed. Momo Yaoyorozu won. How? Tokage asked, and Izuku nodded with Monoma. Manga's about to lose his voice. He can't keep fighting. It was just as he said. Manga held onto his throat, and Yaoyorozu recovered, the lengths of her pants slightly burnt away from the attacks. Yaoyorozu quickly made a net shooting gun, and with Manga out of commission, she caught her opponent before Midnight announced her win as Mike moved the festival on.
Okay, next up is...
The trio looked up at the screen as they saw Tetsu against the person who was always with Bakugo, Kirishima. Oh, God, Monoma groaned, and Izuku turned to the blonde. "What's wrong?" Monoma just reached over and flipped the pages to Tetsu. Then Kirishima and Izuku noticed what was wrong. "They're the same person," Tokage gasped as both contestants walked out. They both immediately activated their quirks. Tetsu's body glinted a metal silver, and Kirishima's features were rigid as a rock. They crossed each other, and with a punch, the fight between mirror images started. The brutal punches to the face on either side were wearing both boys down, and finally they both simultaneously knocked each other out unconscious. "Both contestants down. It's a draw," Midnight announced before explaining a winner will be chosen from an arm wrestling competition. "Do you want some strategies?" Izuku asked Tokage as she got up. There wasn't a reply as Tokage stretched her body before turning around and flashing her overconfident smile. "No thanks. I'm going to give it my all. I'll see you in the finals." Without waiting for a response, she ran off, and Izuku smiled after her. Monoma just shook his head and sat Izuku down. "You two are similar like that, winning by your own means." The cheers of the crowds went wild as Tokage and Bakugo walked onto the stage. Bakugo looked pissed as ever, while Tokage was smiling and waving. "I still hate his very existence," Monoma muttered, and Izuku laughed awkwardly as the match began. Bakugo glared at Tokage and was going to tell her to drop out, but stopped. Tokage was already in a fighting stance and not planning to back down, which made Bakugo do the same.
"If you're gonna withdraw, do it now, Iguana Eyes. I'm not holding back."
Mike announced the match start, and Tokage immediately broke into 20 parts and floated into the air. "Rude as ever, but I plan to win." She sent her body down like homing missiles raining from the sky, each piece attacking in multiple directions, causing Bakugo to set off numerous explosions at every angle.
"Don't underestimate me!"
Black smoke covered the ground-level playing field, and the scattered dust and ash caused Tokage to stall a bit, trying to figure out where the ticking time bomb was. An explosion went off on the right side of the smoke, and Tokage turned her attention there, but as she did, another explosion went off on the other side, and Bakugo came hurling through the air. "He can go airborne?" Izuku exclaimed, but quickly. Luckily for Tokage, she quickly broke into another 10 pieces and is being caught in the attack. She regenerated it soon as she collected herself in the air before resplitting into 30 tiny pieces. Setting them down to remain almost undetected, she tried to corner Bakugo, but the cat and mouse game quickly became a race of endurance. It was between how long Bakugo could dodge and fight back against Tokage versus how much Tokage could regenerate without passing out from exhaustion. Although the outcome was in Tokage's favor at that moment, since Bakugo needed to run around as he rested in the sky, the explosive blonde realized this and let out a yell before aiming the explosion on the floor in a scooping motion, throwing rocks and rubble into the sky. Tokage expertly dodged them before counterattacking, and now the outcome was unclear. The greenette was whizzing around the sky, dodging incoming rocks and the occasional Bakugo, who threw himself up before landing back down and using his ridiculously sharp reaction time to avoid incoming parts. Both contestants were giving their all in the brutal fight, and Izuku could already see the outcome. "He's going to win, isn't he?" Monoma asked, reading Izuku's expression as the greenette grimly nodded. "Kachan gets stronger the more he fights because he sweats more. Tokage is the opposite. She is good at drawn-out battles, but she gets exhausted more over time since she needs to regenerate her body. With Kachan blowing up about 2 or 3 parts in each attack, she's not going to last much longer." The crowd didn't make a noise at the intense battle because it was evident that neither was giving up. Tokage may have had the upper hand initially, but Bakugo turned the tables as she focused on dodging the incoming rubble. "This will be over soon," Monoma sighed, and just as he said that, Tokage smiled. The reality was that she had not split into 30, but her maximum 50. However, in such small parts, they remained undetected as they attached themselves onto Bakugo's clothes during their exchange. With a battle cry, she used the 20 micro parts of herself to drag Bakugo into the air by his shirt as Tokage descended towards the floor. She was tired and wanted to end this quickly. "What's she doing? Her body can't hold out that long," Monoma exclaimed, and it was true. Izuku was worried, but held his breath as the incautious plan caught Bakugo's body off guard and pulled him toward the edge of the ring by his clothes. Except as Bakugo neared the edge, Tokage watched in horror as he used the sweat-soaked shirt to set off an explosion. Light burn marks covered his body, but he had destroyed 20 parts of Tokage's body with one shot. The girl had reached her limit, and as Bakugo blasted his way back over with his arms shaking, Tokage had passed out on the floor. Izuku got up to wait for his next battle as feelings mixed within him. He kept remembering how Tokage was so confident that she would win and how she gave it her absolute best. He gritted his teeth as he wanted to do the same, puffing his chest out as he walked until... Whoa, Kachan?
What the hell do you want? Die, scum!
Well, I'm next, so... Izuku cleared his throat and tried to smile. I'm just going to the waiting room. Bakugo looked pissed, but faced Izuku as he reached the top of the stairs.
Don't act all high and mighty just because you're standing up for yourself, Deku. Did you think of that desperate plan at the end?
He growled. All he could think about was that ever since Izuku started as a hero in 1B, the Greenette's complete lack of self-confidence had begun to break. Monoma wasn't the only one who noticed how Izuku had led Shinso straight into the shoulder throw, and it made the ash blonde more irritated just to see the Greenette's face. Izuku didn't move from his defensive stance, but his face became serious as he faced Bakugo. No, Tokage made that plan on her own. It surprised both me and Monoma. If you were caught in it, then it was Tokage leading you around. With that, he walked off before the opening waiting room door, just to hear Tokage laugh awkwardly. I lost. This is awkward after I said I would see you in the finals. Izuku looked at Tokage, who was missing her legs as she sat on the waiting chair. I really thought my surprise attack could carry him out. Guess my strength just wasn't enough. She smiled awkwardly at Izuku, who walked in and sat opposite her. I did a number on Bakugo, though, right? I know it was reckless to do that, even though I was on the brink of passing out. Izuku was relieved to see that she was okay and her body would regrow after some rest, but he was still worried. Are you sure you're okay, Tokage? She looked at him skeptically before smiling. Of course. I know I ended up not winning, but I'll be fine. Izuku smiled and decided to put the subject to rest as Mike's voice echoed around the building.
From the draw match of Kirishima versus Tetsu Tetsu, the winner of their arm wrestling match to decide who advances to the next round is...
Both Greenettes could hear a crash, followed by cheers as Midnight announced the winner to be
Kirishima!
With the first rounds officially over, Izuku got up from his stretches and headed for the door. Deku. He turned around briefly to see Tokage's toothy smile. Do your best. He returned it with his own smile and nodded before leaving the room. He knew he was leaving Tokage to be upset alone, and frustration grew inside him. I couldn't do anything to comfort her. Instead, she gave me the confidence to carry on. Damn it, Izuku. His thoughts were cut short as Endeavor, the number 2 hero, suddenly stepped out in front of him. Endeavor!
Oh, it's you. You have a wonderful quirk.
He pointed at Izuku, putting the green out of the spot, but Izuku didn't let himself falter.
You created so much wind pressure just by flicking your fingers. If we're talking power alone, yours is comparable to All Might's.
The confidence in Izuku shook as he avoided eye contact. He didn't want to let anything slip. What are you trying to say? He asked a little meekly before shaking his head. I must go. He strode right past Endeavor, not facing the hero as he tried to get away.
It is my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. His match with you will be a very instructive test bed. Please don't disgrace yourself in it.
Izuku felt that Endeavor's words had just trampled on all the feelings he stored, and hated every second of it. He didn't know what was going on, and at that moment, Izuku was just angry. The number 2 hero gave a flimsy apology about stopping him before a match, but Izuku didn't hear it. His shoulders shook as all he could think about was how everyone was giving it their all, and Endeavor was pushing his problems onto him. I will be giving this my all. If he's too focused on surpassing people, then there's no way I'm going to lose. With that, Izuku walked off toward the stadium with Endeavor staring at his back.
We're starting the first match of the quarterfinals. Shoto Todoroki versus Izuku Midoriya.
Todoroki was looking impatient as he didn't even look at Izuku. His focus was on someone standing in the crowd, and it made the already annoyed Izuku even more agitated. His eyes burned with determination as he refused to lose this match, not against someone who wasn't giving it their all. Tokage's legs had grown back, and although she was exhausted from doing so, she sat down with a sigh next to Monoma. What do you think about this match, Monoma? She asked, and the blonde sighed. They're both equally destructive from what we've seen, But Midoriya has barely used his quirk since the beginning. Is that an advantage? Tokage asked, and Monoma shook his head. No, because his power is self-destructive until he learns otherwise. I should have given him some pointers since I've tried power-storing quirks before, he grumbled but shook it off. Plus, we still haven't seen Todoroki's full use of power, so the outcome is highly unpredictable at this point. The air became tense as Todoroki finally looked at Izuku, who was glaring at him.
Ready? Start!
A giant wave of ice came crashing forward as Todoroki expected this match to be over as quickly as his one against Sero because he knew nothing about Izuku. Too focused on his personal problems to care was the big mistake, however, as the sound of a sonic blast echoed out of the stadium. What was that? Todoroki thought, seeing his ice shatter, clueless of Izuku's power as he was in the waiting room for his match against Sero when the Green Net was against Shinso. Instinct raised Todoroki's arms to protect his body as ice formed to stop himself from being thrown out of bounds from the vortex of wind billowing in all directions. Glaring ahead and seeing Izuku's broken middle finger, his heterochromatic eyes were annoyed despite his face showing no emotion, and this time, with more caution, Todoroki sent another ice wave toward Izuku. The Green Net had to abandon control again, sending another bone-breaking blast and letting the built-up wind pressure ricochet back. Damn it! From Izuku's point of view, Todoroki acted just like Endeavor, focused on their own goal rather than giving it his all for the festival. And he didn't like it. He's only using ice for both offense and defense. To win, Todoroki caught on immediately as he knew Izuku saw through his problem. The bicolored boy was already shivering from overusing his quirk in the cavalry battle and outburst against Sero. If this became an endurance match, he was going to lose. Sending the third wave of ice out, Izuku once again broke a finger to blast the incoming iceberg into pieces and sent the ricochet of icy winds back. It was very effective because every ice attack was becoming a double-edged sword for the powerhouse of 1A as he would strain his quirk and also have the ice winds attack back. Skating forward on his ice, Todoroki was insinuating a close-range fight as he sent a wave out, this time weaker to see how Izuku would react. The Green Net noticed this, and instead sent a 5% smash with his whole arm forward. Gritting his teeth, Izuku could feel his arm creak as Todoroki was thrown only halfway across the field, but One For All had not broken his arm. But that wasn't the problem. It's not just his quirk, his judgment, application of skill, mobility. The Green Net knew that Todoroki saw his panic from a close-range fight and braced himself. All his abilities are strong, but... Todoroki glanced at Endeavor in amusement as the hero was becoming annoyed because the crowd praised Todoroki for his ice display. Let's get this over with. Todoroki readied to blast another wave of ice when suddenly a hurricane's worth of wind was blown forward and put the whole stadium into shock as Todoroki continually crashed through many layers of ice to break his fall as Izuku yelled out, "Focus on the match!" Izuku could see Todoroki trembling from the cold and was becoming more agitated than when the match first started. His frustration had resulted in power flowing to his, now broken, hand out of anger as Izuku glared down at Todoroki. You're trembling, Todoroki. Do you even know my name? Everyone could hear his annoyance as Izuku lifted the broken hands to point at himself. I am Izuku Midoriya, and I am your opponent. Everyone's fighting with everything they've got to win and get closer to their dream, to become number one. The Green Net looked up from his 3 broken fingers and hands to look at Todoroki. You want to win like this? You haven't put a single scratch on me. Stop screwing around! Todoroki ran forward, ready to end the match, as Izuku glared ahead. He hated that his opponent wasn't even acknowledging him. His movements are slower, Monoma pointed out, and it was apparent that the heterochromatic boy's judgment was doing the same. It was as if the scales were tipping as Izuku only became more overbearing in terms of available power left and confidence. Tokage nodded in agreement as they watched the match, not even questioning why Izuku was pushing Todoroki to his mental limit as they were both already used to the Green Net's reckless attitude of saving people. Izuku watched as Todoroki got into close range and suddenly ducked down as his opponent stepped off his right foot. It won't explode. Control it. Bam! Todoroki received a solid hit to the guts from the Green Net and was flung backwards, but picked himself up and ran forward again. Bam! They danced a violent exchange, and Izuku flung Todoroki back again as the crowd cheered on the brutal engagement. Bam! Cementos was ready to stop the fight and ask Midnight for her judgment as the two boys began not to think about their physical bodies. Bam! You're right, Tokage. Midoriya not using his quirk is becoming an advantage now, Monoma analyzed, because the match was coming to an end. His overuse in the cavalry battle made him a lot weaker.
Bam! Everyone is giving it their all. I want to smile and save others.
Todoroki crashed into another wall of ice with his body shaking from the cold, his stubbornness becoming his reason for losing as Izuku pushed him toward his physical limit. He blamed his failure on his father as the boy glared at the number 2 hero. Izuku saw this and suddenly ran right up to the staggering ice boy and punched him on the stomach, using his momentum to send the boy back.
I want to be a hero. That's my dream. Why are you watching him?
Like an intake of breath, a moment of silence forced on an easy wave of emotions through the stadium as Todoroki listened to Izuku's words for once, his body airborne.
Where are you looking, Todoroki?
Todoroki didn't know what to think. He had despised Endeavor his whole life and wanted nothing else than to reject him. But as a result, he ended up watching and becoming more aware of his father because of his hatred. Without him even realizing it, he had stayed in his father's shadow with no clear goals. He had no set future that he was running towards and instead had been going in circles. His body hit the floor with a heavy thud, and Todoroki looked up at the sky, his consciousness wavering. Despite the air being heavy with ice, he could clearly see the warm sky above, and a feeling of nostalgia washed over him. Todoroki could feel that Izuku shook his resentment, and although he couldn't just let go of his emotions, he knew his mindset had changed, even just a little. As his shivering body lay on the cold floor, unable to move any longer, Todoroki looked over at Izuku, who was also at his limit. A wisp of air escaped his lips before Todoroki finally fell unconscious. It was almost bittersweet as Midnight looked at Todoroki, who wore a peaceful expression despite being beaten up. With only one student conscious, she raised her whip and let her voice ring out, "Midoriya advances to the next round!" At the announcement, Izuku's adrenaline rush finally subsided, and the Greenette fell to his knees.
I can heal him,
Recovery Girl said as she examined Izuku's hands.
You should be grateful that Todoroki already used half of his ice before the match, or else your hands would have needed surgery.
Recovery Girl was scolding both Toshinori and Izuku for being reckless when the door burst open. Tokage and Monoma were the first to start talking, with one praising and the other scolding as Awase and half the class walked in too. "What about the match?" Izuku asked, a little confused but grateful for his class's worry. "It's Shiozaki against Komori. They'll take a while because they're both long-range quirk-relying fighters, but Shiozaki will probably win with the sunny weather today," Monoma informed him as Recovery Girl told them to keep their voices down. She showed them out of the room, and the Greenette turns to look at the screen. Just like Monoma predicted, despite both being equal with the humidity in the air from Izuku's battle, Shiozaki turned the tides of the match. Both quirks relied on moisture, but Shiozaki was more potent with the sun, too. Without a breeze to carry her spores, Komori found herself held up like a sacrifice to the sky. The next match was Mina Ashido against Momo Yaoyorozu, as the alien-like girl threw acid in all directions. However, Yaoyorozu made herself a shield coated with glass, so it didn't corrode before throwing a refined powder all around. Mina didn't understand, but as she tried to run up close, her acid reacted with the substance Yaoyorozu made and rendered it useless. "What?" she cried out in confusion as Yaoyorozu made another net gun and shot it. "She neutralized it with a base," Monoma explains to the equally confused Awase, who nodded. It was just introductory chemistry, but effective against Mina as Midnight announced Yaoyorozu's win. Izuku's hands were as good as new, although he was exhausted as a side effect of Recovery Girl's quirk. He was given a simple sling to make sure he didn't move too much before his next match as the Greenette got out of the infirmary bed. Todoroki was also awake now, and the boy looked over at Izuku. There was a change, and the Greenette noticed it and waited for him to speak. "Midoriya," he spoke slowly, remembering Izuku's name. "I want to be a hero." A smile danced onto Izuku's lips as he walked toward the door. The two exchanged no words as they had said enough, and the Greenette left, leaving Todoroki with his thoughts. Izuku reached the stadium to hear Tetsu cheering on Kirishima and Hononuki, looking at the steel boy questioningly. "Huh? I missed 2 rounds?" Izuku wanted to write more in his notebook, but sighed before turning to see Kirishima push Bakugo into a hand-to-hand combat fight. "Kacchan's on defense?" A string of muttering escaped his lips as he analyzed Kirishima's hardening quirk. I got notes if you want them. Izuku stopped and turned to see Monoma again, who had a piece of paper. I wrote down notes on their quirks. I want the next few rounds too. Izuku gratefully nodded as they stayed by the top of the stairs and watched as Bakugo's explosion started to work against the redhead. He was using his quirk in full defense to go on offense and now reached his limit. Izuku mumbled as Bakugo saw the tides change in his favor and sent a relentless volley of explosions forward. Each one added more injuries to Kirishima, who could only stand still and take the damage.
Die!
With one last upward blast, Bakugo aimed for Kirishima's chin and sent the redhead flying backwards. Kirishima's body fell to the floor, and Midnight announced Bakugo's advancement.
You idiot!
Tetsu yelled out, having a mini rampage as Awase avoided the fists. Hononuki was still unsure how to react to the raging boy next to him, and Shiozaki pretended none of this was happening. Mike gave the crowd a brief break as Izuku nodded to Monoma, and the blonde returned to the stands as Izuku went to the waiting room. It was his fight next, and he had one good arm. Even if Recovery Girl had healed the other, he couldn't use it yet without receiving sustained damage, but it was enough as the Greenette spun ideas on how to combat Shiozaki. Izuku knew how her quirk worked since he had seen it up close twice. Even if she did have a physical limit, he was at a disadvantage with the sun shining. Knowing she could use her vines underground as observed from her sight against Kaminari, the Greenette knew he had to be airborne to fight her. It was another reckless plan, but it was the best one he could think of as Izuku stepped out onto the stage.
The first match of the semifinals, Izuku Midoriya versus Ibara Shiozaki!
Mike's voice rang out as he started the match, and just like Izuku predicted, Shiozaki's vines grew out like a wave and into the ground. Crouching down, Izuku charged 5% into his legs and, without damaging them, jumped high into the air in a similar fashion to the USJ fight. Falling towards Shiozaki, he waited patiently for the one thing he noticed during her and Denki Kaminari's exchange. As the wave of vines shot out of the ground, Shiozaki let her vines detach from her hair so she could move to grow more, but during that 1 second, Izuku grinned.
Smash!
Once again, Izuku sent a small burst of wind at Shiozaki's unprotected back, only using 5% as he landed in her vines. Although the vine coughing caught Izuku, Midnight announced his win as the Vine Girl stood, slightly shocked, out of bounds. Cheers erupted from the crowd as Mike announced the next match.
Momo Yaoyorozu versus Katsuki Bakugo! Bakugo's rush is unstoppable!
Even though Yaoyorozu was making herself shields against Bakugo's explosions, it backfired as Bakugo's downward projection made her legs weak. It was as if Yaoyorozu was going against a homing missile that only got faster and faster as he dodged her attacks, and within 2 minutes, he had knocked her to the floor with a foot to her back.
Phew, that's brutal!
Mike sighed as Midnight announced Bakugo's win when Yaoyorozu gave up.
With this, the final match is going to be Bakugo versus Midoriya!
Izuku froze when the blondes turned to make eye contact from the stage, but he didn't crumble as they glared at each other for a moment before Mike announced the final break. That's 2 recommendation students he just fought off, Tokage sighed as she leaned back against her seat. 2? Tokage nodded. Yep, Momo took the recommendation exam as I did. Wait, you're a recommendation student? Izuku gasped at Tokage, who nodded, and Monoma was also intrigued. So, you were the 4th. Well, it just means I need to work harder so I can lead, you know? Tokage smiled, and Izuku nodded. So the 4 recommendation students were Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Hononuki, and you. They turned to see the one who beat half the recommendation students casually walking off the stage, and Tokage gave a positive tap to Izuku's arm. You beat a recommendation student too, and the top recommendation student at that. So don't doubt yourself and do your best, Deku. Izuku nodded, and with cheers of support from his whole class, the Greenette smiled and left for the waiting room. Bakugo had been on a roll, just like Mike had said. From declaring he would be number 1 to Izuku, to receiving a challenge from Todoroki in the changing rooms before the festival. With his team underneath Izuku's in the cavalry battle, the blonde was ready to fight, and Izuku felt almost identical as he took off his sling. Recovery Girl had given him the clear to fight with both arms again, and Izuku went over his thoughts. He was about to fight someone he considered to be the definition of winning, the person who was the reason for both his pain and determination. A few months ago, the very concept of fighting back against Bakugo terrified him, but the Greenette knew that something was different now. Whether it was his newfound confidence or his wish to surpass Bakugo, the goal, or maybe both, the Greenette clenched his fist as the opportunity had arrived quicker than he expected. Bam! The door was kicked open, and Izuku faced a confused Bakugo who was about to blow up, but saw that he had kicked down the wrong waiting room door. "Hello, Kachan," Izuku said, his body stiff as he didn't want to stutter. Bakugo just looked at him and saw that Izuku was preparing to fight before letting out a malicious grin.
I'll crush you, you stupid Deku! You better not hold back that shitty borrowed quirk of yours. I'll be on top.
Izuku knew better than to say anything to irritate Bakugo further, but he couldn't keep quiet as he stood up from his seat. "Deku now means you can do it. It's not going to be the same anymore. I plan to win." The wait was over, and the crowds were excited. Cheers erupted from all around the stadium as Mike announced the last battle of the UA Sports Festival.
We'll determine who's at the top. It's time for the final. From 1B, Izuku Midoriya, and 1A, Katsuki Bakugo.
The two boys observed each other as Mike took a deep breath.
Start!
Bakugo let out a brutal explosion to propel his body toward Izuku. The Greenette ducked down at the last second, however, and grabbed the blonde's right arm.
Yeah!
With a toss more accurate than his one on Shinso, Izuku used Bakugo's vicious momentum against him and threw him back first to the floor. Bakugo coughed from the unexpected maneuver, but immediately got up and went airborne. Izuku knew that Bakugo had the advantage from above, because although he could go up the same way, his price was a broken bone. "I need this match to be quick. The longer this drags out, the stronger Kachan gets. I need to end this quickly." Bakugo knew that dragging it out would result in his win, but his pride would not allow it. Even if it put him at a disadvantage, the blonde was going to pick up the slugfest offer Izuku put down. Training his whole life had slowly developed the explosive boy's body, so his muscles and quirk were at their physical peak, and for Izuku, he had been buffing up his body at breakneck speeds as he lifted inhuman weights by cleaning that beach for 10 months. It was a battle between a priceless, refined jewel against a diamond in the rough. Bakugo came aggressively shooting down from the sky as Izuku dodged out of the way, but Bakugo had anticipated this and used an offensive explosion to direct himself. Roughly body-slamming into Izuku, he grabbed the Greenette by the hand and flipped him over his back, stomach first toward the ground, but Izuku landed on his feet and jumped backwards from his grasp. With no hesitation, Izuku ran forward again and used his momentum to slam into Bakugo's chest, trying to catch him off balance, but the blonde grabbed his wrist and spun around him. Aiming with threatening explosions, Izuku grit his teeth as he felt his UA uniform sleeve burn away, and there was some distance between the two as they momentarily glared at each other fiercely.
Stop holding back on me, Deku!
Bakugo roared out in a terrorizing tone before firing an explosion suddenly, wildly rushing his hot-headed body forward from the ricochet as he aimed his other hand. Izuku saw this, and although he wanted to keep it at 5%, the fact that Bakugo had not used the hand he was aiming with hadn't gone unnoticed. Izuku knew the next blast was something his 5% punch couldn't block and grit his teeth, trying to see how not to kill with his quirk but still use its power. Bakugo came in with a hot-tempered left hook, and Izuku jumped diagonally before landing on his hands and feet. The Greenette sprung back and tensed as he aimed the fatal finger not at Bakugo, but at the floor where he stood instead, and with the sound of a sonic blast echoing out, the stadium floor broke into pieces and hurtled toward the bloodthirsty Bakugo. A flurry of accurately aimed, inhumanly fast, furious explosions came from Bakugo, and he smirked at Izuku's broken finger barbarically.
That's it! Come at me, Deku, with all you've got!
His face was violently pleased as Bakugo and Izuku repeated their powerful barrage of potentially lethal attacks. Bakugo would run in for close range, and the two would engage in a destructive hands-to-hand combat brawl where Izuku would receive damage. The Greenette would be kicked in the face and punched in the guts as Izuku heartlessly elbowed Bakugo's ribs and threw him off his body. Before the two would separate, Izuku would receive another blast to his body before aiming another stadium-shattering blow. The immediate defense showed off Bakugo's expertise as the blonde bombarded all the rubble and rocks away in frenzied precision and ran forward again for the slugfest. Even though Izuku was heavily injured and down to his last 3 fingers, Bakugo was also panting heavily. His body was not unscathed, as small pieces of low-flying rubble had tattered his uniform, and the sweat on his body crackled as they remained in their fighting stances. And without paying any attention to the cheers, screams, and yells from the people watching, the two boys grinned. They have never spoken about anything in their lives nor ever agreed, yet here on the battlefield, everything was laid out. It was a battle not only for the winning spot, but also for their pride, their ideals, and their unwavering emotions. The desire to win and the desire to save. Bakugo could feel his expanded pores screaming in pain from continuously using his quirk and, out of reflex, grabbed into it. "Here's my chance!" Izuku savagely barreled forward as close as he could before aiming his third-to-last finger at the floor where Bakugo stood. A destructive wind pressure broke out, and the violent gusts of wind slammed into Bakugo, sending his body backwards, but with controlled explosions, the blonde spun in the air and stayed in bounds. But Izuku didn't let him take the chance to regain his balance. With a yell, the greenette aimed at Bakugo's airborne body and knew that he was too far away to be in the kill range. A ruthless discharge of wind was blasted forward and tore toward Bakugo, who saw the incoming deadly blast. His face scrunched up into a malevolent smile as his body started to rotate into the air. The wind pressure hit the blonde, and he was thrown high into the air, and a brief moment of silence held the stadium captive. Using his already spinning body's momentum to rotate faster, Bakugo used multiple minor explosions like a cannon before coming down like a murderous black vortex. Izuku had a second to realize that Bakugo was accelerating with the Monroe effect as the blonde's thunderous voice yelled out, "Howitzer!" Izuku was on his last finger as he aimed it directly at the incoming Bakugo. "Detroit!" The two could face each other clearly in that single moment as they both yelled out their final moves. "Smash!" They screamed in sync as they aimed a fatal blast at each other, and the whole stadium erupted in smoke and rubble as Cementos and Midnight were too late to intervene. Mike finally got his voice back as he was silent to watch the intense fight, and he waited for the smoke to clear. "The winner is..." Midnight walked into the chaos and looked around for the two students. She saw someone blown out of bounds and raised her arm toward the sky. "Midoriya is out of bounds. Bakugo wins." Bakugo stood at the top of the celebration podium, covered in bandages and burns, but with the most egotistical smirk on his face. He had kept his word. The ruby-eyed blonde had won the competition by giving it his all, and now stood at the top as he looked to his left to see Izuku. The freckled boy carried matching burns that reflected their fight, as well as a broken arm the recovery girl fixed for him while scolding him for not holding back. This was how Katsuki Bakugo wanted to win. Shiozaki claimed third after defeating Yaoyorozu in a side match, and after Izuku took second, Bakugo took his gold with a menacing grin on the camera.
You see that? I'm at the top. This is your future number 1.
The crowds cheered for the blonde as Izuku stood there smiling. It was a fierce fight. A match between two boys who wanted to be the winner from an outsider's perspective, but to Izuku and Bakugo, it was their first proper conversation, even if it was without words. They had sorted nothing out verbally, and the chasm between the two was still as deep as a bottomless trench, but that fight was a step toward the right direction. It solidified where they were, and Izuku's confidence gave him another adrenaline rush. With determination glowing in his forest green eyes, he turned to Bakugo with challenge in his voice. "Then I'll just go higher than you, so I'll be number 1. Bakugo turns to look down at Deku from the taller podium.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? I just said I'm at the top.
All Might stood before the two, a little confused at their short exchange. He wasn't sure what to make of it, but the number 1 shook the feeling off before turning to thank everyone who came to watch. More than a week had passed since then, and it was a typical morning for 1B. The homeroom was filled with Izuku muttering as Tokage recalled fights in accurate detail. The broken arm wasn't able to write yet, so Monoma was in charge of collecting the information. Vlad walked in as usual, except today with a remote.
Okay, kids. It's time for the first step of your life as heroes. The pros were watching you, and many of them had offers for you.
Names appeared on the blackboard accompanied by a number.
We have internships for everyone, even if you don't have an offer, because...
Shiozaki had over 3,000, an impressive number, like Tokage, who received just over 2,000 offers. However, the gap between the class and the two was evident, as Komori, the third highest, had 360 offers. The homeroom teacher quickly dispelled the slight tension, however, as he announced the next part.
And before you intern, you will be choosing your code names. In other words, hero names.
A collective cheer signaled the beginning of a hectic day as the class chose their hero names. With Midnight's help, names were bounced around, bringing everyone closer as a class. Although most code names were unsurprising, the class were a little nervous to say the least, over a certain short freckled boy. The Greenette had chosen Deku to be his hero name. Although Monoma still held his grudge, the class ended up supporting his choice. That was because when Izuku first saw his name Deku differently, it had been the day he took his first step as a hero. The forest hair bounced as his decision was made, and Deku, the hero in training, was sure he made the correct choice. Talking about correct choices, Izuku stared at 120 offers and wondered who to intern with. Some, like Awase, were surprised when they saw the Greenette receive so few despite being in second place, but Izuku knew why. After all, he was a student with a power that physically broke his body each time unless it was a 5% smash. Even then, he could only use controlled percentages under complete focus. Monoma had tried to help. The periwinkle blonde copied the quirk, but One for All was a power-storing quirk with something he never experienced. With only advice on how to reduce pain, Monoma left for lunch with Tokage because All Might had suddenly appeared. Spread pressure rather than letting it build up? I should try that out during my internship. Deku sat down with his mentor and found out that he had received a particular offer. His confusion on why a single offer would be important became fear as the number one hero started to shake at the knees. And after a discussion on the mysterious offer, the freckled boy wanted to take the opportunity. By the time he ran to join the others, Izuku Midoriya had decided that his internship would be with All Might's older mentor, Gran Torino. "Have you guys decided?" Awase asked as he ate together with the others. Monoma nodded and explained how he would be with someone to increase his physical abilities and patience to be rational under circumstances that annoyed him. Awase and Shiozaki both hadn't decided yet, and Tokage waved Izuku over to their table. "Where are you going, Deku?" she asked as he sat down, and Izuku explained about Gran Torino. It seemed that even Monoma hadn't heard of the hero, and Izuku estimated he was from 2 hero generations ago. "So he's an old man?" Tokage asked and smiled, letting her toothy grin shine playfully. Izuku laughed, his tense shoulders relaxing. Toshinori had unconsciously placed anxiety onto his successor when he displayed visual fear. It caused the Greenette to be unintentionally uptight. But with a single cheeky grin, the lizard girl dispelled his nerves, and Izuku smiled. "Are you going to the agency who recommended you?" "Actually, I'll be in Hosu, where the crime rate is highest." It took the group by surprise as Monoma wanted to question her. "What? Weren't you going to—" "I was originally planning on interning with the one who recommended me, but—" Tokage interrupted Monoma as she stopped and glanced at Izuku. "After that fight with Bakugo, well, I really underestimated him." She leaned back in her chair with a sigh. "With my basically invulnerable quirk, because I can regenerate and fly, I ended up assuming Bakugo didn't have the strength to carry on fighting full throttle. I ended up being a little big-headed, you know? Recommendation student, good quirk, media attention because of the USJ." The large eyes blinked as she let out an awkward chuckle, looking over her past actions. Tokage had come to terms with the fact that she was developing a flaw, and listed the main reasons for her confidence. "And because of that, I've underestimated others. I decided that I was stronger and lost as a result. Twice, actually, because I made the same mistake against Shiozaki." Izuku nodded, remembering how they had underestimated the Vine Girl and paid the price by losing the match. "Even if I didn't underestimate him, though, I realized that stamina wasn't on my side. I wanted to end the match quickly." "But why did you do something so reckless so late in the game?" Monoma still didn't understand how someone rational could act so out of character, and the large eyes blinked slowly again. She then lowered her head slightly as she spoke. "Well, I had planned to pull back and think of a way to chip at his strength until he failed, but Bakugo put me into a bigger disadvantage than I thought when he started throwing the rocks at me." With no chance of taking a step back to recollect her thoughts, Tokage had gone for an impromptu plan and tried to pull Bakugo out of bounds. "That's why I wanted to work in Hosu instead of the mountains where I originally planned. I can have practice assessing people and learn not to underestimate them. Plus, the agency I signed up for will increase my physical strength. I'm still struggling with this whole agency thing. Awase shrugged, and the students let out warm chuckles. Yes, while you do that, I'm going to get stronger. She pumped an arm proudly, which caught Tetsutetsu's eye from across the table. The silver boy smiled before copying Tokage, and they flexed on each other a little more, causing gentle laughter all around as the dinosaur lover sat back down. She grinned at her friends. It was times like this that made her confidence soar. These moments were the ones that motivated her to improve even her weakest points, so her perspective wouldn't narrow. The points in time where everything was peaceful. Izuku could feel that he was calm. No anxiety building up within him, and he exhaled slowly, letting a childlike grin adorn his freckled face. It was slow, but the progress was evident as the boy's confidence was becoming unshakable. He heartwarmingly laughed with his friends before secretly thanking Tokage as the one who helped boost his morale the most. The week flew by. Before anyone knew it, students were already heading to the station with their hero outfits in hand. Tokage insisted they call each other by their hero names to get used to the sound, so as they reached the source of trains and busy people, Deku and Lizardy waved off Phantom Thief, who was heading in the opposite direction. And after the point where they parted, Lizardy smiled. Good luck, Deku. With a wave, Izuku grinned, showing his teeth slightly as he saw Tokage off. You too, Lizardy. Emerald eyes shone as they darted around the street, honing in on the target as they drew closer to the given location. Hands slightly nervous but mostly excited, the sound of a door creaking open signaled one thing in the greenette's mind. My next step to being a hero. Walking in, the jade orbs widened as they landed on an elderly man lying in a crimson-red pool. He's dead? Before panic could gloss over the sight, the forest gems noticed something odd. The vermilion liquid was much too bright. Doubt and confusion clouded the questioning spheres as they inched closer. Are you... I'm alive! Gran Torino casually lifted his head, and Izuku sighed as the old hero picked himself up. He was shaking as he held onto his cane, and with a hand raised to his ear, Gran Torino leaned over. Who are you again? Deku, sir. The response was immediate, and Izuku realized his mistake since the greenette forgot he wasn't still playing code with Tokage anymore. Wait, no, my actual name is Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. The petite man in front of him only seemed half pleased as he smiled and turned around. His shaky legs headed toward the kitchen, and Izuku didn't know how to react. Although... The emerald eyes traced the yellow hero suit the retired man wore, and Izuku decided, after all, to stay. But even with his fist clenched and mind ready, the greenette was not prepared for Gran Torino to jump from wall to wall at breakneck speeds. Red lightning burned through the veins as an almost automatic response as the two started to clash. Fighting a hopeless battle is what their match felt like, until Monoma's words rang in his head, giving him an idea. One for All flowed at the low 5%, but not only in his hand. The red lightning spread up his whole arm and all the way up to his shoulder as Izuku slid underneath a sofa. Gran Torino assumed the freckled boy was hiding and kicked it aside, only for a discharge of wind to be thrown in his direction. The old hero dodged it, however, before jumping behind and slammed the student face first into the floor. The fight was over. Taking his foot off Izuku's back, the hero sighed at an observation. You know what you're doing, but you're also ignoring the whole picture. Your admiration of All Might is a shackle. Izuku got up, mind racing because there was barely any strain in his fingers at all. Monoma was right in telling him to spread the power over a larger surface area, as the freckled boy's legs scrambled after the elderly hero. What do you mean? Emerald orbs wanted an answer, but instead the old man just smiled at him. Who are you again? Wanting to facepalm mentally, a strained smile plastered onto his face as Gran Torino disappeared outside. My admiration. A shackle? The jade orbs flickered around the footprints that were left as a mark of their battle, and Izuku became acutely aware of how inflexible he was during the match. Flexible? My movements are stiff. The quirk? Images of his fight with Bakugo flashed through Izuku's mind, and he wondered how Bakugo could move with such ease, even through the air. It was definitely more manageable when I followed what Monoma said and spread the power to my whole arm instead of just my finger, but... His eyes widened at the sudden realization of a possibility he hadn't thought of. Gran Torino, who was outside the door, smiled to himself as he saw Izuku finally make headway on how to use One for All. All across Japan, the students were at their internships and learning new skills. They watched a pro in action up close. Monoma improved his patience and decision-making skills. Awase learned how to use his weld in more diverse scenarios. Tetsutetsu had gone to the same intern as Kirishima from 1A, and the two boys were excited to work under the chivalrous hero, Fourth Kind. Tokage walked down the street with the hero she decided to intern with, and she listened attentively to the lecture about how to observe people. Everyone was learning, and not letting a single second go to waste, and Izuku was rushing ahead as quickly as he could. In the end, he just tested me. It was the first night of the internship, and Izuku had not gone to sleep. Instead, the Greenette stood in Gran Torino's kitchen as the old hero fell asleep. The flexible mind was spinning an idea, and he plans to try it now. If I can use my power at 5%, like breathing, I should be able to move as Kanchan did. Clenching his fists and closing his eyes, Izuku knew what he had to do. Instead of just spreading all for one in just my legs, red lightning streaks ran up Izuku's legs, traveling up his thighs and arms before the flow of power reached his face. Power circulated through every cell of Izuku's body at the low 5%, but the Greenette was already struggling even to move. Gritting his teeth, a smile appeared on Izuku's face as the red lightning faded away. Instead, a pale green discharge of lightning-like power started to dance around the Greenette's skin. The old hero wore a broad smile despite not facing the excited student, and knew that their next spar would be different. He was right. The following day, as the sound of a cane dropping to the floor echoed out, Gran Torino was already bouncing from one side of the room to the other within an instant. Green Orbs didn't hesitate to try out his new discovery as red lightning instantly ran across his whole body. The pale green discharge crackled loudly as every sense in his body became acutely aware of his surroundings. The old hero smiled as he noticed the jade eyes flickering after his movements and let out a chuckle. Jumping up slightly, the charged student swiped an arm as he barreled in the hero's direction. The wind pressure of that mere movement was easily dodged, but the light can that stood neatly on the shelf behind toppled to the ground.
You missed, kid!
Gran Torino aimed another attack from behind, but instead of making the same mistake, Izuku waited until the last second to jump out of the way. Crashing upward into the air above, the Greenette used his elbows to launch himself from the ceiling. A smash was ready to make contact when the jade spheres widened. An unforeseen kick had dug into his unprotected stomach, and Izuku landed with a thud to the floor. Gran Torino grinned as the hero was highly impressed at the speed Izuku absorbed and used information. It was very promising for a hero in training, and the old mentor secretly praised his first student. Despite the good progress on the retirees' side, Toshinori only received terrible news. The hero met with the police detective, and the two had discussed the test results of the Nomu All Might took down. With the detective explaining that the Nomu were 4 humans genetically modified into one beast, the truth of the matter shook the blonde.
Has that man started to move again?
The barrel of bad news only kept rolling in. Within Hosu, a vigilante had also started to make his move. However, he wasn't alone. Although he rejected the offer to join the League of Villains, their meeting had not gone unnoticed as they stood together for a moment before parting ways. Shigaraki was annoyed and called Stain a hero breeder before ordering Kurogiri.
Bring the Nomus!
Izuku crash-landed back first into the wall again with a heavy thud as Gran Torino let out a huff. The freckled boy was making him move more than he expected. The reasoning was because Emerald Eyes would analyze every fight before quickly adapting and changing the student's attack pattern. One for All was now like a switch, and the power would flow to every cell of the entire body. This breakthrough, full cowling, allowed the Greenette to fight and move more easily. Combined with both strength and mind, Izuku's tactics against Gran Torino were becoming more and more effective, but before too much time passed, the hero knew the successor would develop habits.
Let's move to Phase 2.
They arrived in Hosu City in the late afternoon. Gran Torino had initially plans to arrive at night, but Izuku's progress had been more than expected. They started to patrol, and apart from a shoplift, the hero in training's first patrol was relatively peaceful.
Help!
A woman cried out as someone robbed her purse, and Gran Torino patted his intern's back before sprinting off in a split second. Forest spheres followed the mentor, who took down the thief immediately and returned the bag before signaling the Greenette over. The speed was truly amazing, and the jade orbs shined before the two turned the criminal in.
Deku!
Izuku turns to see Tokage waving at him. Her hero suit's sapphire scales shone against the setting sun as the lizard girl ran up to him. Lizardy! Lips smiled as the freckled boy quickly corrected himself. Her hero name rolled off his tongue, and the hero in training herself returned the gesture with her own toothy grin. They chuckled as the hero Tokage interned with greeted Gran Torino. "I've been given permission to use my quirk for scouting," Tokage announced proudly. She wanted to show off her progress, and the old hero had an idea. The two were both given permission to use their quirks and told to partner up. "The next disturbance is yours." They still had to be under an adult's supervision, but the two were excited as the cobalt scales started to fly around. "Don't you have a harder time controlling the smaller pieces?" Izuku asked, and Tokage grinned. "Not anymore. I've been practicing all over Hosu for the past 3 days." Impressed at the control, the inner fanboy started to chatter excitedly, and they started to gossip when the flying torso quietened and gave instructions. With a confirmation nod to Gran Torino, who looked over at the scene, the two greenettes sprang to action. 120 meters to your right, drunk man harassing someone." Pale green lightning flashed across the emerald suit, surprising Tokage as the boy ran off. In an instant, Izuku arrived and saw the drunk man yelling at an advertising lady. With haste, the freckled boy grabbed the flailing arms and held them tight behind the man's back. Thanking the two students as she ran off, the lady went to write her statement as Gran Torino took the man to the police for public assault. Boom! Immediately on high alert, the heroes saw a building explode over in the distance. Even from where they stood, Izuku could see the smoke and flames. "Kids, stand down! Help the civilians!" Gran Torino ordered, but his mentee panicked when green orbs recognized a feature. "Nomu!" Acknowledging the situation, Gran Torino grit his teeth before he and the other hero ran full force toward the problem. "I'll search for anyone who needs immediate help," Tokage informed, her voice tense as she split into her maximum and sent her body down every nook and cranny of the streets. The other followed her direct instruction, and imitating Gran Torino's movements, Izuku sprang into action. 3 o'clock! There's a girl! He nodded and sprinted over, lightning discharging from the freckled boy's body as he handed the girl to a police officer. "Next!" The navigator was about to pinpoint the next target when a wild screech ran out. The two greenettes turned to see a thin, sickly green Nomu aim its monstrous arm at some civilians. One for all, full cowling! Running forward, Izuku ran to the inhuman creature and clenched a fist. Smash! It took the hit, and unlike the Nomu from the USJ, it went flying across the street. Tokage used her navy scales to guide the civilians to a safe spot as the Nomu got up, but before the student could jump forward for another attack, a jet of flames engulfed the creature and Izuku clenched a fist. It was painful to hear the creature howl to its death. "It's you." Turning to see Endeavor, they both confirmed their temporary permit to use their quirks in the emergency situation. The flame hero nodded before telling them to follow police instructions to evacuate the panicking people. "Behind the garbage truck, 8 o'clock!" Jumping into the air, Izuku ran into the back street and carried the hiding boy and brought him to safety. The freckled cheeks were tense, but he followed Tokage's lead. They were going to quickly take care of everyone in their immediate vicinity. "Smile!" Tokage yelled at the other greenette, and he hadn't even realized he wasn't. With a nod, a smile plastered itself onto the determined boy's face as he listened for the next move. "There's a woman stuck. 2 o'clock!" Jade orbs turned slightly to the right and locked onto a woman trapped under rubble. Running over and quickly lifting the scrap, the student smiled reassuringly. "It's going to be okay." Picking her up, Izuku ran back to the police before joining the massive ultramarine scales who were collecting themselves into a body as Lizardy reset her timer for her quirk. "That's everyone nearby. We should move. See if there's anyone else in other places." The two followed the police and arrived to help other heroes. Sapphire scales and emerald lightning immediately fired out as they were ready to save more lives. However, Tokage suddenly changed in demeanor, and Izuku turned to see a hint of fear in her eyes. "There's a fight in the alley at 6 o'clock. "Understood!" But as Izuku ran ahead, the girl collected herself. "Wait, Deku!" Words fell onto deaf ears as his priority was to save people. The other desperately ran after him but skidded to a halt as the freckled boy came to a stop. The reason was to stare upon a figure. A scarf as red as blood, and a body covered in blades. Both greenettes recognized the infamous figure as he had been in the news. "Oh, no," Tokage whimpered, as they lay eyes on the hero killer, Stain, standing above the dead body of Tenya Ida from 1A. Revolting. That was the only word capable of describing the stench that stuck like a slug's mucus. The blood that pooled before the two children could be tasted through their agitated scent glands. The sight left a lingering hint of coppery metal. Death tainted the very air. Izuku and Tokage felt sick to the core as they could feel their knees buckle. Nothing in their training could have prepared them for the foul and burning sensation that crawled up their skin. Ida's lifeless eyes had shattered their confidence. But despite his very organs twisting and wanting to hurl, a figure hidden in the back kept the boy grounded. It was native, injured but alive, and the intention to save glowed in Izuku's bright green pupils. He was scared, that's for sure, but the greenette's resolve had always been unbreakable. "Lizardy!" Hearing her hero name, Tokage snapped out of it, and her large eyes slanted. It was true that her nerves were on fire, but somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew she had to be strong. "This is no time to be frightened," she told herself with determination. The dusky green orbs shone with intention, a similar way to Izuku's that didn't go unnoticed. "Do you have a plan? Plan or not, we have to save him. All of us. Out safely." Coming to a quick mutual agreement, adrenaline ran through their veins. One for All shot out pale green lightning from Izuku's body as Tokage's body split into multiple parts. They faced away from Ida. Now was not the time to get caught up in fear as their hearts hammered heavily against their chests. Both pairs of emerald orbs faced their target who just ignored the body. Instead, Stain's lips widened into a malicious grin. "If we clash, the weaker will be called." With words dripping in malice, chills ran up the children's spines, but they didn't move. They were calm and calculating. They knew what needed to be done. Tokage sent her smallest parts to find backup and tapped the other's shoulder. They both pulled out their best smile and solidified their resolve. It was time to fight. "We fight to protect. That is the essence of being a hero." The hero killer smiled back as green lightning sparked forward. "Good." A katana lifted up high toward the moon before making an accurate swing to Izuku's head. The greenette ran into close range. Knives left their sheaths as Stain sliced upwards. However, the calculating boy slid between the killer's legs and flipped his body so that he jumped above. The vigilante was taken off guard as a determined voice rang out, 5% Detroit! Aiming a direct blow, the fist flew toward the back of its target's head as hard as it could. Smash! Leaping backwards, it was Tokage's turn as she immediately sent forward a barrage of scales. A whirling storm surrounded the vigilante, who started to speak. It's not that you saw through my movements. You left my field of vision." The words were aimed at Izuku as he watched the killer lick his knife. "You maneuvered so that you would deadly be able to bring me down. That's what your movements were like." The greenette felt his body stiffen suddenly. Tokage noticed and immediately grabbed his frozen body. "Deku?" Her attention briefly shifted as she dragged them both backward. Stain took advantage of the situation and escaped the vortex of scales.
First instinct to save the one most in danger. Both of you.
The dusky eyes widened slightly as the vigilante spoke about her. Her body froze from the feeling of vulnerability that crept up Tokage's spine. Having her actions explained had cut in places the student didn't understand, but she kept her face calm. One, because she knew worrying wasn't going to get her anywhere, and two, was that her scales received good news. Gran Torino, she thought, and immediately focused on getting the old man to where they were as soon as possible.
People who are all talk are a dime a dozen, but you two are worth letting live. You're both different from that one.
As Stain faced the dead 1A student, Izuku noticed a red tint that reflected against the haunting moonlight. Blood? His eyes shifted briefly to Tokage as he asked, "Lizardy, am I bleeding?" The slanted pupils ran across his frozen body before he noticed a small cut to his thigh, so insignificant it could be called a paper cut that barely drew blood. "Just a little. Is it his quirk?" Eyebrows furrowed as the emerald eyes turned toward the vigilante. "He licked my blood, then I froze." As they tried to figure out the killer's quirk, a knife was held up with its trajectory aimed at Native. "Lizardy!" Tokage reacted immediately to the cry as she sent her body to Stain. Azure scales dodged the knife as they refused to let the vigilante hurt the injured pro-hero more. Her efforts were futile, however, as the killer got closer. With a second to make a decision, the young hero in training made the one avoiding death. 3 o'clock! Her yell was for Gran Torino. The hero was about to speed past the alleyway where he rushed in at blinding speeds. With a clatter, the knife fell to the floor and the yellow boots kicked the blade away. Native was saved, but now they no longer had the opportunity for a surprise attack.
One after another,
Stain muttered, unable to identify who the new person was as the old hero noticed the corpse.
God, these kids.
There was no time to worry about the students' mentalities as Izuku yelled out, "Don't get cut! His quirk will immobilize you if he drinks your blood! He's after Native!" Gran Torino just smiled as he bounced on the soles of his feet.
A target, huh? That's rather troublesome, eh? Well, in that case...
Both greenettes could barely keep up as the flash of yellow bounced toward the injured pro, but luck was not on their side as Stain's sharp sight caught the rescue attempt at the last second. A knife slashed through the air toward Native, and rotating in the air, Gran Torino kicked the weapon away. Just as he did, the vigilante sent another, once again aimed at Native.
"We need to get Native out of here!"
Izuku grunted through the immobilization. He was unable to do anything as Tokage tried to help. Sending sapphire scales forward as a distraction only backfired as the hero killer noticed and threw a dagger in their direction. Emerald eyes traced the incoming blade, and under the restriction, Izuku felt his arms move. With no time to wonder why, One for All crackled out and the greenette ran forward. The blade fell to the floor, but now blood seeped through the torn green suit and onto the cold concrete ground.
"I'm fine!"
Izuku yelled, not wanting to cause more worry as he ignored the pain.
"You can move?"
Tokage asked, and the other looked at his own body. His mind rapidly analyzed the situation.
"I can think of 3 possible reasons. It could be less effective with more people. The amount digested could affect how long it works."
It was true since Native was still caught. Blood oozed through his tribal clothes from his shoulder.
"Or there could be a difference based on blood type."
The vigilante turns to look at the student. His exceptional hearing had picked up their conversation, and despite the knife fight against Gran Torino, he grinned as his target said, "I'm blood type B. I'm blood type B."
Blood type.
At the speed of a bullet, the old hero ran forward. The hero killer was speaking to Izuku. It took less than a second, but during the brief moment of distraction, Gran Torino saved Native.
"That's correct."
"I'm blood type O. It must have a shorter time limit than B," the freckled boy said, but Gran Torino was now smiling. He placed Native next to the kids.
"Now that there's no one in the way."
Before they could even blink, the alleyway floor shattered to pieces and there was rubble in the air. The 3 on standby sat shocked. Gran Torino had cranked his quirk into top speeds and pencil-dived the vigilante. The impact was so severe that as the old man stood with a foot on Stain's back, they stood surrounded in broken slabs of concrete.
"I cracked the path. It's been a while. My control must be off."
Stain was unconscious with his mask slipping off his face slightly, completely out cold.
"I'll get his weapons off him for now. One of you call someone to restrain him."
2 pairs of green eyes shone in awe at the level of power displayed. Their adrenaline was finally starting to slow down. Tokage had the idea to look in the bins as almost anything could be found inside trash collection sites, and she was right. They found some rope, and Gran Torino called for some more heroes to collect the killer. The event was over as a small-time hero arrived before leaving to call a cleanup team. Gran Torino stayed put as he held the rope that captured Stain, and the 2 students finally exhaled. What now? The glaring problem that both students ignored was becoming more and more noticeable. They had drowned it out during the heat of that battle, but they could no longer just ignore it. Ida's dead body. The sick feeling Izuku had suppressed came back in heavy waves. All he could feel was the heavy pit welling up from the depths of his stomach. Tokage wasn't doing any better as she was still in denial. To the 2 of them, Ida was no more than a blue-haired boy who they crossed briefly during the cavalry battle, just a person who came for their headband and lost. And yet, that same person was now dead in front of them.
"If only my range was larger in the first place. I would have noticed the fight before he got killed."
The sapphire-scaled hands trembled as Tokage blamed herself internally. She wobbled after tying up the unconscious vigilante.
"If I was stronger, then..."
Izuku noticed the shaking hands, and although he felt like throwing up, he brought his numb self over to her. The clouded mind couldn't think of anything to say as the lips that forced a smile moments ago now trembled. However, scarred hands lifted slowly to gently rest upon the hunched back. It was a gesture Tokage did for him all the time that gave him confidence. Izuku could only hope his gesture could give her comfort. Feeling her shudder slightly under the contact, the calloused hands kindly rubbed up and down as large, clear tears welled up from the dusky forest eyes. Gran Torino saw this and noticed his mistake, seeing that it was cruel to assume the kids wouldn't react to the dead body, and quickly grabbed one of Stain's knives to cut off his yellow cape. Covering Ida, he walked over to Izuku. The child was putting on a brave face. The old hero placed a hand onto his student's messy green curls and felt a jolt of surprise. The tense green eyes turned to look up at Gran Torino, who just smiled. He was a man who had seen pain and knew the importance of reassurance. Feeling safe, a sniffle escaped Izuku's throat. It caught Tokage's attention, and she immediately hugged him. Hugging back, the two greenettes clung to each other as a moment of silence held, then broke. They cried their hearts out. They were scared, anxious, and had seen death. But they pulled through and made it out alive. It felt like forever as the two students remained sitting in the alleyway. Native was able to move again, and he helped the cleanup team remove the body. Endeavor had been pursuing a flying Nomu who caught an unconscious civilian the next street over and was walking down the empty road toward Gran Torino. The number 2 had been given the call for help. Since Gran Torino wished to have his name hidden, the flame hero was going to take the credit, and Izuku lifted his tired head. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Both he and Tokage were covered in his blood, and Izuku couldn't even feel the gash in his leg. He just didn't want to think for a while. All he knew now was that they were cold, and he could feel Tokage shivering too. Let's go. He got up. His body felt sluggish, and the greenette didn't know whether it was blood loss or just fatigue. The wizard girl lifted her head to look up. The slightly puffy red eyes and quiet demeanor wasn't something the boy was used to seeing, but he pulled on a weary smile. Come on, it's cold. With a slow nod, she got up. Their blue and green suits shined a dull red as they headed to the ambulance. Sitting in the warmth, the boy just sighed. I should rest. The night isn't over. Izuku was right. Over the next few hours, an emergency meeting was held for the pro-heroes and reporters crowded in for the private interview. The two greenettes had to be present because they had helped the police with rescuing and evacuating civilians. The two heroes who took them in were given a punishment. Nothing too major. They had their teaching licenses taken for a month. It wasn't severe because they had given the students permission, and it was done mostly to shut up the press. Since Manuel was the one held accountable for Ida, his teaching license was taken entirely away. Although some reporters yelled that the punishment didn't do justice for a promising student's death, they were quieted as a recording was played. It showed Tensei Ida in a hospital bed, but conscious as the crippled hero spoke. I have failed, as both a brother and a hero. There was silence, as Emma's crying could be heard in the video. I do not blame Manuel for Tenya's passing. Tears could be seen dampening the pillow as Tensei's voice shook. When I heard Tenya decided not to intern with the family and go to Hosu instead, I knew at the back of my mind he left for revenge. After Stain almost took my life, Tenya changed. If anyone was to be blamed for my brother's death, it would be me, because I wasn't strong enough. Even if Tensei had forgiven Manuel, the normal hero hadn't forgiven himself. He had known why the youngest Ida interned with him, yet all he did was give a warning. The water controller kept wondering if all this could have been prevented. If I just kept watch properly. I even spoke to him the mere moment he ran off. Now the hero could only stand there with his head bowed down, unable to face anyone. Internships were postponed, as Yue and the Ida family prepared for the funeral. During the next 3 days, Izuku and Tokage stayed in the hospital, as both a precaution and for the injured boy's leg. It never made it onto the big screen as Vlad yelled at the interviewer, but the two had been blinded with flashing camera lights and questions too. Their section on screen was cut out, however, seeing how insensitive the questions were, and the homeroom teacher was greatly concerned for his students. Even if physical injuries were going to be fine, their mental scars were not going to be healed easily. If I only got there faster, maybe then I would have been able to save him. More than the death, the itching idea that he could have saved the engine boy annoyed Izuku to no end. He had vowed to be a hero, yet here was an example of where he had failed. The failure was what hovered over his mind, so that his usually bright emeralds were almost dull and lifeless. But there's no point complaining. The funeral was the next day, and the boy looked at his scarred leg. The jade orbs then settled on the figure who sat across the room on her bed. Tokage. Although the matter weighed heavily on the boy's mind, when their eyes met, all thoughts were pushed into the back burner. He couldn't save Ida, but that didn't mean he couldn't save others. He was done getting worked up over something he couldn't change. Getting up, Izuku went to sit next to the Silent One. His scarred hand landed on the girl's back, and the dusky, moss-colored eyes blinked before turning to meet worried Jade. Deku? Izuku couldn't smile. Not yet, at least. Right now, he just wanted to be honest. Honest with the pain, and honest with his thoughts. A feeling of déjà vu flickered across his mind, and he finally spoke. As heroes, we learn from the pain. As he trailed off a little, Tokage recognized his words. Izuku was repeating a line from their first conversation. It was the moment which he helped Izuku up, after Bakugo knocked down his non-existent confidence. The day where they had not only first met, but the day everything in their lives had started to change and move. She had helped him, and now he wanted to help her. Right? Teeth made themselves known, as a smile finally graced the deputy rep's face. The other relaxed, loving the grin that would fill him with the feeling of warmth. The slump in the dinosaur lover's back straightened out, as energy started to recirculate around her system. With her usual self resurrecting, the two students smiled at each other. Tokage lifted her arm and clenched a fist, repeating the words she said back then. We have to make do with what we have. Even though nothing had physically changed, the two felt stronger as their minds woke up from their haze. Ida's death was undeniably going to haunt them both for a long time, but neither student would let his death hold them back. They were going to use this as an opportunity to get stronger, a reminder never to let anyone die on their watch ever again. During the interview days, the news on Stain went viral. The hero killer was taken to Tartarus prison after it was announced Endeavor took him down. Gran Torino met up with All Might. The retired hero was talking about how the hero killer and the League of Villains were connected. Even if the media made it seem that the League helped improve Stain's image, with the vigilante in prison, the League was next in line for the spotlight.
The one behind the scenes would have to be pretty good. You know what that means, don't you, Toshinori?
The number one hero clenched a fist, as he had to accept that reality was not what he had believed. His arch-nemesis had definitely survived the fatal injury, and was active again.
That child admires you so bravely. I know he's recovering, but you must find time to tell him properly. Everything about One for All, and All for One.
As the day of the funeral arrived, everyone dressed in black and headed to the church. The ride was in silence as they joined the procession behind the hearse, carrying the youngest of the Ida family. Even though there were so many, the streets were silent from human sound. Everyone was there. The students, UA staff, and the pro-heroes who took in interns, all stood in attendance. Just as the coffin was laid on the planks above the grave, the funeral began. The mourners gathered around the sapphire and white flowers. Even though they were beautiful, they made the atmosphere more melancholy with their somber tones. Monoma gave the two a nod of greeting as he stood silently next to them. They had no words to exchange as they listened to the words spoken out before watching the coffin gently lowered. It took only a few minutes, but when they were ready, Tenya's father stepped forward. He spoke proudly of his son, which caused their mother to burst into tears. She had stayed behind to stay with Tensei, and the two joined through a video call. After the family all said their words of love and memories, Mr. Aizawa was next. He thanked his student for keeping the class in order when Momo or Kendo was out. The two girls bowed when they heard their homeroom teacher and held back their tears. Uraraka and Asui spoke as they were his best friends, and the two teary-eyed girls barely held it together. When asked if anyone had anything more to say, Wane didn't expect Izuku and Tokage to raise their hands. The two walked forward and stood in front of the crowd, as Izuku cleared his throat. Before I even start, we would like to say sorry. Tokage also took a deep breath, as the two had prepared what to say. If I was just stronger, or if I were faster, then just maybe, we could have changed the outcome. There was silence as the two took a deep apologetic bow toward the Ida family. We might not have known him as well as many of you, but he was still a part of our lives. Tokage nodded, her dark green locks falling over her face, as she continued on. Even if they had haunted her at first, the memories of Ida had become her resolve to improve. So, we would also like to thank him. We wanted to thank him because every encounter that we make on our paths is important. They shape us to who we are. They then took another bow, this time as thanks to the family. Thank you. Tenya's family all bowed back, a sign of respect, followed by sad smiles as the funeral reception came to an end. Many started to leave and go home, leaving the Ida family and those closest alone to cry as the grave got buried. Since Tensei had made it clear that no one other than the killer and himself was to blame for his younger brother's death, the internships continued after students got warned not to wander about carelessly. Tokage also returned, declaring she had to be stronger as she left. Gran Torino smiled as he saw the girl wave Izuku off with a smile before entering the hospital room where the successor was. There was now a small scar left on the freckled boy's leg, but the greenette didn't mind. It was the physical proof of his resolve, and he wanted to use those legs to stand tall. With a smile, he turned to his mentor and clenched a fist. I want to get stronger. Faster. So that I can save everyone. The retired hero let out an amused chuckle as he turned around. The intern quickly followed after him.
Guess that means I'll set up the training.
The emerald eyes shone brightly, as Izuku bounced on his feet, nodding as he walked, and Gran Torino smiled internally.
He still has a lot to learn.
Facing his wrinkled head to the clouded sky above, the retired hero walked after the child who had bounced on ahead. He was glad to see that Izuku could use his experience to grow stronger, both in mind and body.
He really is just like you, huh, Toshinori?
The school was kicking straight into high speeds as Izuku surprised his classmates. As preparation for the final exams, 1B had hero training, and it was another hero rescue simulation, a race in Field Gamma where the goal was to save the victim after passing the labyrinth-like maze of factories. When the Greenettes group finished, All Might briefly passed Izuku. He spoke quick words of praise before whispering that they needed to talk later.
The time has come where I tell you about me, and one for all.
Other surprises came from others, like Awase. The boy, with his usual blue and white checkered bandana, had learned how to weld items in certain places so that structures could collapse. The class went very well, except for when Tetsu and Bondo had an incident. The class's glue bottle accidentally stuck the silver one to a building. The liquid had been drying to become a ladder so Bondo could scale up the building when the Iron Boy stepped into the sticky substance. With the disadvantage, Tetsu ended up last in his group after yelling at the chimney head.
Wait, you bastard! I won't let you run away!
With a week until final exams, Class 1B decided to study together by getting the top students to teach the rest. They split into 5 groups, with each group focusing on a single subject, so everyone could rotate where they needed to go. The study sessions were extremely effective, and the time flew by. During one of the lunchtimes, Kendo from Class A had told them that the practical part was a fight with entrance exam robots. An upperclassman friend had told the ginger girl, and the group were grateful for the information. She still seemed a little off with Ida's death, but smiled and walked off. 1A had recovered, but it was obvious they were still affected. There was a summer camp afterwards, and no one wanted to attend remedial classes, but after finding out the practical exam news, 1B's focus was spot on as their nerves calmed down. When the 3 days of written exams were upon the students, everyone was ready.
For various reasons, the exam will be different, starting this year, Nezu said, hopping off Power Loader's head and greeting the class. We'll have you fight in pairs against a teacher. The class became uneasy, which only became worse as Vlad explained that pairs had been decided already. However, the class was ready. Even if this exam was not what they expected, everyone was capable of working together. An example of excellent chemistry was Tokage and Hononuki against Vlad. The overpowered recommendation students won in almost an instant. With the floor softening under Vlad's feet and Tokage taking offense, they cuffed the blood user. The exam also showed improved relationships between students, with an example being Monoma and Shiozaki against ectoplasm. The teachers had decided on the pair to see how far they'd come since the first time they teamed together. Monoma was not hostile to anyone in the class, but it was evident he had a little bit of tension between himself and the Vine Girl. Shiozaki was more open to listening this time around, and everyone was relieved to see both students getting along as they won against ectoplasm by cornering every clone with vines. Some matches were extremely close calls, like Kamakiri and Kurohito against Nezu. The fight was interesting for sure, as the class watched their head teacher laugh from his seat. The mouse-dog-bear-like creature sat in a crane seat and knocked buildings down. I thought we had to keep damages to a minimum, grumbled Monoma with a sigh. They couldn't complain, since Nezu was pretending to be a villain, though, so the class just watched the destruction. Nezu had cleared the area around Kurohito. With nothing dark to merge with, the boy stood rather helpless in the middle of shiny silver surfaces, but luckily Kamakiri was there to help. The mantis-like boy cut into the edge of a building, sending the thing toppling. "It's going to hit Kurohito!" Awase shouted in concern, but they had nothing to fear. As the building fell close, a big enough shadow was made for the boy to merge into, and Vanta Black got out of the situation. Staying within the shadows, he ran toward the exit and popped out near the gate.
Nezu was about to send a falling building their way when Kamakiri got there first, destroying the structure and sending the rubble to the floor.
The darkness prevails,
Kurohito had huffed, the team winning with less than a minute to spare. The last match was Izuku and Kaibara. Vlad's reasoning for the pair was that although Kaibara was one of the class's strongest, the teen was too distant from people, both emotionally and physically. The quiet boy would still choose to work alone, rather than depend on anyone. And so, the boy was paired with someone who was also strong in a match against All Might. Huh? Wait, what? They had about 2 hours to strategize, and the greenette tried to contain his shock. So, any ideas? Izuku wanted to communicate with Kaibara, who just sat there with his head in his hands. The boy was clearly thinking of an idea, but wasn't saying a word. Kaibara, we run. He sat up straight and looked over at his pair. Even with those weights, he's still number one. As calm as ever, Kaibara was stating his words like facts. The boy was blunt but honest. You've gotten stronger since the internship, but even with my gyrate, it would be illogical to have a head-on fight. Izuku agreed, but he also had a question. How do you plan to stall All Might? He's going to try and stop us from winning too. The constant frown that sat permanently on Kaibara's face straightened out a little as he nodded. The boy had expected Izuku not to even be able to fathom the idea of facing All Might, but this was an improvement, although he was a little skeptical. Can you really face off against your idol? Kaibara asked the class's renowned fanboy. He wanted to make sure his partner knew what he was getting into. Well, knowing you, even though we don't talk, you wouldn't say a plan that doesn't have at least a good chance of winning. The quiet boy wasn't convinced. And what I'm saying is that we don't have a good chance at winning. I don't have a problem with it, but Midoriya, you're facing All Might. Fighting. The greenette gulped as he nodded. But you wouldn't have suggested it if you didn't think I was capable? Although it sounded like a question at the end, Izuku was definitely showing confidence. And in a way, the question was a sign of trust as he knew that Kaibara's intelligence was overlooked heavily. The boy had helped with the analysis during the USJ attack, and no one gave him any credit. His skills were well-rounded and quite high just overall. The class's quiet genius wouldn't have said anything if he hadn't thought it to be possible. But can you really fight All Might? It's obvious that your admiration influences your actions. I mean, even your fighting style imitates him. The usually nonchalant eyes were now dead set, gazing into emerald ones. Can you fight? Izuku knew Kaibara was saying that his admiration for All Might was a shackle. Gran Torino had said the same thing. However, what his partner said got him thinking. My fighting style? He honestly wasn't sure if he could fight All Might. The freckled boy saw the number one hero as almost a god, but at the back of his mind he knew better. All Might was just another human who had weaknesses too. This was something he had to overcome. I know fighting All Might be impossible for me. I don't even want to think about it, but he glared back into Kaibara's eyes, making his intention clear. I want to win. We both have strength and ideas. Surely we can compromise and find a way. Unable to argue with that logic, Kaibara lowered his head slightly. The two finally talked in easier terms. After giving each other tips and hints on how to move ahead, when the match started, they were more than prepared. The second the buzzer went off, Kaibara's feet spun, and the boy darted onto the roof of a building to the far left. Izuku darted to the right, and within a moment, both boys were out of sight.
Carolina Smash!
The attack blew a path down the road and gave the number one a clear path to see. However, since both kids were out of sight, he didn't know where to look. Instead, he stood there, alert and ready to fight. Suddenly, Kaibara was in the air. The teen was on one side of town, and All Might rushed over in an instant. He was about to knock the student from the air with a false evil grin when, over here! Turning around, he saw Izuku on the other side of town, and by the time he looked for Kaibara, the human drill had disappeared. With no choice but to pursue the greenette, who was heading for the finish line, All Might punched the air to send himself toward his successor.
All Might!
Just before he reached Izuku, however, he turns to see that Kaibara had reappeared and was closer to the exit than Izuku was.
New Hampshire Smash!
The process repeated multiple times as the two jumped out from random locations. Each time they were getting closer and closer to the exit. All Might had no choice but to pursue the visible one, as they would win if he left them alone. With their combined efforts, Kaibara was the one to drag his body through the surprisingly cute gate and secured their win. All Might sighed as he stood back up, steam gently rising from his form. They got me going from one side of town to the other to wear me out, all while they slowly got closer to the exit. Very smart. It was a close call, but with the two passing their practical, Vlad announced that everyone in 1B had passed the final exam. No extra lessons for any of us, Tokage smiled, as everyone chattered in their classroom. Now they had to make sure that they had everything for their week's training camp, as Vlad had given them a list previously. Izuku and only a few others needed to buy some items, so the group of 5 who were still missing items planned a meetup. Kiashi Ward Shopping Mall, the wizard girl smiled as Shiozaki nodded. Tetsu cheered along as Reiko Yanagi sighed. The 5 of them went round and round the shopping mall, and Tokage got what she wanted immediately. She started to drift around, and Tetsu joined her loud runaround. Shiozaki was near the rear with Izuku, and Yanagi was as quiet as ever. Eventually, though, the tall, silent girl opened up to Shiozaki, and the two started to talk. It was almost 3, and they wanted a break, so Tokage went to go buy the group some drinks. Yanagi got dragged along as Tetsu and Shiozaki wanted to quickly grab some bug spray. Izuku sat alone with all their shopping on one of the round benches and sighed. Phew, I got everything I needed. He could see groups of 1A students around the mall too, and felt a little lonely as he looked up at the ceiling.
God, you UA students are always together with someone. Literally no one else was alone.
Feeling an arm rest on his shoulders, Izuku almost yelped as he turned to look at Tomura Shigaraki. The villain's dry fingers brushed against his neck, and the greenette shivered in fear.
Why don't we talk, Izuku Midoriya?
Frozen in fear, Shigaraki had a firm hold of the student's neck. If all 5 fingers made contact with skin, death was guaranteed. Even more, before Shigaraki could be caught, the villain could kill potentially 30 or more people. Ruby eyes that spelt death were hidden behind light blue hair as Shigaraki demanded answers. The leader of the league explained how he had gotten all the fame for Stain killing a UA student. His fame was spread even more when an audio of Stain explaining his motive went flying around the internet. There was no evidence that the audio was real, but it dragged some interesting people in.
I still don't get it.
Shigaraki let out an annoyed huff. He hated how his best recruits had joined him for the vigilante.
Those idiots won't shut up about Stain. Yapping about All Might in front of me. I don't understand.
Izuku could barely squeak as the man-child gripped his neck tighter. All Might? The fingers loosened, and air flowed again.
He was going on and on about keeping the real heroes alive and killing the fake ones. If he gets to kill who he doesn't like, why can't I?
The childish adult continued to have his tantrum as the freckled boy's mind spun. Although he definitely could never understand the methods, the greenette now understood why Stain had called them worth letting live. If you're telling the truth that he admires All Might too, I can understand that, even if I'll never understand him for killing. There was silence, and Izuku panicked as the air became heavy with tension.
I see. All Might.
A strangled laugh escaped the villain's mouth.
All Might is the problem.
The man got up and let go of the greenette's throat.
It's great. I don't have to do anything differently.
He looked over his shoulder with a menacing grin.
If you follow me, I'll get angry.
Just like that, Shigaraki disappeared. His whole appearance was incomprehensible. With the villain's brain focusing like a child having a tantrum, the greenette didn't even want to try and think like him. He wanted answers about All for One, but a voice cut him off. Yes, sir. He's just walking out of the West Wing. Turning his head, he saw Tokage on the phone as she and Yanagi eyed Shigaraki. The class deputy was relaying coordinates, and Izuku realized she was floating a little. Is she tracking him? He waited in silence, and they were reaching Tokage's time limit as she gave more directions. When her time limit passed, she landed on the floor with a sigh. Tokage? Izuku hopped over as Yanagi put down the drinks by their bags. The 3 were then approached by the police. I'm fine, Deku. I just need to regenerate since I just lost 30. The mall was temporarily shut down as Izuku and Tokage were taken to the police station. They gave all the information they could to Mr. Tsukauchi, the League's investigator, including a new location coordinate. The wizard girl had felt her parts being teleported and now knew a random location. The detective thanked them for staying calm under the tense situation, and the 2 were allowed to go home. It was supposed to be a shopping trip, yet somehow ended up with them finding a villain hideout. The term ended, and the day of the summer camp came crashing in. As the students lined up for the bus, Izuku could see that Bakugo was getting along better with his classmates. They hadn't spoken since their fight, but the tension between the 2 classes had gotten better since Monoma wasn't so hostile to the 1A blonde. The 2 classes exchanged a few greetings as Mineta started to perv about the girls when Kendo knocked him out, and Denki dragged his friend into the bus. When they arrived at the resort, the first thing Vlad made everyone do was spar. The wild pussycats and Aizawa were already there, and Izuku wondered where 1A was. However, the thoughts were pushed aside, as 1B trained until they could no longer move, and were glad to see food ready for them. They ate happily after the tiring day, and Izuku looked questioningly at a young boy called Kota. The child, nephew of one of the pussycats, had given him a rough greeting and was now just ignoring his class. Class B got the attention last semester, so I thought I'd push them into a different training. The greenette's ears pricked up as he heard Aizawa talking to Vlad as the 1A homeroom teacher explained how he pushed his students off a cliff and into the beast forest.
I still don't understand your methods. You could just let them spar against my kids.
Aizawa just shrugged. They need to know how to react to danger like yours do. Only 3 in my class seem to be able to do that. The tired man looked at his watch and sighed before getting up. Mine should be here soon. Have yours take the baths first. Vlad nodded and looked over to see that his class finished eating a while ago and was just talking now.
Okay, kids, go relax or something before you sleep. We're getting up early tomorrow.
The class positively responded before heading to the open baths as Aizawa went to receive his own tired class. The first to make it there was Bakugo, Todoroki, and Uraraka. Class A's tired but happy squeals over food could be heard all the way from the baths as 1B relaxed. When they were done, Izuku went to change, and as he relaxed in the boys' room, a commotion could be heard. Popping his head out through the door, he saw Todoroki carrying Koda and Mineta. Both boys were unconscious. Concerned, Izuku walked over to help take Koda from the bicolored boy's hands. What happened? Todoroki explained how Mineta fell from the wall after trying to peek at the girls, and Koda was the one to stop the pervert. However, the kid accidentally fell off the separation wall too when Todoroki caught him in a wave of ice. The fall must have been a shock, though, and the kid was now out cold. I'll take him to Mandalay if you want, the greenette offered, and Todoroki nodded gratefully before taking Mineta to the 1A boys' room. Mandalay ended up explaining Koda's rough behavior to the freckled boy, and finding out the truth was hard. Losing parents at a young age was something that could haunt someone forever, and Izuku could only imagine the grief. Mandalay thanked him, and the greenette returned to his room to get a scolding from Monoma for disappearing at night without a warning. The next morning, Kaibara started the chain of contagious yawns as the morning rays peeked over the trees. Develop our quirks? Izuku and his class wobbled after their teacher, who headed into the forest.
Yep, I'm pretty sure Aizawa made 1A wake up earlier, and they're already starting, so let's go.
Tokage's mind finally woke up, and now had questions. Even if you say that we're going to be developing our quirks out of the blue, all 20 of us have different quirks. How are we supposed to know what we're developing and how? Rin nodded his head in agreement. Can you be more specific? Vlad explained the importance of why their quirks themselves needed to improve as he strode through the woods.
Break through your limits.
The class looked over at 1A, who were already screaming from their various exercises. Bakugo's explosions could be seen detonating from over a mountain as they turned their heads to see Koda trying his best to just scream and increase his vocal range. Everyone in 1A was already screeching in pain for overusing their quirks, and 1B sighed as Aizawa walked over. Hell on Earth was just about to start. The wild pussycats were perfect for the job, as Ragdoll's quirk, Search, could know all the information of 100 people by just looking at them. Pixie Bob's Earthflow quirk could make their ideal training grounds. Mandalay's telepathy could give multiple people advice at once, and finally, Tiger's Playa Body meant he could put up a tough fight for anyone. As 1B dispersed into their own corner in the boot camp, Izuku found himself destroying his muscle fibers to make them grow back stronger. Every few minutes, Tiger would come to deliver a punch, and the greenette was often thrown into a tree. Gasping for air, the freckled boy lay on the ground after receiving another punch. His mind was filled with everything, from the very beginning to when All Might first offered him the position as his successor, to what happened after hero training class, the explanation on how the quirk was passed around, the reveal on how the quirk came to be, and about All for One, everything from the relationships between everyone and the inevitable fight every successor had to face. Stop it, Izuku. All that matters now is my own hard work. Getting up, he screamed out a battle cry before getting ready to fight against Tiger. Koda stood behind a nearby tree and saw the greenette doing everything he could to be a hero and scoffed with disgust before walking away. The exhausting day ended, and no one wanted to make dinner, but eventually pulled through when multiple stomachs started to rumble. Both classes split up the work and progress was quickly made. Izuku looked around and saw Tokage next to Yanagi as the two were peeling carrots and potatoes opposite Komori. Uraraka and Mina were cheering, and the greenette turned to see Todoroki gently lighting the fireplace with his quirk. So Monoma wasn't wrong. He can use fire. Huh. The curry was made, and everyone ate heartily. The greenette walked out of the bathroom and smiled at the atmosphere. It was light and happy after the exhausting day, when he noticed a figure walking off into the distance. Mandalay's voice could be heard calling, "Koda, where are you? It's time for dinner!" He hasn't eaten? Without hesitation, Izuku went to grab a plate of curry and ran after the young boy's footsteps. After trekking around the back of the forest, he walked up a mountain path and saw the child sitting by the edge of a cliff. You're hungry, aren't you? Koda immediately stood on alert. and started to yell, but Izuku paid no heed.
I don't need any. I don't want to hang out with you. Get out of my secret hideout.
Secret hideout, huh? Looking around, the mountainside was really peaceful, albeit a little lonely.
Trying your best to improve your quirk. It's gross. Calling each other stupid names like hero and villain. Just killing each other. Stupid.
Izuku couldn't say anything as he realized Koda hated the very concept of quirks itself. The child was yelling at him to go away, and the greenette sadly smiled. As someone who was previously quirkless, the words hurt. Placing the plate onto the floor, the freckled boy turns to walk away. His voice was quiet as he left. If you reject it that much, then it'll only be more painful for you. Koda watched the teen disappear as he muttered, "Shut up." The wind and the stars above were all that was left accompanying the child as he looked over the mountainside, unaware of the intruders stepping out of a portal. Where's Koda? It had been 3 days since the camp started, and the exhausted students were making dinner. They were going to have a test of courage, but at that moment, the greenette's mind was filled with worry. He really hates being around us, huh?
Next is the test of courage.
Mina and a group of 1A students started to cheer when Aizawa cut off their happiness by dragging them back to the classroom. Sheesh, that's harsh, Tokage whistled, and Monoma nodded. If he and Shiozaki hadn't cooperated, he would have probably been in the same predicament. After deciding that Class B would be the first to scare, Izuku excitedly bounced on the tip of his toes. They were permitted to use their quirks, and that only made it even better as hushed whispers were thrown around.
5th pair to go. Ribbit Kitty, Uraraka Kitty, go.
Pixie Bob directed the pair to go into the forest, and the two held hands as screams filled the forest. Hononuki popped his head out of the bush to compliment their section's latest scare with a laugh.
Nice going, Koda. You managed to scare everybody so far, you big creeper.
Izuku gave her a thumbs up from the tree he stood in, and the girl smiled.
I can't get over how funny Bakugo and Todoroki were.
The recommendation student cackled as he remembered the scene. After walking through a completely dark section of the forest with Izuku jumping back and forth between the trees to catch their attention, they walked into the clearing. The area was completely silent. The two walked forward, then froze. Kodai's head had popped out from the ground.
I thought they were tough. What was that? Oh.
Hononuki continued to cackle to himself about the hilarious, shocked expressions. Both boys had their eyes widened simultaneously, and it was the funniest thing. He couldn't stop laughing, and Izuku looked around before feeling uneasy. There was something wrong, and since he was in the trees, it was a lot easier to detect. Something's burning? Smoke? Hey, guys, look out. There's purple smoke heading toward us. Anxiety crawled up his spine as Izuku's danger sense was screaming for him to act. Something wasn't right. He was sure of it now.
What? It's probably just Bakugo or Todoroki letting off their quirks from the scare, right?
Kodai saw Izuku's expression and knew it was serious. She didn't hesitate to climb up into the tree he was in as the recommendation students sighed and joined them. It was then they noticed it too, the thin smell of smoke. Standing up, Hononuki immediately scanned the area, and to his horror, he saw black smoke with blue sparks rising in the distance.
We have to get out of here.
The greenette immediately scooped up Kodai and jumped from tree to tree as Hononuki returned to the ground and swam under the surface. Now it begins. The three of them were making their way directly back to camp and grouped with Asui and Uraraka on the way back. Telling them it was an emergency situation to get back, the 1A girls nodded.
Everyone!
Mandalay's telepath reached out to as many people as she could as she updated everyone on the situation.
We're currently being attacked by 2 villains, and it's very likely there are more. Return to camp immediately.
Weren't we going to her to be more safe?
Hononuki yelled as they ran faster, and no one could reply. That was when the rest of 1A and the heroes came into view, and the greenette stopped. 2 villains were standing on top of the injured Pixie Bob's head, and Mandalay was instructing Kendo to lead the class away. However, her worried expression was all he needed, as he realized a small figure was missing from the scene. Koda! Mind spinning, he quickly turns to the others. Uraraka and Asui, right? Go with Kodai and Hononuki to your class and head for the camp. I have somewhere I need to check first. And without letting them talk, the freckled boy turned away. Mandalay, I know where he is. Before anyone could say anything, the greenette immediately ran off, and out of worry, Hononuki followed. Kodai was going to follow too, but decided to stay with the 1A girls and returns to the others. Everything was all jokes just a couple of minutes ago, and now everything was spiraling into chaos. Trying to keep breathing to a minimum as they ran toward the purple gas, the sound of the bushes rustling stopped the two in their tracks. Tetsu, how did you get those masks? The silver boy carried Shiozaki in his arms and quickly explained how Yaoyorozu was passing their scare section when the attack started. The creation girl was the one to make the gas masks, and Izuku exhaled slightly in relief. It was good to know that Awase was directing the mask supplier to the others, since he knew their locations. Here, take one. Izuku popped on the mask as he relayed the instruction to return to camp, but Tetsu shook his head.
No, I'm going to fight. As a hero, I can't turn my back to wrongdoers.
Hononuki softened the ground and sank Shiozaki and himself in before shrinking the hole. However, just before the ground swallowed the two up, the recommendation student passed back 2 gas masks.
Here.
What? Izuku was confused about what was going on and gave a skeptical look.
We'll be underground so the gas won't reach us. You know there's no point stopping when he's on a roll. I'll help by taking Shiozaki to safety.
Deciding it was good enough, Izuku grabbed onto the 2 gas masks and Tetsu tightened the spare on his waist. Hononuki and Shiozaki disappeared below the ground as the greenette regained their bearings. They were still only just in the poison gas's radius, and it was hard to see through the purple mist. However, the mountain wasn't hard to see, and the freckled boy was about to start running when Tetsu halted him in his step.
Deku!
Turning to face him, the silver boy pointed at the deadly gas.
You're smart. Tell me where the villain is.
What? Why? The greenette looked at him like he was crazy, but after a pause, he thought about it. The poison gas is obviously someone's quirk, and by the quantity and density, they're skilled. This means there's a high chance the person behind it is weaker than Tetsu physically. It definitely would help more if people could see. Gritting his teeth, Izuku looked at the swirling purple and pointed at the center of the vortex. It was clearly denser and thicker. They're probably right at the center. Most likely he has measures in place to detect incoming people. Maybe the mist could even tell them our locations. They'll have ways to retaliate. You can't do it alone, but it's reckless. But do you want to try? If there are physically strong reinforcements, retreat immediately, though. Grinning at the option to fight, Tetsu nodded and the two immediately ran out of the poison gas reach. Quickly heading up a tree to be above the gas, steel was activated, and Izuku let one for all run through his veins. Drawing back a 5% punch, the greenette looked toward the center of the poisonous gas. You ready? Tetsu gritted his teeth and nodded. He was going to be like a cannonball, launching a surprise attack on whoever was at the center. Smash! Just like that, the greenette headed toward his target and ran up the mountain. Koda! Eyes widening, Izuku's body trembled with both fear and anger. The greenette had found the child, but not alone. Koda was dangling by the leg and held up by a maniacally laughing villain. The boy had no extreme injuries, but when they saw the small craters that filled the area, the emerald eyes shone with anger. He realized the massive villain was toying with the child's life, wanting nothing else than to save him. The greenette was about to rush in when he realized a head-on attack would likely injure Koda too. He's already in that villain's hand. Plus, he would see me before I attack. I need to jump in somehow, make him unsteady for even a few seconds. The greenette silently ran up the hidden side path and past the platform where the other two were. Quickly climbing up to the top of the mountain, the emerald eyes locked on the villain who stood below. I haven't properly tested this out yet, but smash! Landing feet first, the villain received a heavy kick to the face, and the greenette wobbled a little on the landing. Koda fell to the floor, and before the freckled boy could stop to think about the beginning of his new style, his body ran for it. Grabbing the child into his arms, the greenette leapt backwards as the villain stood up. I need to get Koda out of here. The villain was still dazed, and Izuku quickly put the child on his back, immediately dashing off. Why are you here? Koda yelped, and Izuku just smiled as he jumped onto the forest floor. The child was almost certain he faced death, yet here he was, on the greenette's back and capable of seeing the moon. Because I'm going to be a hero. I don't want anyone else to die on my watch. The child noticed the word else and became quiet. Izuku's words had brought back memories, and as emotions he wasn't used to having bubbled up, the child buried his face into Izuku's back. They landed on the forest floor nearby, and the student handed Koda a mask. The mist was still thick, but Tetsu must have got whoever was causing the mist. Muscular, the villain who was just killing time by traumatizing a kid he found, shook his head with annoyance. The kick was not something that could knock him out, but the surprise did catch him completely off guard. Interesting. That kid was on the list. With a grin, the villain ignored orders to stay put and immediately jumped from the mountain. He landed with a heavy thud on the forest floor before heading in the direction Izuku had gone in. The mist is lifting? They got mustered pretty quickly. With it being a lot easier to see and breathe, Todoroki let out a long sigh as he adjusted the unconscious Tsubaraba into a more comfortable position on his back. Let's avoid the finish line and go straight to camp.
Don't tell me what to do, Icy Hot.
The two could walk forward a lot easier now, but as they did, the blonde froze.
Hey, who was ahead of us again?
Tokiyami and Shoji. The heterochromatic eyes followed the rubies and settled on a hunched man. The person was drooling and mumbling to themselves as they admired a severed hand.
So pretty. I need to work, but oh, what beautiful flesh.
The feisty blonde could only swear under his breath as the figure turned towards him. He was wearing a limb-binding, skin-tight suit that held his mouth open, and a slight trace of blood could be seen.
And they're telling us not to fight?
Izuku Midoriya!
Muscular hollered the Greenette's name as he ran after the glow of the boy's discharge. There was no way he was letting a good fight escape him, and also because it was part of the job. The freckled boy heard the holler, and his blood froze. They were extremely close to camp, and if they got any closer, more people were going to get hurt. Skidding to a stop, the child was promptly set on the ground. Kota, listen to me. Camp is less than a minute run from here, so please find a teacher. What about you? The kid asked, and Izuku shook his head. I need to be a diversion. If I go any closer, that villain could hurt more people. The child didn't want to agree. This villain had been the one who had killed his parents, and in so had forced the child to see death's face. Nothing was more terrifying. And he wants to face him? Is he crazy? But before Kota could try and convince Izuku not to fight, the Greenette had stood up. Run! With no choice but to follow, the small legs headed toward the camp. One for All ran through every cell of Izuku's body. The power flowed like oxygen from his arms to his legs, and all his senses were at their peak. The second he heard the footsteps near, the freckled boy dashed away from camp. I will protect everyone. I hope you can protect all your students, huh? Eraser? Aizawa watched as the villain Dabi turned into a pile of mud on the floor as his students came running out of the woods. At the same time, Kota wobbled out with tears in his eyes, which flowed faster as he made eye contact with the teacher. Uraraka, one of the students who turned up, ran over to bring the child to safety when Kota cried out, I don't know his name. That villain called him Izuku Mito, the one with green hair. He's being chased. Aizawa's eyes widened as he realized Kota meant one of Vlad's students. Uraraka looked at the child in her arms and realized this was why the Greenette had run from Mandalay earlier. Knowing this made her hold on to Kota protectively. Get inside, I'll be right back. Inform Vlad King on what's happening. The 1A teacher ran off in the direction Kota appeared from and could already hear a fight.
Come on, Midoriya, show me some blood.
Muscular grinned sadistically as he got up and made his way over intimidatingly. The Greenette was using his superior mobility to his advantage to drop down from the trees, but Muscular was simply stronger.
Why are you after us?
Izuku yelled back. The two started fighting within seconds of Kota disappearing from sight, and the Greenette was pale from worry. The villain had asked him if he had seen Katsuki Bakugo, and that both the blonde and himself were targets. Playtime's over. I need to catch you alive. Gritting his teeth, the Greenette dashed around the close-growing trees before diving down onto Muscular.
Smash!
His movements were one that imitated Kaibara's fighting style, coming from random angles with his body weight, feet first. Letting One for All flow not upward but downward felt more comfortable, and the boy found that he had a lot more flexibility. But where's that bone-breaking anger from, huh? The freckled boy jumped back in surprise. The muscle fibers that wrapped around the villain suddenly unraveled, exposing just a normal, strong man.
What? Ugh! Get back, kid!
Izuku turned to see Aizawa's glaring red eyes. The man's capture scarf wrapped around the struggling villain's body, and the Greenette's mind spun. Right. He quickly thanked the teacher before yelling, I need to find Mandalay. But before the Greenette ran off again, the 1A teacher stopped him in his tracks. Wait, kid. When you find Mandalay... Dear, you're so close. The villain, Magne, was dodging Tiger's attacks by predicting his moves. Mandalay was running around avoiding Spinner's blades. You're not a real hero at all. The mutant-type villain swung his sword around wildly as Mandalay yelled in frustration. You're so persistent. The villain smiled back before raising his weapon high in the air above the hero. So are you. Hurry up and be purged already. Smash! Izuku came dashing in, feet first, and the sword in Spinner's hand broke into individual pieces. Huh? Mandalay, Kota's okay. It's you? And here's a message from Mr. Aizawa. Tell everyone with telepath. The hero immediately reacted, activating her quirk so it reached as far as she could. Everyone in camp received the urgent call. Everyone in Class A and B, in the name of the pro-hero Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. I repeat, you are hereby granted permission to engage in combat. Get him! Tiger's instincts to jump forward and intercept Magne saved the Greenette from being caught. Seeing that this place wasn't safe, Izuku turns to run off again. But as he did, he shouted, Please tell everyone one more thing. The villains, their targets are Katchan and me. How does he know? The two villains present froze momentarily. Their plan had been exposed. They only knew one who didn't care for secrecy as long as he got a bloodthirsty fight. But that meant he encountered Muscular and got out without a scratch? By the looks of it, he's only tired. That moment of confusion, however, was their downfall, as the pro-heroes immediately jumped in. Seeing two unconscious villains, Mandalay let out a satisfied huff as she sent out another message. We have discovered two of the villains' targets. The green-haired boy from 1B and a student called Kachan. The 1B student who just separated from us to avoid villains. Both you and Kachan, please regroup. Try to avoid combat and don't act on your own." The fierce blonde himself grunted at the nickname as he could guess what had happened.
Kachan, what did that damn nerd get himself into?
Bakugo, look out!
A wave of ice blocked a barrage of swords flying in the direction as Todoroki skidded to a halt.
I have to do my job.
The villain was being held in the air by the swords protruding from his teeth, and Bakugo scoffed. He was itching for a fight and pissed that he was being given too many instructions.
Fight, then don't fight. Make up your minds, damn it.
Izuku ran through the forest as he tried to calculate people's positions. However, the shadow by his feet shifted, and a familiar mop of white hair appeared.
Class rep, Kurohiro?
The boy nodded and pulled himself out of the ground.
You mustn't travel through the darkness alone. I shall accompany you.
How did you find me? I know you can navigate through the darkness, but how did you look over so much space? The greenette ran as he talked, and Kurohiro was swimming through the ground.
Well, it's not too hard to know you're worried for that blonde in 1A. Passed my section, so I used that to...
What happened? Izuku immediately sped up to reach Mezoshoji, someone from the first courage testing pair. The dupla-armed boy was bleeding, and the sound of an inhuman roar could be heard.
We were attacked by a villain, and I just covered for us. But seeing my blood caused Tokoyami to lose control of his quirk.
That's Tokoyami?
Yes. He's reacting to any movement or sound at the moment.
The greenette remembered what he read on the student from the cavalry battle, but he didn't expect the quirk to grow this large at night.
He's the Brethren of Darkness, is he not?
Kurohiro spoke up as he eyed the black mass violently crashing around. Can you control that much?
The answer is uncertain, but I can probably control him enough to make him attack something that isn't us.
Izuku nodded, but the sound of blades crashing through ice caught his ear. Wait, I have an idea. The greenette pointed in the direction, and Vanta Black understood.
I'll do what I can.
Todoroki and Bakugo had been running from the incoming blades, which the bicolored boy misdirected with ice. However, by doing so, they got cornered by another villain. Lucky me. I get to try and capture a target.
Bakugo!
Hey, move, fish. You almost got me. Toga was already disappointed because the girls she had been following were taken by a group back to the pros at the beginning. It was led by their second target, and seeing her toys get taken away from her made the blonde sad. However, the blade villain ignored her as he was also angry.
Stop trying to take my flesh.
The two villains argued on who got to capture the target when the sound of trees crashing apart could be heard.
Get out of the way!
Izuku and Shoji were running toward the group, and Moonfish looked annoyed. The weapons from his mouth grew in size, and the villain leapt at Dark Shadow.
Don't take away my flesh!
Within an instant, Moonfish was crushed by the hulking Shadow. Those who hadn't seen the monstrous Shadow yet were shaken at how powerful the quirk could be when Shoji yelled out,
"We need light!"
The two watched as Kurohiro struggled to control the Dark Shadow within Tokoyami, and immediately reacted. With a small burst of fire and explosions, Vanta Black jumped out and the quirk was subdued.
Are you okay?
Shoji asked his friend, who sat on the floor panting. The bird-like boy nodded and thanked everyone for their help. Wait, there's another one. Todoroki turned around. However, the blonde villain wasn't anywhere to be seen.
And the psycho got away.
We need to get back to camp. Mr. Vlad and Eraserhead are there, so it's probably the safest place. There was no point in chasing a villain, especially with the group now containing their two targets.
I'm already escorting him, but he insisted on finding you first.
Kurohiro nodded, and Bakugo scratched his hair.
Why do I need to get protected?
We need to get everyone back safely. Making a square formation with Kurohiro, Tokoyami, Shoji, and Todoroki carrying the unconscious Tsuburaba. Izuku and Bakugo had to walk in the middle. Do you know why they're targeting you two? The greenette tried to recall Muscular's words, but the musclehead didn't reveal much. I just know that Kachan and I are targeted for probably what we showed during the sports festival. What you showed? I'm not following. Well, the villain said bone-breaking anger, so I assumed he meant my fight with Todoroki. It was most likely because of their fight. As powerful as it was, it mostly was just the greenette yelling at Todoroki before beating him up, and then Bakugo's overall performance could be summed up in that too.
This is stupid!
However, as they reached the camp, the students stared in horror at the fight breaking out. Aizawa was bleeding and against a wall as Vlad was holding off Muscular. Oh no! Izuku felt horrible. The reason he had run when Aizawa took over in the first place was because of the USJ. He underestimated his homeroom teacher when Vlad was against the League and didn't want to do it again. Except now he'd overestimated. The blood shone darkly in the moonlight, and the sight reminded Izuku of Ida. Tensing up, the greenette was about to jump in when Kurohiro placed an arm on his shoulder.
Calm down. Look.
Even though Aizawa lay there unmoving, The teacher was still fighting as every once in a while, the muscle fibers unraveled themselves. Vlad would take advantage and pummel Muscular to the floor, and with their combined effort, the S-class villain was taken down. They did it! His knees felt weak, and Izuku sat on the floor. The rush of emotions brought his adrenaline rush to an abrupt stop, and he sat there, exhausted. Shoji took the unconscious Tsubaraba from Todoroki to bring him indoors, as the bicolored boy encased the tied-up villain in ice. Tokoyami went to his homeroom teacher, who went inside, and Vlad joined him, telling the kids to follow promptly to plan what to do next. Kurohito stretched his limbs out a bit. It felt nice to have a small moment in the middle of the tense fight. They now secured a safe spot.
See, Midoriya, there was no need to tense.
The boy made out of darkness paused as he looked around. Everything was fine a moment ago. The boy you're talking about. The voice caught everyone's attention, and they turned to see a villain holding a marble. I took him with my magic.
Deku!
Todoroki had to stop the wide-eyed blonde from blasting forward, and Bakugo glared angrily at his classmate. Oi, don't stop! Bakugo, you're a target too, remember? There was a pause, a thought, and then an irritated tongue clicked before rubies glared at the villain. Such fierce eyes. That talent isn't someone who belongs on the hero's side. The masked man started to monologue as he fiddled with the marble. And this young one, such hidden emotions. We'll take him to a stage and cultivate his potential to a stage where he'll shine brighter than he ever would have as a hero. He didn't want to hear it. Somewhere inside him, Bakugo understood why the villains would be after him, but this wasn't it. The masked villain in front of him was calling Izuku, the greenette of all people, a potential villain. Potential? Potential my ass! That damn nerd barely has anything for himself as a hero, and you're spouting this crap about him being a villain? You don't know when to shut up. Mr. Compress only grinned underneath the mask at the seething face. Move! A wave of ice went hurtling toward the villain, but was easily dodged. The man flew above the ground and landed in a tree further away. Sorry. Tricks and running away are my only redeeming features. I am but an entertainer. Placing the marble into his pocket, Mr. Compress clicked his earpiece. Vanguard Action Squad. Second target successfully collected. First target at my heels. Assistance required. The villain ran off toward his given coordinate, and the students immediately gave chase. Mr. Compress already succeeded. Took him long enough. I was just getting sleepy. A villain in a black and white skin suit contradicted himself as he walked after a scarred man. The purple stitches glinted darkly against the haunting pale blue light that the raging sapphire inferno behind them gave off. This place was supposed to be hard to find because of the wall of flames and gas, but the gas was cleared away. Things never go according to plan, huh? Damn it, he's fast! Bakugo cursed as he and Todoroki ran across the forest floor. Kurohito already merged with the shadows and had disappeared from sight. Oi, Icy Hot! Make a cannon big enough for me to rotate in! The bicolored boy was about to protest, but the look on his classmate's face made him doubt his own judgment. Deciding to listen, he stopped and made a massive tunnel pointing toward the escaping villain. Bakugo grinned menacingly as his hands crackled. If I blast my way out of here, then there will be no damn fires! Jumping in, the human missile let off a series of small explosions from his palms and used the ice to guide himself out of the cylinder. Die! Huh? No one else is here yet. Toga, the girl who had escaped from the group earlier, appeared at the meeting spot. Her messy space buns bounced as she looked around. After getting told off for not getting anyone's blood, she stood to the side and pouted. It's not my fault someone came every time. I was going to get it. Just as she was about to grumble about Izuku taking away the two girls she had been stalking, a loud crash could be heard. Bakugo landed down, holding Mr. Compress in a chokehold. Kurohito suddenly appeared underneath the villain and also held the man down. Now give back the damn nerd! Mister, get out of the way. Dabi held up a hand and the masked villain immediately glowed. Both kids leapt out of the way in the nick of time as a current of brilliant blue flames engulfed the area they stood in. Target? A ferocious blast toward the incoming twice made the contradicting man back up. Acquired! Or not. A fight immediately broke out as the villains aimed for Bakugo. Kurohito assisted by hiding in the looming shadows and trying to catch anyone off guard by popping out and trying to take them down. The white-haired kid tried merging with Dobby's black coat and suffocating him, but the villain casually burnt the fabric away. He didn't seem to care that his skin was aflame and casually patted the burnt clothes. I can't believe the target himself came flying at me. A missed opportunity, but I must insist I help. Mr. Compress reached a hand toward the blonde, but was too late. Bakugo dodged it and blasted himself to the edge of the clearing. Where's the second one? The masked villain reached into his pocket.
Bakugo, let's get out of here.
Kurohito yelled as he held up a marble. The blonde didn't hesitate to rush off. He wasn't naive enough to think he could fend them all off, and he was a target too. Oh, where do you think you're going? Blah blah blah, attack mode blah. The two were about to rush into the trees when they skidded to a stop. The sickly green-skinned Nomu bumbled from the trees as Dobby yelled out, Nomu, capture that kid alive! A wild screech tore through the forest as the creature ran toward the blonde. Bakugo! Kurohito couldn't do anything but watch as the inhumanly strong creature grabbed the 1A student by the leg and dangled him. Target secure. Now get the second one. No! No, wait! Mr. Compress held up a gloved hand as a warp gate suddenly appeared. It's you. Kurohito immediately recognized the villain from the USJ and without hesitation jumped forward. He merged with the pitch-black mist, but before he could take control, Kurogiri expanded so far that the student fell out. There's no need to aim for him. He ran from here so happily, I thought I'd give him a gift. Mr. Compress's voice caught Vanta Black's attention, who turned to see the magician take off his mask. One explosion and your head's off, kid. Watch yourself. Kurohito felt his blood freeze as he saw a marble sit on the magician's tongue, and through the reflection, he could see Izuku. Both targets acquired. Let's go. As the Nomu disappeared, Mr. Compress took a bow and left through the portal. Time seemed to slow down as Kurohito started to rush forward, watching in horror as Dobby started to drag Bakugo into the mist. No. A ridiculously bright, shining laser blasted through the bushes, accurately toward Dobby's unscarred fingers. The villain reflexively let go, and the blonde scrambled forward, explosions escaping his palms as he got out of grabbing range. A tongue click was followed by the turquoise eyes glaring at the shivering Yuga Aoyama. Damn it, we'll have to come back. The portal closed just as Kurohito reached it, and Bakugo looked down at his own palms. They were shaking from overusing his quirk, but that wasn't what was on his mind. He had used his last ounce of strength to escape and succeeded, a feat that was impressive and relieving, but he was there. The blonde couldn't get over the fact that Mr. Compress was right next to him when Dobby grabbed his neck. If I just took the risk then. He angrily kicked the dirt where he stood before looking up at the sky. Pale blue flames were flickering and causing devastation at every turn. The blonde was angry, but not at anyone more than himself. Rage built up within him as the blonde took a sharp intake of breath. Deku! Not many heard the scream, as everyone was trying to meet up at camp. Awase was running with Yagirozu on his back, glad that the Nomu they faced suddenly stopped attacking and walked off. Horonuki carried Shiozaki and met with Tetsu as the trio headed back. Aizawa, even though he was heavily injured, pushed himself to carry children who had passed out from the gas as Vlad safeguarded the area. Todoroki arrived at where Bakugo and Kurohito stood and didn't know how to react as the blonde screamed his lungs out. No matter what anyone said, that night, the heroes had completely lost to the villains. The press hounded UA gates the very next morning, asking for official statements and questions. Nezu held a meeting as they discussed their next plan of action and everyone nodded. After investigation, the location Tokage found was definitely the current base for the League. Further inspection also revealed, although he wasn't there, All Might's arch-nemesis had surveillance on the area. The information let the pros prep early and start rounding up the heroes to fight. Now all that was left was to take action at the right time. All that this reporter can say is that if I wanted to be a hero, I couldn't possibly enroll her at UA in the current circumstances. The TV was turned off by a maniacally laughing man as he sat in the bar filled with the Vanguard Action Squad.
I'm really thankful for all the publicity we're getting this time. Don't you agree?
Shigaraki turns to look at Izuku, who was tied to a chair, limbs heavily restrained so that he wouldn't try anything. Why am I here? The Greenette was trying to be calm within the tense situation, and it seemed to make the leader laugh.
Heroes are so uptight nowadays. But you're different. You and that Bakugo kid. Even though he would have been better, Master was right as usual.
A malicious grin appeared from under the hand on Shigaraki's face.
You really do adapt anywhere.
Confusion bubbled up from the depths of the boy's stomach, but was quickly distracted. The blonde from across the room had stood up. She walked over, casually swinging a knife before looking at the student. Her golden eyes traced him up and down coldly as she held up the blade. Shiggy, can I cut him? I still don't like him because he stole the girls I was going to cut, but he's totally my type. If he's just covered in a little bit of blood.
Oi, lunatic, stop. I wanted to kill him at first, too.
Toga just sighed and skipped back to her seat.
But he has potential. To save All Might, he was going to kill me back in the USJ. And then the sports festival. To save that Todoroki kid.
The leader turned to Izuku with his hands held open wide. It was a welcoming gesture, but all the boy could see were the arms of death.
So, why don't you save society, kid? It's so uptight, and heroes are useless. A child can walk down the street covered in blood and society will just ignore them. Isn't that sad? Why don't you tear it down and build a new one? Izuku Midoriya, join us!
Damn it!
A pillow blew up and was left smoking in the corner of the room. Kirishima had walked into the horror show and do nothing but sit on the side. He wanted to help, but really didn't know what to say. He knew that anything that came out of his mouth at that moment would only further upset the blonde. Come in? Kirishima answered hastily as Bakugo didn't reply. The door opened. It was Monoma.
What do you want?
Not barking like usual? That's a surprise. The tension rose, and Kirishima tried to calm everyone down as ruby eyes glinted darkly. God, I still can't believe I'm doing this.
What do you want? I don't have all day.
We technically do, considering we plan to leave at night. The voice came from the door, and the three boys turned to Tokage. She was slightly out of breath, as if she had run over, and the wizard girl nodded to Monoma. Okay, I'll get to the point. She quickly explained how she and Monoma had both been knocked out, not from a fight, but from the gas. Their scare sections just happened to be too close, and before chaos could start, they were out. Monoma bowed his head down, a sight 1A had never seen, as the blonde made a fist. While losing consciousness from the gas, I just remember feeling bad for myself. While Midoriya was fighting for his life, I just felt like your best wasn't enough. Kurohito walked in too and sat next to Tokage. He smiled at his classmate wearily. I vowed to keep him safe. I said I would accompany him all the way back to camp, and my own words were thrown back. The wizard girl comfortingly patted her classmate's back, and the 1B students shared a smile. And? Bakugo didn't know what was going on, and the periwinkle eyes rolled around with a sigh. You still don't get it? We're here because I'm asking if you're coming with us. Huh? We're saying that it doesn't matter that we couldn't do anything. We're going to fix it now, and Monoma thought you should come too since you blame yourself. Tokage! What? You know we're only asking him because you secretly worry for everyone. He could just tag along for moral support. I don't really care who comes, since I'm going either way. I'm not going to underestimate them. I learned that already. I'll have a plan, even if I'm going alone. Her outburst surprised Monoma a little, since the bubbly girl was acting so out of character. However, the feeling was mutual, as this time they wanted to help. No one, especially their friend, was going to be left behind. The 1B blonde and Kurohito nodded. They were all going. Bakugo understood what they meant and looked down at his arms. He could still feel the way they shook from overusing his quirk, and the guilt from knowing Izuku was so close. Shit! He clenched his teeth and stood up. Looking at the students from 1B, he spoke out. I'm going. Once the three left, Bakugo got up. Wait, Bakugo. Kirishima, who had sat there silently, finally spoke up. Mr. Aizawa said the pros will handle it. You're a target too. I know you want to go, but... The redhead stopped himself. It wasn't because he didn't know what to say, or because he changed his mind. He was still adamant about the blonde not going. However, Every time Izuku was involved, the usually just angry Bakugo would openly express other emotions. And this time, Kirishima saw pain. It was still behind a wall of rage, but it was clear Bakugo was affected by the kidnapping. Even if it meant just standing and watching the 1B students do all the work, the blondes just wanted to confirm Izuku's return with his own eyes.
Shut it, weird hair. I'm getting that damn nerd back.
Unable to say anything else, the redhead decided he would just support his friend, as he had since the beginning. Night came quickly, and Tokage stood outside with Monoma and Kurohito. The trio waited patiently, and just as he agreed, Bakugo slipped out of his hospital room and joined them. I want to go too. They turned to see Todoroki standing there, and it caused Kirishima to want to go too. No. Why? Monoma looked at the two who wanted to come. If they did, their group would be 6. Because we're already violating rules. Plus, the bigger the group, the more we stand out. Todoroki grit his teeth before lowering his head. He felt like he owed Izuku a debt, in a way. But he wasn't going to go if he only held a group back. There was really nothing else they could do. Instead, Kirishima just smiled. Good luck, Bakubro. There's no way I'd ever join. The greenette landed on the floor with a thud as Dabi pinned his body down. Izuku glared at Shigaraki. The second he had been set free, he tried to take the leader out and escape, but it was too reckless, and he got caught. The slight burns on his shoulders stung, but he gritted his teeth through the pain.
Stubborn, aren't we? Damn it, I liked the other one more.
Izuku glared at the leader at the mention of a second kidnapping. He wasn't going to let villains take Bakugo away to turn him into a criminal too. He sat there silently with defensive anger in his eyes, and Shigaraki grinned.
Oh, did that hit a nerve?
After traveling on the train toward the location Tokage had memorized, the 4 students looked around the side path they headed down.
Are you sure it's this way?
Kurohito was skeptical, but the greenette nodded. Her GPS was starting to run out of signal, so Monoma was gathering their bearings to figure out where the coordinates were. It should be behind that building over there. I'm confused. Wasn't this supposed to be the main hideout? How come we're here? Turning into the alley, this was the location she got before reaching her time limit, and they looked up at the tall wall. No idea. It must be pretty important, though, if the leader passed here before actually leaving for base. There was a single window peeking in, so the lizard girl split and floated up. As she floated a part of herself inside since it was too dark to see, the girl was chilled to the bone. Nomu? Since she didn't say anything, Kurohito merged with the shadow-covered wall and also looked over the edge. He had the same reaction and slowly slid down.
Well, the hell is over that wall?
Kurohito faced Bakugo, who looked annoyed.
Nomu. Loads of them.
Monoma froze at the mention as he remembered the USJ. That Nomu was something All Might struggled to put down, and it caused anxiety to build up. It should be fine. I had a closer look. Tokage floated down after reassembling herself and spoke quietly. The one from the USJ was specifically engineered for defeating All Might. These ones only have one specific trait. Deku could fend off one before, when we went patrolling together.
And there's no problem. Where's the nerd?
I know we agreed for you to stay out of this and just watch, but do you truly think we would keep that from you if we knew? Honestly. The 2 blondes proceeded to glare at each other over the missing Izuku when Kurohito held up a hand.
Silence. There's someone coming.
Over the news, a broadcast with Nezu, Vlad, and Aizawa was live for Japan. Reporters were asking questions about how the school plans to deal with such scarred kids. After all, Izuku had been through the USJ problem, the stain incident, Ida's death, and seen facing a Nomu. As if it wasn't enough, he had been kidnapped too, and Yue had to deal with the aftermath.
As Midoriya's educator, I take full responsibility for his health.
Vlad stood up and looked directly at the camera.
He is my priority. I will get back my student.
Stomach to the floor, Izuku was unable to move with the villain sitting on his back. The greenette's mind was racing as he tried to process everything. They launched a huge operation to catch 2 students and in the end only got 1. Either way, he was someone they deemed to have worth, so... They're not going to kill me immediately. Before they change their mind, because I know Shigaraki really doesn't like me, I need to escape.
Not talking, eh? Well, We don't have the time anyway. The heroes are still investigating us, so... Master?
The villain turned toward a TV screen and spoke.
Lend me your power.
And power? Chills ran up Izuku's spine as the greenette realized who Shigaraki was talking to. Oh no. What just happened? Just a minute ago, Tokage was staring at the pro-heroes who arrived on the scene when a mysterious man walked out. Best Jeanist immediately bound the suit fibers tightly to their body, but with a crackle of black and red discharge, the nearby area erupted skyward. It was a horrible sight for the students. Even Bakugo knew to stay completely silent as they looked at all the heroes shaking on the floor. The only reason they were alive was that the number 4 hero had pulled them away at the last millisecond. All 5 children were frozen in fear. Even running seemed impossible now. What in the world was that? Ugh! Midoriya? Deku?
Deku!
More silver sludge spluttered from thin air, and the villains appeared. An unconscious Dabi had landed on Izuku's back, but now the greenette could wriggle out. Scrambling to his feet, the emerald eyes landed on the true leader of the league, and he paled at the sight. All for one. Teeth grit, the student glared at the man and took a few steps back. All Might said his quirk couldn't be forcibly taken, but instinct still drove him backwards. Try again. The leader was talking to Shigaraki as he held out a hand to everyone there. I brought back all your associates. I know you were against the idea of this child too, but he would make such a poetic piece. You're here. The students froze in fear. Even Bakugo, who hadn't moved the whole time, was frigid. Did he spot us?
I'll have you return everything!
A violent discharge of wind pushed back debris and villains alike as All Might suddenly appeared. He and his arch-nemesis were already glaring daggers at each other before the number 1 hero was flung backwards. All Might's power is in me. He's weaker than All for One now. Just as Izuku thought that, the 2 powerhouses locked fists, and his mentor was once again thrown back into a building. All Might! All for One ordered Shigaraki to escape after forcibly opening Warp Gate from the unconscious Kurogiri. With All Might rushing back to intercept the evil mastermind, Izuku stood surrounded by villains. I need to escape. I'll only hold All Might back. One for All crackled through his veins as the student looked around for an opening. All the conscious villains were eyeing him now. A brawl immediately started as Izuku ran around, jumping high into the air and crashing down.
Smash!
It was a 6 against 1 with a powerhouse fight overhead.
Return young Midoriya at once!
All Might's fist was held in All for One's bare hand, and the man behind the mask grinned. That kid would be a great asset to Shigaraki.
He will never be a villain!
A chuckle escaped the embodiment of evil as he spoke almost gently. I can just modify him to be the perfect right-hand man. Just imagine the news, All Might. Your protege becoming a villain because UA couldn't keep him from harm. What would they say? An image of carnage wrecked through All Might's mind, and he frowned, the light blue eyes glinting with determination.
I will never allow that to happen!
The hero was blown back a bit, and All for One rose into the air. A condescending voice rang from the breathing device on his face. How would the masses react? How would you react? All Might, imagine your protege working side by side with... He paused to relish the angry face the number 1 hero displayed. Working with the grandson of your mentor, Nana Shimura. A sickening chuckle escaped the world's most dangerous man as he saw the anger dispel. A face of shock, sadness, and twisted agony painted itself like a melancholy painting. And All for One appreciated every second. How does it feel to know that my protege is none other than Tenko Shimura?
A loud ricochet rang across the battlefield, knocking out 4 of the 6 villains that surrounded Izuku.
Cranturino!
It was a relieving sight, but not enough, as the symbol of peace was still unnerved by the announcement. Toshinori!
The strict voice stirred the number one as he turns to look at the retired man. The old eyes sent a look of pity toward the man-child who lashed out like a lost cause.
He's beyond help. Your priority is to get Midoriya back.
At the mention of his student, All Might returns to reality, but All for One had other ideas.
Force quirk activation.
The indecisive successor of darkness still wanted to stay put, but with his body radiating a soft blue glow, Shigaraki felt a pull. A thin line from his body connected to the illuminated toga who shone red.
Magnetism.
Huh? Izuku panicked as his own body turned blue. Instantly, One for All flowed through his veins and the greenette held onto the ground.
Midoriya!
Gran Torino tried to assist, but the reigning king of the underground kept him at bay. The student could only stand there helplessly in front of the open portal. The unconscious Magna was lifted by crimson-black protrusions that extended from All for One's fingers, and the greenette paled. If he throws her at me, I'm not going to be able to hold on. Time seemed to slow down as villains were thrown in Izuku's direction. All for One stood there condescendingly, and the heroes could do nothing. Shigaraki disappeared within the portal, and just as Magna was about to make contact with the rigid child, a simultaneous yell rang out.
Run! Get out of the way!
A flashy explosion erupted before Izuku's eyes. It came from out of nowhere, just as Magna's body seems to curve weirdly to the side. The magnetism that held the student hostage dissipated, and the greenette didn't hesitate. He ran. He turned to see that Kurohito had merged with All for One's breathing apparatus and was doing something. Whatever it was effective as the two quirks that were forcefully activated ceased, and the portal closed. Magna landed on the floor near the unconscious Dabi, but there was no time to see. Izuku's eyes followed a familiar spark and ended up landing near Monoma, who signaled Kurohito to flee. Vanta Black ran down the dark suit and disappeared into the shadows, escaping from the scene.
We need to get out of here.
Bakugo was almost dragging the exhausted Izuku as Monoma aided Tokage. Her arm was missing, but none of that was important at that moment. Before All for One could compose himself to take control again, All Might and Gran Torino took action. Whatever was happening in that fight was no longer their concern. Rushing to the safety of Kamino Ward's busy roads, the students collapsed in a side street. That was close. Izuku huffed as he looked toward those who saved him. Even though he wanted to mutter a string of worried questions, now wasn't the time. Thanks. You guys saved me. Monoma and Tokage smiled as Kurohito gently punched his shoulder.
I was just fulfilling my promise to keep you safe.
Did you really think we could just sit there? I only came because Tokage would have tried to take that villain alone if I wasn't here. You know she's irrational when it comes to big decisions. Hey! Bakugo watched the mini-reunion unfold. A wide smile was painted on Izuku's face, and if no one knew better, the kidnapping seemed to be nothing more than a horrible nightmare. The freckled boy was laughing as he was scolding Kurohito for being reckless, only to get a mimicking scolding from Monoma. Tokage, as usual, was just trying to make peace as her arm had finished regenerating. How did you guys even pull that off? While mixing with the crowds, Izuku was curious about their side of the story. Monoma sighed before explaining. He had copied Tokage's quirk as the greenette herself used her body to carry some of Bakugo's nitroglycerin. They decided it was better for Monoma to aid Izuku since he wouldn't have the quirk long enough to regenerate. Kurohito was sent into the shadows, and all that was left was to wait for timing. Everything had seemed hopeless and impossible to fix when Bakugo's keen eyes spotted the opening, the black breathing mask. And you know the rest. Kurohito was a distraction to free you. Tokage used the discharge from your quirk to set the explosion off. Blind spot created. I was supposed to be there to guide you to us, but ended up pushing that villain out of the way. Bakugo's signal flare, then the retreat. The four of them winded around the streets when forest green eyes paused to gaze up at the screen. Wait. The emerald pupils widened with fear as they landed on not All Might, but Toshinori. The skeletal man was displayed on every screen in Japan for all to see. No. All for One could be seen with his suit torn and blood dripping from under the mask, but Toshinori was worse off as he faced his nemesis. Both powerhouses were in pain, and the fight on screen caused panic to swell. In times of danger, appearance didn't matter. All that was important was that All Might won, and the shout that crescendoed from the streets only served to prove that point. The crowd started to yell and pray for their symbol's victory, and it wasn't just them. It was everyone. From the people in the streets to the ones yelling at a TV screen, the sheer willpower seems to make the air itself heavy with tension. The suspense was enough to make anyone weak in the knees, and there was nothing they could do about it. Nothing. Nothing but yell. It couldn't even be considered yelling, more like a plea for help, a desperate plea which only swelled up further as the students joined too, starting to scream along. Waves of intense emotion welled up from the pits of Izuku's stomach as he watched the fight. All Might will save everyone, right? Flashbacks from when he was a child flickered through the Greenette's overwhelmed mind. Innocent admiration he carried all his life seemed to shake. All for One stood up, wiping the blood dripping from his face as a monstrosity of an arm started to bulge. It was the ultimate combination his body could accumulate, and his opponent did the same. All Might is going to save everyone, right? Bakugo, someone who shared Izuku's past, also felt his emotions shake. After all, the symbol of peace was his goal. And to do that, they must always be the winner. It didn't matter if they haven't spoken to each other in their lives. One thing was true. Their paths in life, which were dancing around each other, finally crossed as the two looked up desperately at the screen. Save everyone. Please. All Might! All Might!
United States of Space!
The wind howled like a cheer of hope as the clouds cleared and skies parted. A hurricane had erupted in the fight zone. Debris cleared, and at the sight of All for One's body slamming into the ground, victory came rushing in. He did it! All Might won! Screams of joy erupted from every household in Japan as All Might's name was yelled out with tears of relief. People jumped around, and the cheers only became louder as Toshinori's arm was raised into the air. The other nearby pros immediately went to help anyone caught underneath the rubble. The reporter landed their helicopter nearby to relay the damage. That was when it happened. Come on. We need to go take responsibility for committing a crime. Tokage said it so casually that she got playfully shoved by Kurohito, who rolled his eyes. It is a serious offense. I may not regret it, but what we did was a villain's act. Silence suddenly rained down, even though there were hundreds present, as a finger pointed at the camera. Next! Izuku stopped walking after the girl as he paused to look around. The close-up of Toshinori's fingers seemed to dig right through his soul as the next words rang out. Next! It's your turn! The country was filled with exhilaration and jovial jumping, but among the carefree masses, a certain Greenette couldn't join in. He had understood the secret message to him, and tears welled up in his emerald green eyes. The symbol of peace was no more. The embers of One for All had completely disappeared, and the mantle he held was all that was left. Originally, Izuku had thought All Might would be there until he could take up his spot as number one, but now... The Greenette couldn't cry as he looked down at his own hands, only an hour ago in cuffs. If I didn't get kidnapped, then All Might would have pushed this fight to a later date. I could have been stronger and then fought by his side. I was, this time, only in his way. Only in his way. The buds of uncertainty gnawed at his confidence, and phantom force seemed to weigh down on the scarred palms. Irrational thoughts ran through his head. Despite the sniffles ready to escape, something within the student cracked. The hands that were ready to wipe a messy face fell limply by his side, as the pained expression seemed to lose emotion. Instead of flowing out, the grief concentrated in the emerald eyes, and not a sound escaped the boy. Becoming numb, the Greenette stared blankly at the screen, as a single stream of tears ran down the side of his cheek. Did I end the symbol of peace? The next few days were hectic, to say the least. Luckily, the reporter camera hadn't arrived when the mini rescue squad jumped out, so instead of telling the truth and being forced to deal with the consequences, Vlad just agreed to hide the truth with a couple of lies. With the story following that the Greenette was saved during the initial attack, the children managed to get away with the rule-breaking provided they worked hard. Other changes included the now empty seats for the top of both her hero and the underworld. All Might had officially retired, and All for One was taken to Tartarus along with two villains, Dobby and Magna. They had been found unconscious on site. Without leading figures on either side, every citizen was shaken. There were a bunch of complications with dorm moves, too, and although most were fine, Toshinori and Vlad knew the next would be difficult. They stood outside the Midoriya household, and the retired hero knocked on the door. At first, Toshinori wanted to go in alone, but since the Greenette had been the one to be kidnapped, the homeroom teacher insisted he would go too. Please, come in. Despite the nervous welcome and friendly smile, at the mention of the dorm move notice, Inko's expression changed.
I believe we sent a notice in the mail first.
Vlad was nervous too, since the mother seemed tense. Izuku wasn't making eye contact with anyone and was instead looking down at the table. Yes, about that. The Greenette grit his teeth before getting up. Not making a sound, he left the room. Inko sighed as she looked at her son's back before facing the teachers. I have already spoken to Izuku. The day I received the notice, I told him that I was against the idea. The teachers didn't speak as the teary mother looked at the open door. I didn't want to risk my baby getting kidnapped again because, well, apart from the normal, do you know what that child said? He told me that he was glad to be caught. The teacher's eyes widened up a little as they heard this, and the mother continued, in place of others. My son told me with his own mouth that he was grateful that no one else was hurt. He was grateful that no one else had to go through what he did. Izuku, he didn't care for his own self, as long as others were safe. It was a habit the teachers knew very well firsthand. The student seemed to jump in head first to all problems just to save everyone. But as his mother, I couldn't just stand by and watch. Izuku's quirk never appeared like the other kids, and since he entered UA, he's only been getting more and more. The woman's body shook as she spoke, and large, clear eyes fell to the table. She looked directly at the teachers sitting in front of her. I don't have the nerves of steel need to entrust my son to UA High School as it. The door slammed open as Izuku walked in, and the boy held up a letter. Izuku! Mom! Holding up the paper, Inko could see that it was a messily written thank you note. It doesn't have to be UA. It doesn't matter where I go. When I received this, it made me the happiest person because for a moment I was someone's hero. The child sat on the floor and faced his mother, head bowed down. If you can't accept UA, then I'll just go to a different school. As long as there's a hero course, I can be a hero. Vlad watched his student beg his mother, and got up from his chair. The homeroom teacher sat next to the Greenette and faced the crying parent.
As his homeroom teacher, I am the one who watches over his progress. Although I am personally against such a promising student leaving, if Izuku were to transfer away, I'll do my best to give his next teacher all the notes I have collected so far in his journey. I can only apologize for my mistakes.
Inko's lips quivered as she was about to talk, when All Might suddenly buffed up. He joined the other two on the floor and bowed his head all the way down. All Might?
I apologize for doing things out of order. But I believe that young Izuku is the right person to succeed me. What I mean is, I believe he is the person to become the next symbol of peace.
Eyes widened as the other three in the room couldn't keep up with what All Might just said. What? Wait a minute, please stop. What is this?
An apology, as the one who was formerly the symbol of peace.
The homeroom teacher noticed Izuku react to what Toshinori said, and placed a hand on his student's head. The Greenette stayed silent as All Might continued talking. He spoke about how he was weak, and again, apologized for his ignorance.
We understand that the UA heroes can't continue like this. We are trying to change.
Vlad also bowed his head down as All Might faced Inko.
Is there any way you can look not at the current UA, but at the future UA? I will protect and raise him, even if I have to give up my life to do so.
The last line was too much for Inko as she fell to the floor. Mom! I don't like this at all. She gestured for the two bowing down to raise their heads, and looked at her son. With a sigh, she smiled sadly at the homeroom teacher. I saw your sincerity during the press conference. There truly was no need for this. And All Might... She faced the former symbol of peace and then her son. You make Izuku so happy when I can't. It's not that I hate Yue, I just want my son to be happy. Izuku looked hopefully at his mother, and the woman smiled. So don't give up on your life. Please live properly to protect and raise him. Goodness that. Inko stood up and gave her son a hug. Then I'll allow it. With permission finally granted, the next day was chaos as students moved into dorms. The first night had a room competition, but apart from that, life was returning to normal. Since summer camp was a bust, Vlad borrowed Ground Gamma and Cementos. It was decided that for the next 10 days, the students would have extensive training where they would need to create at least 2 ultimate moves. An improvement to their costume was also a must. After all, this was all preparation for the provisional license exam. Everyone was making headway with their ultimate moves, and although Izuku was focusing on new styles, an idea had finally solidified. The Greenette looked down at his changed costume. I got the idea of full cowling from Monoma, Katchan, and Gran Torino. He bounced on the soles of his feet and jumped high into the air before using the close quarters to accelerate himself. Becoming a blur to the clone, the Greenette rotated his body in the air before crashing down. His fight style slightly resembled someone in his class, and it was evident as the Greenette used his body weight to fight. A combination of Gran Torino and Kaibara, one for all, full cowling, drill style. It was tough. That was an understatement. The first semester flew by, and much happened to 1B. Not only had their indoor school summer camp ended, but their provisional hero licenses too. We did it! Cheers erupted from 1B as they looked at the scoreboard displayed. Through their diligence and unyielding dedication, everything finally paid off. Not a single student was left behind. In a sense, it wasn't surprising. The exam gave those who worked together an advantage, and since the class had always been there for each other, ironically, it ensured the whole class's victory. Back to normal classes starting tomorrow, huh? Awase stretched out his arms as most of 1B lazed around the common room.
No rest for heroes!
Hononuki nodded and the class carried on with their merry chatter. Izuku was sitting with Tokage and Komori on the sofa with Iwasa leading from behind. But man, a lot has happened, you know? Tetsu joined in with the conversation as he sat on the floor. He and Shiozaki had been talking with Pony and everyone agreed. They truly had been through a lot, and there was still a small problem they hadn't dealt with. That was talking to Izuku. The Greenette had become a little emotionally distant from the class since his kidnapping, and although no one said anything, there was a class agreement to make sure he was never alone. If the freckled boy didn't want to talk, no one was going to force him. Instead, they would just wait for him to speak instead, and unconsciously made sure Izuku was surrounded by his friends. The class did know about the impromptu rescue mission, and although their opinions were split between saving and waiting back in the hospital, it didn't change the fact that everyone just wanted the Greenette to feel safe. Nothing else. That was, until Monoma walked over. We need to talk. The class quietened as Monoma walked toward the front door and Izuku looked at the rest of his classmates. No one spoke, and the Greenette smiled. He was glad to have understanding friends who would always be there for him, and got up to run after the blonde. You're not going? Awase glanced at Tokage, who just smiled. Sometimes the more support you have, the less likely you are to be honest. Monoma didn't say anything, and Deku didn't ask for me to come, so... She let out her usual toothy grin. Although she was curious, she knew that sometimes people just needed space. At the end of the day, she would still have Izuku's back. So I won't do anything. Monoma, how far are we going? Izuku knew his class were being considerate for his slight change in attitude, and that no matter how hard he tried to hide it, they would see through him. He also knew that Monoma was going to ask questions now, because that was how the blonde acted. However, what he didn't expect was to meet someone else as they arrived in Ground Gamma. Katchan? What are you doing here? I told him to. Izuku turned to look at Monoma, who stood next to Bakugo. It was surprising to see them not fight, but instead seemed to be working together. We already spoke, and, well, All Might. Monoma paused, and Bakugo continued. I've been thinking about it since the first hero training. You got it from him, didn't you? Your power. The Greenette held his breath, and Monoma sighed. I wasn't sure what that meant at first, but I figured out my own answers. I'll be honest, the way you acted during the USJ was suspicious. Izuku's eyes widened slightly as Monoma explained. Your worry for All Might at the end of the fight was an irregularity. Even then, I just figured that you knew about All Might's true form from before the reveal. The Greenette nodded meekly as his classmates sighed. I won't bother asking how, since it was obviously an international secret. Monoma paused as Bakugo spoke.
That boss villain. He can apparently give and steal quirks. It's hard to believe, but one of those old cat ladies lost her quirk and can't work anymore.
Bakugo was talking about Pixie Bob, and Monoma added more information in. He had figured it out from their first interaction. The excuse of being a ridiculously late bloomer and the lack of control. It would have been believable, except you seemed to be mastering the quirk at record speeds. An anomaly, since you had more than enough time to work it out, late bloomer or not. Since you couldn't, it meant the quirk appeared just before UA.
You changed after you met All Might. And then what All Might said after he beat the boss villain.
Both blondes looked at the frozen Greenette and remembered the silent crying in the middle of a happy crowd. The two seemed to be the only ones who noticed it, which was why they met up and spoke.
You two are both correct.
They turned to see Toshinori walking over, and Izuku had instantly looked guilty. I'm sorry I couldn't keep a secret, All Might. Looking down at the ground with his face twisting in guilt, the student couldn't face the former pillar.
It's quite all right, young Midoriya. I have people I trust who know the truth around me too, don't I? You've met multiple people already. I trust your judgment and have faith in that.
The retired man put a hand to the student's hair, and Izuku raised his head, still avoiding eye contact. Toshinori then turned to the two blondes and confirmed everything that they had questions for.
I had told him to keep a secret, but since you two have figured it out on your own, then it was the result of my own negligence.
The retired man then smiled at the other two.
But as I said, you are both correct. Young Midoriya now carries my quirk.
It was an informative night. Filled to the brim with both surprises and secrets, Bakugo and Monoma learned the truth of One for All. It made Izuku uncomfortable for making his mentor fill up the mistakes he'd made, but the retired hero didn't mind. In a way, this was his first step to fulfilling Inko's promise. By the end of the night, the two blondes were now people who shared the large weight on the Greenette's shoulders, people who now understood the truth of the burden. Bakugo, someone who shared Izuku's past, and Monoma, someone who shared the present. It was relieving to have the responsibility lightened, even just a little, and it made the Greenette finally able to make eye contact again. His thoughts were still a mess, but at least now, his secrets weren't his alone. Headed toward Vlad, who stood by Aizawa in the distance. He already knew that sneaking out would get them in trouble, but in his opinion it was worth it. On the other hand, Bakugo didn't move. It wasn't that his homeroom teacher looked ready to expel him, but it was because something about Izuku still ticked him off. The Greenette had always been filled with what he deemed as unnecessary emotions, such as doubt, but it was different now. He had seen what Izuku was like with his real friends, and it reminded him a little of how the boy was before they had to think about quirks. Even so, the small figure in front of the blonde was neither the younger, fragile Izuku he knew, nor the unyielding Deku who aspired to be a hero. The one in front of him at the moment was someone who reminded Bakugo of himself, a person who stood tall, looking ahead, all while they were 6 feet under in insecurities. Since the sports festival, Bakugo had mellowed out a lot. He was still feisty as ever, but his anger hardly ever rang out randomly anymore. It kind of pissed him off how it seemed to be the reason he just barely passed the hero licensing exam, but that wasn't the problem at the moment. He stomped up to Izuku, who was walking toward Vlad, and roughly shoved past. "Kachan?" The blondes didn't respond, and instead looked at Toshinori.
Talk with him. Doesn't matter how much confidence this shit nerd has. Him crying isn't normal.
He shoved his hands into his pockets before heading toward Aizawa. It was easier when he stupidly muttered everything out loud. Toshinori turned toward his protege.
What did he mean, young Midoriya?
There was a pause of silence as Izuku didn't speak. It's nothing much. The obvious lie made the retired hero sigh. He had resolved to be the best teacher, yet right now he couldn't get his student to be honest with him. Before, the Greenette had nothing to lose and could just say anything at face value, but now the student had a small pride to protect. Toshinori got down to face his student at eye level and spoke gently.
Young Midoriya, it's okay to speak your mind. What you're holding back is breaking you down inside, and you shouldn't bottle it up. I know I said that in the face of danger you must smile, but you're not in danger now. Just please, talk to me.
The greenette teared up at his understanding mentor, and his knees felt weak. It had always been easier to handle cruelty than kindness. I'm just worried if... He paused again as he looked toward the floor. The greenette had pushed his feelings all the way to the back for the provisional licensing exam, but the pain he bottled up in Camino came swelling back up. All the feelings were rushing in. The waves of intense emotions that he had tried to control to no avail crashed forward, and the boy fell to the floor. I was worried if I was the one to... Izuku was scared, but he knew that if he wanted the weight off his shoulders, he had to voice his problems. Nothing could be solved if the problem wasn't revealed. Was I the one to end your career? Large tears started to drip down his freckled cheeks, and the mentor paused before sighing. It wasn't that he was angry or disappointed, far from that, but the only way he could comfort his protege seemed to be telling Izuku the truth.
I hadn't planned to tell you this until much later. But young Midoriya, you're absolutely not at fault.
The hero wiped a tear as he smiled.
As I said before, the fight was inevitable, and, well, I thought it would be my end. Young Midoriya, I am predicted to die within the next few years.
The greenette paused as the word die settled in. The concept of death brought back a cold pit, and the pit was threatening to swallow his idol. All right. The mentor gently patted the green curls as he explained how he had been prophesied to die soon. During his fight, Toshinori was genuinely ready to face his predicted gruesome end.
But since I'm alive, like I promised your mother, I will dedicate my life to raising you.
It was hard to accept, as the greenette still blamed himself, but it felt like any insecurities had finally been lifted. The sense of relief only caused more tears to spill out, and Toshinori sighed again before crouching down. He smiled at his student, who finally opened up to him again, and hugged the crying child. The eventful night was definitely exhausting, as Izuku got up and wobbled toward Monoma. Vlad already explained that all 3 children were going to receive extra training as punishment for sneaking out. Aizawa took Bakugo away, who glanced at his childhood friend. The blonde would never admit that he was starting to care for Izuku, but even if he did, it was not his place to stand by the greenette's side. A huff escaped his lips as he returned to the 1A dorms. Bakugo turned his back to the greenette. He was a major part of Izuku's past, but going ahead, his place was somewhere else. Izuku and Monoma returned to the 1B dorms, and the greenette was surprised to see that the rest of the class were still up and sat in the common room. Guys, it's past midnight. You look like you've been crying, and the first thing you do is ask us if we're okay. Iwase sighed as he got up from the sofa where Izuku had sat before. He returned to stand behind, and the greenette took the invitation and sat down. Monoma joined Tetsutetsu and Shiozaki on the floor, and Stokage smiled at the boy who sat next to her. He's right, you know. Monoma sighed, and everyone started to speak.
Of course we're still up. How could we when your presence felt disturbed?
The heavens show that friends care for each other.
Shiozaki's right. We care for you, man. A friendship goes 2 ways, doesn't it?
The class agreed, and a weak smile pulled itself into Izuku's lips. He would forever be grateful for the kind people in his life. Since it was late and the problem was resolved, everyone started to make their way to bed. Tokage, however, decided to walk the greenette to his room first. They didn't speak as they stood by his door when Tokage turned toward the greenette. She hadn't spoken earlier, and she wanted to put at least a word of encouragement in. Deku, it's perfectly fine to cry, okay? Izuku looked at the girl who always seemed to be there whenever he felt down. Her words weren't hers alone, as they carried the kindness from everyone, the care from Toshinori, the class, and herself. It's okay to cry, and it's okay to complain about anything. She held up her arms and smiled. It's okay to lean on us, you know. Izuku smiled at the sight of the familiar toothy grin and accepted the hug. No more words were exchanged as he silently thanked her. He thanked Tokage, the class, and everyone. It was the last day of the summer break, so when Izuku closed his exhausted eyes, he promised himself that he would start again. The morning would be where everything starts anew. He was glad to be part of 1B. Feeling fresh as morning dew, Izuku woke up and got ready for the day. The secret insecurities that he carried were now shared, and they no longer burdened him alone. He was ready for anything life threw at him. Nothing could bring him down. That was until he found himself on the floor. Ow! The class got up slowly, rubbing their bodies as they did. Each of them had received a heavy punch somewhere, and stared at the laughing third year who was trying to get dressed. It was Mirio Togata, the current top student of UA. Even though they had seen 1A clatter out of the hall earlier that morning, 1B wasn't ready. Everything made sense as Mirio explained the point of the one-sided fight, which was a show explaining everyone had the potential to grow. It hurt, but the pain was ignored as the students got excited about the concept of work studies. Mirio liked the class. They had taken on the information that 1A walked out holding their stomachs and fought him knowing he aimed there. It was why they lay on the floor clutching other parts of themselves. The ones who stood to him specifically were Izuku, Monoma, and Kaibara. The three analytical students had noticed the way he fought and were the three to react. Monoma hadn't copied anyone's quirk, so all he could do was manage to turn around at the approaching Mirio. Kaibara was able to do more by trying to spin away, but Izuku did the most by trying to fight back. Either way, the whole class showed potential and were excited to start their work studies. At first, Izuku asked Gran Torino if he was accepting students. However, the old hero was caught up working in a certain case and was too busy to take him in.
Can't All Might introduce you to some people? Like...
The emerald eyes widened as Gran Torino dropped a familiar name.
His old sidekick, Night Eye.
As the hero side of society was rushing ahead to prepare students for their future, a certain leader angrily sat in an abandoned warehouse. He had just met with a young Yakuza leader of the Shie Hasakai and cost the life of a subordinate. His vanguard action squad was now down 6 members as Muscular, Moonfish, Mustard, Dabi, and Magne were locked up with his master in Tartarus. His deadly red eyes glared at the remains of Spinner, and he exhaled slowly. Shigaraki wanted revenge. Time passed, and students solidified the places they would go. Izuku had a rough time, as All Might refused to help with the introduction to Sir Night-Eye, but the Greenette managed to convince Mirio. The third year was currently under the ex-sidekick's wing, and Izuku was able to get the recommendation. After the torrent of troubles, the Greenette found himself exhausted on Sir Night-Eye's office floor.
I'll take you on.
It had been hectic, but everything worked out. By the time his first day of work study was upon him, Izuku was ready.
Today we'll be doing patrol and surveillance. We'll split into 2 groups.
Surveillance? Izuku was a little put off by the word, and Bubble Girl, a sidekick, explained how the Night Eye Agency was currently working on a secret investigation. An explanation later, Deku and Lemillion started to patrol the streets, and a couple of people recognized the Greenette as the boy who placed second on TV. Izuku smiled before waving at them.
You're not as nervous as I thought you'd be,
Mirio pointed out, and the younger boy smiled. Well, this is technically my 3rd patrol. Even if my first was uneventful, my second had a lot. I'm pretty sure waving is a lot easier than what happened in Camino Ward. Mirio whistled before laughing. He had seen the news when the incident happened, but it was his policy to be optimistic and always laugh.
Then you have a lot of experience to grow from. Keep it up.
The Greenette returned the laugh as his senior gave him the thumbs up.
I will.
Izuku turns to see a child fall to the floor after crashing into him. Sorry, that must have hurt. Lifting a hand to help her, the Greenette's eyes narrowed slightly as she flinched at the movement. Instead, he let his palms face upward and gently lifted the girl to her feet. She's trembling?
Now. You can't be causing trouble for the heroes.
The tension-filled air weighed down heavily on Izuku as he looked up. There in front of him was Overhaul, the young leader of the Shie Hasakai. These two are great. The dragoon hero, Ryuku, praised her future sidekick, Nejire Hado. Reiko Yanagi bowed her appreciation, and Yui Kodai nodded. Both girls were rather quiet and would prefer to work with someone who didn't mind that. Luckily for them, Nejire had taken a liking to them and recommended the 2 best friends. Their quirks were compatible together, and the pro-hero acknowledged it as she talked out loud. I think you 2 are ready for that matter. She glanced at the silent girls and nodded. Okay, I'll accept the team-up request from All Might's former sidekick, Night Eye. Are you going to your work study too? It had been a day since Izuku's encounter with Overhaul. Their sudden cross of paths was tense, but before anything had broken out, the little girl had returned to the Yakuza's side. Overhaul claimed that the girl called Eri was his daughter, but both students knew it was a lie. They managed to fool the young leader into thinking they weren't tracking him, and immediately reported to Sir Night Eye. You're Eijiro Kirishima, right? Yes, are you heading this way too? Izuku smiled at the boy from 1A who walked up to them, and he nodded. It was a little packed in the train, but he could see Yanagi and Kodai sitting together nearby, listening to music. The two boys chatted happily about their experiences, and Izuku praised the redhead for making the news the day before. You saw it too? Yes, Red Riot's debut. They continued to chit-chat about the strange coincidence of their destination. Kirishima was supposed to be going to Kansai, and the girls to other places, yet here they were. You two are the ones with Pro Hero Ryuku, right? The two didn't answer Kirishima, and the redhead looked at Izuku for help. The brunette only smiled awkwardly and shrugged. The two girls had always been quiet, but that was fine with him. He knew that at the end of the day, they were kind friends despite the cold exterior. Ha! I'm pretty sure I heard Tsuke get the offer too, but she declined. The brunette tilted his head slightly in interest, and Kirishima spilled his class's gossip. Apparently, Tsuyuasui was also someone Nejire liked and wanted to recommend, but she had declined the offer. She was going to a different agency with her best friend Ochako Uraraka, who had just been different since Ida's funeral. Apparently, Uraraka's parents had gone as far as bringing up the idea to drop out of UA. She had refused, however, claiming that she needed to be stronger so that she can save more people. Is everyone okay after that? Izuku was worried for 1A, but Kirishima smiled. His sharp teeth reminded the brunette of a certain someone, and he found himself smiling too. We're fine. Everyone's okay. Although it is a little weird without his robotic arms swinging at us with rules each morning. He awkwardly laughed as their train ride came to an end. Wait, we have the same stop? Whoa, coincidence. Same direction? We're even going around the same corner. The big three? Izuku's eyes widened as he saw UA's top students before them. What's going on? Although there were complications with a hero called Rocklock complaining about the students present, everyone was soon seated. And by everyone, the brunette meant everyone. From Gran Torino to the 1A homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa, to the heroes that were taking the work studies, like Fat Gum and Ryoku. There were so many gathered with a range that Izuku had never seen, but all was pushed into the back burner. That was because the Hassaikai was suspected to be the main source of an illegal drug, a drug that destroyed quirks. Even though the drug itself was horrifying, what made the brunette sick to the stomach was how the drug was made. The contents were human blood and cells. Even if no one else knew, Mirio and Izuku came to a simultaneous revolting conclusion. Eri. And oh, how those two felt rage. The plan was immediately in motion. If Overhaul was using his own daughter's body to make quirk-erasing bullets, Mirio and Izuku, who were so close to saving her, were determined to protect her. Until the day of the attack, the students were on standby. They were forbidden to say anything. It was frustrating, as the brunette couldn't even ask All Might about anything to do with Sir Night Eye with the restriction. As he sat down with his katsudon, Izuku would only sigh under the pressure. You're not going to eat? Huh? Monama's voice dragged him back into reality, and the brunette smiled awkwardly. I'm eating. He quickly dug into his food, and Kurohito glanced over. Something is stirring. Tokage looked up from her dinosaur nuggets and raised an eyebrow. Are you okay, Deku? He's been looking gloomy since his work study. Izuku nervously gulped as he smiled at his friends. Really? Well... Monoma noticed the clenched fist, as he was the one sitting next to Izuku, and sighed. Well, nothing. If you can't talk about it now, we'll just do as we always do. Yeah, we can wait. His best friends both smiled at him, and Izuku's tense smile dissolved into a more relaxed one. Yeah, okay, I can promise that. We'll talk when it's all over. Tokage immediately went back to wolfing down her nuggies, and Izuku chuckled. Monoma shrugged before eating his own lunch. For someone who loves dinosaurs, isn't it controversial to love to eat them? It was a meaningless fight that occurred anyway, as the offended Greenette went into a passionate rant about dinosaurs and her love for chicken nuggets. And as a conclusion, Dino Nuggies are a godsend.
Hell yeah!
Tetsu cheered as Tokage took a little bow, and Izuku laughed. It was great to just let random events fill his mind, and he was grateful for the cheery atmosphere. Although it upset him greatly knowing that somewhere in the world, a young girl was probably being cut open, his mind was now clear. He was going to use the uneasy feelings as fuel, so he would be ready for his standby period to end. When that day came, Izuku planned to bring Eri here, a place where worries just melt away. 2 days. It was night when the students got the message, and Izuku gripped the phone as he ran out of his dorm. The Greenette looked at the 2 girls who had also run out of their rooms and nodded at them. They nodded back. That meant when morning came, the operation would begin. Tokage and Monoma didn't say a word as they noticed the obvious change in their friend. He had suddenly changed from his gloomy state to a serious one, who stared at his fish breakfast too long and intensely for it to be normal. Instead, they just waved him off with a smile and made him promise to spill everything the next day.
You're energetic.
Tamaki Yamajiki was cowering a little as Kirishima hyped himself up. Kodai tapped her pockets and made sure there was a large assortment of bolts, screws, and sheets of metal inside, as Yanagi stood close to her. It was 8:23, and they were to move out at past. Time was upon them.
I'm counting on everyone to move swiftly.
The policeman then ready to ring the doorbell when... BAM! The wooden gate violently burst open, and Izuku jumped to grab the flying officer.
Are you all right?
The policeman nodded, and his partner came to make sure as the Greenette turned back around. Eraserhead immediately faced the towering Hulk, who moved surprisingly fast for his size.
What do you want?
The giant yawned before reeling back a massive fist.
Brace yourselves!
Why are you people here?
An intense wave of dust erupted from the entrance, and everyone looked up to see Ryuku as an actual dragon holding the attacker back.
The rest of you, go!
Kodai took out a handful of bolts and tossed them. Yanagi floated the light object strategically along the Yakuza as the pro flapped her wings, lifting herself off. Increase. Kodai immediately changed each bolt to about the size of a lorry each, and the pro hero sat on top of the pile.
Good! He's unconscious!
The quiet girl then walked up to a nearby lamppost and shrunk it down, pulling it out of the ground at the size of a toothpick. Doing the same to a few others, Yanagi floated them into a place as they returned to their original size. With a small plate of steel Kodai carried to cover the top with 2 more enlarged bolts weighing it down, their pro hero praised the duo.
Nice thinking, girls. Now he's caught. Police, watch him!
With everything wrapped up there, the 3 immediately headed into the premises after the other heroes.
One for all, full cowling. Red. Drill style! Gauntlet!
The 2 students broke down a wall that was in their way and immediately ran forward. The pros were quick too, but had to stop as a roar came echoing down. The floor drunkenly swayed, and nobody could hold their footing as everything started to distort.
The path is rolling? It's changing! As long as I know the direction, we can go.
Lemillion ran ahead down the shaking corridor and permeated through the walls. As for the others, the floor opened up beneath and swallowed them below. They were immediately faced by 3 Yakuza members who seemed to mean business, but Tamaki held up a hand.
Save the strength of the pros for the goal.
Shakingly confident. The UA kitten, as Nejire called him, was yelling as loud as a lion, and Fat Gum immediately ran off.
I'll leave it to you then!
The rest immediately followed and headed down the corridor, beelining it toward Eri.
Eraser!
A wall immediately crashed into the underground hero, but Fat Gum pushed the man away.
Kirishima?
Izuku looked around and noticed that the redhead had disappeared too before shaking his head. No, he's fine. I need to save Eri. They ran ahead and more walls started to frantically move again. Each staggering slab of concrete threatened to take their feeble lives as the undulating floor violently lunged around. Nobody even had the chance to catch their breaths when... Huh? Silence. Everything stopped moving.
Look out!
2 walls suddenly burst upward, and Izuku looked around in a panic. He was alone.
Can anyone hear me? Be on alert!
The pros had been sectioned off into one part as Izuku stood in another. Rocklock was alone too, and the reason was probably because the two of them were how they moved ahead in the reeling corridor.
I'm kicking this down!
The wall was burst open, and Izuku saw the pro-hero smile in relief at him.
A fake jumped out at me. I took care of it, though. Are you okay, Midoriya?
The greenette nodded, but felt a little uneasy. Did I tell him my name? He glanced at the body whose side was sliced open. Knife wound? He looked back at the smiling pro-hero, who previously completely ignored his existence. He's not. Taking a battle stance to face the pro-hero, Izuku glared at the man. Who are you? They're not there? Tokage worriedly glanced toward the magic hero, Majestic, who she was participating in a work study with. The slim-bodied man sighed before levitating upward on his energy ring to get out of their hideout spot. So it's as I suspected. Quickly contacting others and informing them of the situation, the pro-hero was making quick work of the problem. His temporary student sidekick watched how he worked meticulously and smiled before mentally prepping herself to work even harder. At that moment, they were investigating an information leak they received. It mentioned that the leader of the League of Villains was planning to meet with the head of the Liberation Army, and that was bad news for everyone. The worrisome report then became more confusing, as both Shigaraki and the army leader were not where they agreed to be. What could have happened? Lucidity. Tokage faced the hero, who updated her on the situation. As it turns out, before the army, Tomura Shigaraki was supposed to meet with the young leader of the Shiei Hasaikai. You mean the Yakuza? Aren't they staying out of trouble, though? Majestic shook his head, gently running a finger over his goatee as he did. They're becoming hectic lately, and by the sounds of it, the League has been absorbed by them. What? Tokage could hardly believe what she heard. That man-child? Under someone else's rule? Really? Either way, it only motivated her to work harder, as their next step was to trace where the League was. Toga Himiko? The greenette was pushed to the floor by the heavy-breathing blonde, desperately trying to drive a knife into his chest. Yes, that's me, Toga Himiko. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Izuku. The blade shone darkly with lustful intent, but the scarred hands managed to push the Rocklock imposter off with a heavy shove. The cat-like girl just nonchalantly cartwheeled to the side, and Izuku got up, his body barely unscathed. Ah, and here I thought we could carry on from last time. Izuku glared at her, but she only grinned back, golden eyes locked onto his body. So the heroes are here, huh? What do you want? Toga casually took a step back as she looked the greenette up and down. Help. I didn't think the League of Villains would support Mary Yakuza. Sir Night-Eye looked at the unconscious Rappa and blabbering twice. That Yakuza's useless. None of your business. We didn't want to do this either. It made little to no sense, and with the urgency of the situation, Night-Eye quickly pulled out his personally made high-density seals. My mask! With a controlled flick of his wrists, the pro-hero shot the finger weapons and tore Twice's mask as a warning. Get him! Before Night-Eye could order his men to capture the League member, the man suddenly started to shake frantically before a wall lifted between them, cutting their contact. Anyway, we need to locate Midoriya and Rocklock. Find a way to break down that wall. My mask. This is bad. Bad! Landing on the floor in a whimpering heap, Twice grabbed at the tattered material and started to mumble into the depths of his unstable mind. I'm gonna split. Oh, right! I'm gonna tear apart. No, you won't. I need to wrap it up. There. Toga wrapped her pink handkerchief around the contradicting man and smiled. Her two elongated, sharp canine teeth were somehow showing a pitying and kind smile to the man before her. Once you're wrapped, you become one, right? Toga. Izuku watched the scene from a distance in confusion as his thoughts ran in circles. Why are the League here? Why is she doing this? What does she need help with? The blonde girl sat on the floor and turned her back to the greenette. She was making it blatantly obvious she didn't want him to come any closer, and was holding that judgment on trust. Not trust built from being on the same page, but trust that they were enemies. We're doing all this to help them, too. Those organized crime guys are meanies. They're being forced? But Izuku was confused because the League was an illegal organization and would most likely turn the legal Yakuza into wanted criminals by associating with them. Although I guess they only have a few members left since we arrested a lot. The forest green eyes continued to observe the two League members, who suddenly started to insult the Shiei Hasakai. This is why the Yakuza are dying out! They really are useless. So they haven't cooperated. Then both Toga and Twice were looking upward as they continued to insult the Yakuza, and the greenette quietly made his way around the wall. He wanted to see what they saw without being caught. There must be a reason for this. So sad. This group is helpless. I see. The wall fluctuated as a hidden Yakuza suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. It was now impossible to miss the death-lusting eyes that almost drooled out his intention.
Crush and kill!
Them all! Smash!
Izuku didn't hesitate as he rocketed himself upward and dragged the Yakuza out of his hiding spot. Roughly throwing him to the floor and kicking the man's stomach to knock him, the greenette huffed at the dazed member.
Thank you, Izuku.
Toga grinned as she and Twice headed toward a broken structure.
My opinion of you really had changed. I really do like you.
The walls slightly moved back to normal as the Yakuza fell unconscious. Golden eyes settled on the greenette who had listened to her despite being the enemy and slowly exhaled. She found it somewhat amusing that her opponent was willing to help her. Then again, we did have the same target this time. Sticking a tongue out at the immobile man, she let out a satisfied smile. We never wanted to be under Overjerk's watch anyway. The lips then dramatically curved upward into a more Cheshire cat grin, as Toga intoxicatingly blushed before waving at Izuku.
So get rid of these meanies for us, okay? I'll come play with you next time.
Look out!
The wall burst open as Ryukyu headbutted it down. Since she had wrapped up the villain above so quickly with her work-study students, they could come down to aid the fight. Kodai stepped forward to shrink the debris as Yanagi levitated the now light blocks of dirt away. Sir Night-Eye and Eraserhead ran onto the scene, and Izuku quickly explained the situation. The now conscious real Rocklock confirmed his story, and the 1A homeroom teacher contemplated whether to take Izuku out of the fight or not. After all, he was a target previously, and the fact that Toga had helped him made it more suspicious. However, he decided to go with his instincts, who said the incident was a fluke and let the boy stay in the fight. The greenette beamed briefly before his eyes slanted with a serious glare. There was now one and only one concern on his mind. I will definitely. Leaving Rocklock with the police and having everyone else run after the ever-accelerating Izuku, the greenette burst through the wall, his glowing eyes fixed onto the scene before him. An angry Overhaul, with his hands to the floor, had his face covered in hives. A disheveled Mirio, who was on his last ounce of strength, and last of all, Eri. The greenette glared at Chisaki as his body bolted forward. The clenched fist was tightly wound back and rushed to make heavy contact with its target.
Save her!
The sound of flesh to cracked floor echoed out as quirk-erasing eyes set their glare to the fallen Yakuza.
Night-Eye, secure those who need treatment!
All Might's former sidekick instantly recognized the other unconscious Yakuza present before the foreseeing eyes landed on his pupil. Lemillion was on his last legs but still protecting the young child who sat behind him. Mirio, pulling his student and the child into a hug, he whispered words of encouragement and relief. It's fine now. You're amazing, Mirio. Overhaul desperately slammed the grounds to no avail as his quirk refused to work, and the greenette quickly analyzed the situation. Aizawa ran forward to attack the still man when,
Get up! Get up! Chrono!
a strip as sharp as the edge of a knife blasted forward, and the underground hero managed to dodge, but just barely. Even though it was barely a scratch, Aizawa felt his movements immediately falter. A lorry-sized bolt came hurtling down and crashed near the temporarily quirkless Yakuza. Debris rushed into the air as Ryukyu flew people to safety. Izuku ran forward and managed to land another hit to the leader's body. The sound of something cracking, followed by a thud, accompanied the quickly retreating greenette as Eraser blinked. It took a second before the floor erupted. Gargantuan spikes protruded from the ground, and Deku let out a small yell of pain. He and the 10th-ranking hero were the only ones caught in the attack, but Ryukyu had received more damage. Her side had been pierced with the attempt to save her wings as she clenched the blood-soaked hero suit. It only got worse when Overhaul's underling landed nearby the leader, and the man grumbled to himself. He pulled a small box out and counted the 4 bullets before pocketing the item once more. A hive-covered hand grabbed his follower's face, and the sound of cracking glass splintered the air. A large plume of excess energy erupted from Overhaul as black and purple lightning discharge broke out. The human-shaped figure in the dust cloud distorted as an arm tore through the back before the second followed. The 6-limbed monstrosity clambered forward like an unruly animal before locking his bloodlusting eyes on his target. Give it back. Eraser and many other heroes lay there unable to move as the Chrono used his quirk to slow down their perception of time. The pros were moving slower than a snail's pace because of it, leaving Izuku to stare at the creature. He destroyed himself and his underling, and then fused them together? The Viridian eyes noticed that not only had his opponent become more powerful, the injuries previously sustained had also disappeared. That's just too bad, hero. If you don't give back what's mine, then it's not just Lemillion's quirk being gone for good. Wait, no, Mirio? Night-Eye tightened his hug to the blonde boy, and Annie started to tear up. The corner of her eyes glistened with tears that couldn't fall. Overhaul glared at the kid who stood between him and his target.
Now you will all die!
The inhuman man crashed forward, tearing through the rocks as he readied to grab at Eri. However, a rock was thrown in his direction, which shattered as Overhaul disintegrated the inanimate object to nothing but shards. You! Another boulder came crashing forward as Izuku aimed them in his enemy's direction, and once again, the process repeated. I still can't read his movements.
Here!
A rain of car-sized bolts came crashing down as Izuku jumped out of the way. He glanced up to see that Ryukyu had transformed with his two classmates on her back. The two girls were working together as Sir Night-Eye ran forward and instructed Izuku to retreat. With no hesitation, the greenette ran off.
Mirio-senpai! Eri, let's get out of here!
He kicked down the wall and showed the way as the injured student hobbled over the debris. Eri's hands were coated with blood as she horrifyingly looked down at them, and the tears gently flowed. I'm sorry.
Night-Eye!
The 10th hero's yell caused the trio to turn around, and time seemed to slow down. Like a shock of lightning traveling up their veins, the children witnessed the sight of Sir's lower body being crushed by a boulder. There was a spike through the pro's arm, which halted the foreseeing hero enough to be caught under the fire of his own side. It was a stomach-clenching sight, and anger pulsed almost violently through Izuku's body.
Smash!
Overhaul dodged the blow, but the leader's eyes widened at the sudden dramatic change in power. Was he holding back? The green lightning cracked threateningly around Izuku's body as he struggled to control the output. Power was making the air itself pulse like a heartbeat as it flowed to every cell of the greenette's body. I can move. Muscles tense and legs bent, Izuku stood in a fighting stance. My whole body feels numb, with his teeth grit and fists clenched, the glowing viridian pupils locked on target. But I can move. One for all. The quirk once again pulsated through his body, and the discharge heavily lashed out as Izuku faced Overhaul. 20%! Spikes barbarically tore their way forward as the Yakuza sent the attack to claim his enemy's life. Izuku slammed his iron soles into the ground before using his accelerating momentum to carry his body upward. The opponent copied and slammed a hand to the floor. A single cement cylinder rose up like the undead and carried the leader toward the ceiling. Izuku followed without hesitation, letting his body's force guide him upward toward the top. With his restrictor gloves disintegrating under the rise in power, the scarred hands clenched. Rising higher and higher, the greenette analyzed the situation. He wants Eri. Even if he dies, I have to stop him now. Rotating so his weaponized feet dented the metal vents and pipes, Izuku twisted his body in midair to aim an axe kick down. His streamlined body accelerated toward his target with a Manchester Smash! The crescent-shaped kick echoed out as it thudded against Overhaul's skull, but it wasn't enough. How? A cement spike launched out, and like a homing missile, caused blood to splatter upward, staining the greenette red. Jeez, even if I can repair myself, it still hurts when I break apart. With concrete spears stuck to his ankle and a forearm, Izuku crouched down, panting for his life. If the floor hadn't given way, he would have died.
Kid!
The greenette looked up to see Ryukyu swooping down with rocks in her arms. She and the girls once again made bolts and boulders rain down as Izuku took the opportunity to catch his breath properly.
It's not over just yet!
Overhaul created a mouth on his hand and his voice ran out.
Eri, come back! Someone else is about to die because of you!
The sudden uncomfortable silence made the greenette angry, and it only piled higher as the child came shakingly out of the shadows below. Oh, please, I'll come back. Put everyone back to how they were before. For her to say something like that. See? It's easier to hurt yourself than others, isn't it? Izuku's teeth ground hard against themselves as he watched the girl say she was willing to go back to the pain as long as others don't get hurt. I wonder if this was how Mom felt. A smile appeared on the greenette's face at the random thought, and he quickly pulled the spikes from his body.
Eri, don't say that. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to save you.
He grinned down from where he was on the platform at the child as he got into a fighting stance.
No one's going to die on my watch.
Charging forward, Izuku let out a battle cry as he ran. At that second, the dragoon hero, Ryukyu, came crashing in feet first and knocked the Yakuza to the floor. Yanagi picked up Eri as Kodai went for Night-Eye, using her quirk to shrink the concrete boulder that crushed the man waist down.
Get out of my way!
The greenette watched in horror as the 10th hero's left leg completely erupted from her body, but he didn't think about it. Stop him. Sir Night-Eye held a hand out toward the accelerating child and whispered so that only Eri could hear. Both he and I are going to die. Why? Tears pooled out of Eri's ruby-red eyes as she turns to look at the first year throwing himself at his opponent. One touch and he's going to die. Time seemed to slow down as Izuku's outstretched hand was about to make contact with Overhaul's body. Stop! At the same time, the Yakuza leader's hand was mere millimeters away from the greenette's back. Please! The two viciously glared at each other, and Eri stood up. I don't want to kill anyone! Stop! Her shriek caught Overhaul's attention for a single second, but it was more than enough time as Izuku kicked his iron soul into the floor. His body twisted like a drill as he landed the punch and rotated into a roundhouse kick. Overhaul's hand missed and landed on Izuku's arm instead. The limb disappeared and the greenette winced at his shoulder in pain. The hand then aimed for the greenette's neck, and the freckled boy could swear he saw his life flash before his eyes. One for All crackled as the boy held his breath, but nothing happened. The Yakuza's glare scanned the people below and settled on Aizawa, who was still slow-moving. Damn it! The Yakuza sighed but relaxed. Using one of his monstrous arms that grew from his back, Overhaul grabbed Izuku by the torso and used the other to grab the flailing legs. His third normal hand reattached to the greenette's neck, and the enemy grinned. Moving closer to the edge, the Yakuza leader held the boy out for all to see. He was patiently waiting for the 1A homeroom teacher's quirk time to run out. It's over. The boy frantically swayed against the lock on his body, but it only served to further irritate the captor. Stop moving, brat! Izuku felt his leg bend backward as Overhaul broke the limbs. The pain and ridiculous blood loss was making Izuku dizzy, but he kept trying to smile. After all, he didn't want Eri, who was all the way on the ground, to see him frown. The smile annoyed the Yakuza, however, as the man glanced down at the keystone to all his plans. It's over.
It's not over!
Ryukyu came sweeping down from above, with her leg still dripping blood, but Overhaul held up a gun. He pointed it at the hero, and Izuku yelled out, Stay back! It's the quirk erasing bullet! His voice halted the dragoon hero, who paused her flight, and Overhaul let out a maniacal laugh. Aizawa blinked and quickly rubbed out the blood from his eyes. It works. Oh, this is the power Eri's body has. These bullets! He smiled from underneath the beak mask as his eyes slanted with superiority.
The Yakuza will be the leaders of the underworld yet again! Huh?
I think not.
Izuku fell to the floor as the heroes not only saw Overhaul, but Shigaraki's hand coming out of a portal. Instinct drove Ryukyu once again to swoop in to try to save the greenette, but the gun now held in Shigaraki's gloved hand made her halt. The League of Villains suddenly poured out of the portal, and Toga immediately hopped over at the bleeding Izuku. Yes, you were so beautiful and covered in delicious blood, Izuku. The air became silent as no one knew what to do. Ryukyu couldn't move with the gun pointed toward her, and all the other heroes were too far down to help. Izuku was missing an arm and bleeding out. The injuries were making the boy lightheaded as the League stood around Overhaul. Aizawa had gone with an emotion-based decision again by choosing to set his quirk on the Yakuza, which rendered the man quirkless.
Heroes are annoying, but
Shigaraki lifted a hand to signal Mr. Compress to walk forward.
You Yakuza currently piss me off more.
With a touch, the monstrosity on Overhaul's back became marbles, leaving the leader more human-like as he bled. The heavy stench of iron, which already stained the air, only concentrated as Toga skipped away from the greenette. I want one too! She smiled and gave a joking curtsy to the man held still by twice his clones of Spinner. Holding up a knife, she licked the silver surface with a glare at the man. You shouldn't have killed him. Spinner liked Mr. Staney as much as I did. Now, she stabbed the man's left arm and twisted her blade against the bone. Blood and flesh were playfully gorged out as she finally drilled through the bone. So much blood, but I'm only keeping it because I have to. I bet your blood tastes disgusting. Shigaraki then grabbed the final arm Overhaul had, as Aizawa couldn't help but blink again.
Let's see.
The villain looked down to face Eri before grinning at the Yakuza. His free hand grabbed the box in Overhaul's jacket.
The heroes have the girl, and I have the bullets.
He grinned sadistically as his 4 fingers around Overhaul's arm became 5.
Ugh. How does it feel to have your life's work get stripped before your eyes?
The Yakuza member couldn't say anything. With his arms gone, he was basically quirkless, and if he couldn't use his power, then the true leader of the Shie Hasakai would remain in a coma forever. Damn it! It finally sunk in, as Shigaraki's words were true. Even if Eri was taken by the heroes and the League had the bullets, there was a small chance the Yakuza could still survive. However, with his quirk taken away, Eri's grandfather had no chance of waking up, since it was Chisaki's Overhaul quirk. that put him in that comatose state in the first place. The Yakuza really had no chance of reviving ever again. Their potential to grow, and the one who held them all together were now gone from their grasp. The Yakuza were done for.
Now,
Shigaraki finished laughing at Overhaul's suffering and turned to the bleeding-out Greenette.
as annoying as you are, I can't disregard what Master saw in you.
He smiled as he instructed twice to pick up the dying boy.
And this works out for me too.
Shigaraki glanced at Izuku, who was on the verge of passing out, and grinned at the heroes below.
We're taking him with us again.
Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day. The world was spinning in dizzying circles as Izuku's consciousness wavered between imagination and reality. What's going on? It was a question he couldn't answer. Where am I again? Once again, he couldn't answer. The boy was missing an arm, and had lost too much blood to even stand. Nothing was really making sense anymore, and to make matters worse, Shigaraki was ready to capture him.
We're taking him with us again.
Taking me? Uncertainty clouded his mind as Izuku could feel contact on his only arm. It was twice holding him up with Shigaraki's instruction, and he could hear some voices below. Below? More questions fluctuated around the hazy abyss of his mind. Memories of what had transpired crashed like waves on a stormy night when a single conscious thought entered his mind. Eri. It felt impossible. Izuku's wish to save the girl was stronger than anything else, yet the world seemed to be against it. All the odds were not stacked in his favor. Upon the platform where they stood, backup was not an option, and anyone who could potentially help was forced back by the quirk-destroying bullet. The arm Overhaul had taken was bleeding out, and the blood had stained the Greenette a crimson so deep a certain blonde villain was almost blushing to the floor. He could only die quicker as the quirk circulated through his bloodstream. By activating his power, Izuku would only increase his blood pressure and bleed out within seconds. But I have to make sure, Eri. The situation was not good. No one really moved, and despite his body being restricted by every shackle fate gave him, the freckled boy persisted. He desperately tried to think of a way out. His oxygen-deprived brain tried its best, but there was nothing he could do at that moment. Izuku couldn't find a way to live. No, it wasn't right. I can't die. And the thought wasn't ego or a trait. Because the boy closed his eyes and listened to the quiet sobbing that echoed from the ground up. If I die, then she would be sad. The concept of seeing Eri any more upset than she already was hurt the Greenette more than he realized. The reason was just that he didn't want the girl to witness another death before her eyes, as every one of them emotionally hurt. I was lucky to have someone, but her. Gritting his teeth, the Greenette came to his conclusion. If I use one for all, I would only have a minute of my life left, give or take. That just means I have to escape quickly and survive. Forcing the blood vessels to light up in a shimmering crimson, a heavy grunt escaped his lips. This hurt more than I expected, but one for all. A smile accompanied the freckled cheeks as Izuku let the quirk cycle through his body. He only had one chance. At the highest percentage he could manage, the lightning discharge made twice hesitate in holding him down. 23%!
Hold him down.
Shigaraki wasn't expecting the boy who was already at death's door to be able to expel the power Izuku was radiating before his eyes. Yet here he was, being stared down by the Greenette, who only wished to save others with his life at the edge of their elevated state. Blood pooled down the Greenette's lips and joined the stream from his shoulder stub. Cute! Toga skipped merrily right up to the dying Greenette and wore a crazed smile. Covered in so much blood, Izuku. Too bad you don't have an arm anymore.
Shut it, vampire. This brat doesn't just die, but even the doctor can't fix him if he falls from here. Get him away from the edge.
At the command, the villain latched Izuku in a hug. She was like a predator upon her prey, and Shigaraki grinned. The creepy smile only sent a shiver down the Greenette's spine, but before the boy could resist, a hushed whisper reached his ear. Listen to me. The seconds of Izuku's life ticked away. as Toga spoke in a volume close to silent. The girl liked a lot of things. Friends, crushes, and girl talk were among her favorites, and after observing others, she based her likes on what others did too. Therefore, in Toga's opinion, the normal teenage girl's favorites were her favorites. The blonde villain just never understood why others wouldn't go out of their way to like the things she did. Blood. She didn't fit in anywhere, and no matter where she went, the world wasn't an easy place for a bloodsucker like her to live in.
That was why I liked Mr. Staney. He did everything to make society easier to live in.
Toga's memories then stopped at Izuku, when he took down the Yakuza without judging her plea for help.
Treated me like a normal girl.
Hugging the boy who she was holding captive, a small smile pulled itself onto Toga's lips.
I couldn't cut him as much if he was a villain.
With one last squeeze, the blonde girl gave a Cheshire Cat smile.
You better survive. I did say I would play with you next time. This time doesn't count.
Huh? The brunette glanced at her through hazed eyes as she pushed him toward the edge. She was genuinely trying to save him, because if Shigaraki took him again, the young leader would kill the brunette within minutes. Izuku was at death's door. Toga wanted to bet on the small chance he would live. That single miracle.
You would be a good hero.
Gravity's clutches wrapped the boy's body in a cold embrace as the last ounce of Izuku's strength ebbed away. There was nothing he could do. His body felt as heavy as lead, and like the last petal falling from a cherry blossom tree at the end of spring, the brunette tumbled from the stage. Izuku could no longer fight.
Is this it?
The freckled boy's sense of time seemed to warp, as if he was under Chrono's quirk. But Izuku knew better. His life was flashing before his eyes, and it seemed that Night Eye's latest foresight was coming true. Eri watched as one of the heroes who came to save her started to descend toward the ground, and the small girl froze.
Is someone else going to die? 'Cause of me?
Head first, Izuku found himself facing the ceiling as he plummeted toward the ground. A bright light seemed to crack down from above, and the sight of a clear blue sky flooded down in a single stream. Through his dull viridian eyes, the boy could see Eri's ruby-red eyes fixed onto his body, and he sighed.
Damn it.
The single fist could barely even clench, as his quirk barely responded. Only a single crackle fizzled out pathetically, as regret bombarded his mind. How can I call myself a hero if I can't even... His broken legs flailed in vain, as his hazy vision was filled with blood. Mind closing like the end of a story, Izuku started to lose all his senses to the world, as the floor rushed to greet him.
Oh, this means I'm breaking my promise.
A peaceful smile danced on the brunette's lips as he apologized to his best friends. He had promised to talk to them the morning after, but now...
I'm sorry.
The ground was awfully close, with death sat on the surface. The embodiment of a pitch-black abyss held its cold, desolate arms open wide as the freckled boy's body was unwillingly dragged forward. It was such irony, as just a little while ago he had received an earnest hug from someone who cheered him up. The tsunami waves of emotion flooded his mind, but had simultaneously cleared it.
Am I really going to...
The world darkened as the boy started to close his eyes.
Deku!
Funny, I hear her voice last. Viridian eyes gently opened one last time to see the familiar, kind face falling from the sky with him. Light rings of energy seemed to radiate from her body as she moved with gravity down to the broken boy. Her indigo hero suit was stained crimson with his blood, but she didn't care. They rotated in the air so that her shimmering forest hair gently tapped against Izuku's freckled cheeks.
Hey.
Izuku smiled back, with nothing else on his mind.
Hey.
Bam! A dust cloud erupted from where they landed, and all Izuku could hear was a buzz of background noise. His ears tinkled with the roar of silence as warmth washed over him. Nothing else seemed to matter. Just a few minutes earlier, Tokage and the magic hero, Majestic, had pinpointed the location they needed and had immediately arrived on scene. There had obviously been a struggle, as there was an unconscious Yakuza member in a giant cage riddled with tranquilizer darts.
What happened here?
Majestic got wind of the situation from the diligent workforce as Lizardy split up into smaller pieces. Apparently, the man had been digging a hole when he couldn't escape, but why would the Yakuza dig from the center? Wouldn't it make more sense to dig at the edge? A small part of herself went through to see what was below, when she immediately retreated. Majestic, it's the League, they're here! The pro-hero reflexively took action. Tokage split just enough to fit through the hole made, and collected herself whole once through. She needed her full weight to fall faster, and hopped onto the magic hero's energy rings to boost her speed more. With no hesitation, she dived down. Eyes scanned the situation when a small gasp left her lips. The moss pupils had recognized a familiar greenette, and he was not in good shape. Izuku was missing an arm and bleeding out, but that wasn't the main problem. Toga had just pushed him off the ledge.
Deku!
Her heart skipped a beat as she saw the beat-up boy fall headfirst downward. Pain seemed to grip her throat as the air itself seemed to slow down. Her pulse rang loudly like sirens in her ears as her hands desperately reached forward. I can't. Her mind briefly tormented her with a flash of Izuku's dead body splattering onto the ground like a reverse firework, but she forced it out. She was never going to let what she thought come to pass, even if it meant changing fate itself. He's not going to die. He's not going to die. Splitting her body and having her arms outstretched before her, Tokage kicked off the rings of energy and smiled. She didn't care that his blood had dyed her indigo hero suit crimson. She was relieved that she could reach him in time. That was all that mattered. She rotated them so that she was between the ground and Izuku, letting her long forest green hair fall past her face and protectively tap against the freckled cheeks. She had always loved it when a smile adorned the boy's face, and a small grin appeared when they met eyes. Hey! It was all she could manage to say, but it was also all she needed. The smile she loved so much grinned back, as Izuku whispered back, Hey. Hectic. If the next few minutes had to be described in one word, the female greenette chose hectic. The two students had landed on the ground with an eruption of dust in their wake, but the girl didn't mind. They were alive. She had used all of her strength to slow the fall, so when they landed, the ricochet wasn't fatal. It was a reckless move, since she was now missing most of her body, and the dinosaur lover could already hear Monoma scolding the both of them again. She didn't care, though. With her consciousness, she could regenerate, and her efforts had saved her dear classmate. With Toga's actions, Shigaraki had been momentarily confused, and Ryuko was not going to keep staying on the ground idly. She immediately transformed back and aimed for the League, but the leader, as usual, was quick to react. A portal opened, and he, along with the rest of the League, left the premises to bother the heroes another day. They did leave the silent overhaul, however, and the Dragoon hero was quick to retrieve him. Restraining him even though he was quirkless, he was brought to the police as everyone else tended to the injured. The rescue mission was a success, but at what cost? Eri sat next to Izuku and Tokage, her vermilion red eyes crying as she looked around. Mirio was permanently quirkless and taken away by Aizawa, as other heroes tended to night-hide temporarily for when the ambulances came. Kodai, Yanagi, and a few other pros were taking Chrono and the other unconscious Yakuza away as Ryuko landed nearby with Chisaki. The young leader glared at the child, and she froze in fright. Hey, it's okay. Tokage floated a partially regenerated hand to pat the white locks of hair and gave a toothy smile. Deku's gonna be okay too. We all are. She pulled the child closer and rested her forehead on the kid's shoulder. We did this to save you, so don't be upset. I'm sure Deku did this so you wouldn't cry anymore, so let's wipe those tears, okay? Eri nodded, her horn fizzing a pale gold as she did, and the other grinned. That's a good girl. When we get better, we can...
If you want to survive, then stay away from her.
Chisaki spoke out, and the child froze again. Ryukyu roughly shoved him to get him to shut up, but Overhaul wasn't fazed. He had lost absolutely everything. He had nothing to lose. All he wanted was to give the Yakuza the power behind the scenes and let them rise to the top again, but now nothing mattered.
The child's cursed. It's the reason I had my hands on her in the first place. Keep being nice and she'll kill you too.
You're the cursed one for saying that to just a child, Tokage yelled back reflexively. She didn't know what was going on, but she did know the unconscious boy in her arms had been brooding over his work study for the past few weeks. The cause was most likely the man before her.
Say what you will. You'll both die since she can't control it.
Shut up already and keep walking. Ryukyu took Chisaki away, and the silent child looked down. His words rang in her mind like a pitch-black cloak covering everything, and a larger spark fizzled out of her horn. It was as if all the guilt and pain she carried was being held down within her small, fragile body and was leaking out through her horn. Her quirk scared her, as the first and last time she remembered using it, the power took form in golden light. The excess power had surrounded her body, and the next thing she knew, her father had disappeared from existence. She had killed him. Now, the sparks of golden light scared the child more, and with Tokage reaching out to calm her down, Eri screamed, "No!" Pulling back, she grabbed at her hair in desperation to hide herself as the child sank into the floor.
I'm cursed! Stay away!
Her screams caused the heroes to turn in their direction, but Tokage just smiled. Reaching a hand out with her palms facing upward, she gently patted Izuku's blood-stained hair as she waited for a response. "No, you're not. I may not know what your quirk is, but it's surely precious if that jerk was willing to go so far to get you back." Eri looked at the girl who was so kind to her moments ago, and looked at the boy who she had bumped into a few days ago. They were all so warm, and the fact that they had come to save her made tears gently fall again. She didn't trust herself, but she did trust these people. Holding a shaking hand out, she grasped Tokage's, and the older girl pulled the three of them into a hug. It felt safe. A thin, golden light surrounded Eri as she hugged Tokage, and although the dinosaur lover took no notice at first, she jumped as the boy in her lap moved. "Deku?" She had no time to question the boy, as she felt her own body move against her will, and to her surprise, she watched as her body's regeneration was suddenly reversed before her whole body started to reappear. Healing? No. My regeneration stopped for a moment. She glanced over at Izuku, whose missing arm had returned, but the oldest cuts were still there.
Are you doing what I think you're doing?
It's almost as if... Wait, stop! Eri saw what was happening and struggled from the hug, but Tokage didn't let go. Both of the students' bodies had suddenly returned to normal when a violent outburst of golden white sparks started erupting from Eri's horn. "Stop!" A white scarf wrapped around the two students, and they were dragged back as the light was dispelled as quickly as it came. Dusk forest eyes caught the glare of tired quirk-erasing ones before turning back to Eri, who fell to the floor. "Wait!"
She's just unconscious. She'll be fine.
The 1A homeroom teacher had returned from escorting Mirio away and ran over to the kids. He gently picked up the resting girl as he motioned to Izuku. Tokage smiled and nodded, gently putting the unconscious boy's arm around her shoulder. She glanced from the person in her arms to the one who had reversed all his damage and smiled. A toothy grin danced onto her lips as she thanked the girl in her head. The dinosaur lover was extremely grateful that Izuku was alive and promised to thank the girl out loud later. For now, it was an easy trip to the hospital. For them, at least, as Sir Night-Eye was taken with the sound of sirens echoing away in the distance. They didn't know at the time, but even if they had twisted fate with their own hands, it was only their own they had changed. There was no way they could have changed another's, and it would become a problem the children would have to face when the time came. Returning to consciousness in the hospital, the first thing the Greenette noticed was that his arm couldn't move. "Oh, right, I lost it." He sighed as he tried to recall what had happened while using his other arm to sit up. Wait, hold on. Dazed and confused, the Viridian eyes tried to figure out what had happened. That was when he saw a familiar figure sleeping against the edge of the hospital bed. Tokage? Memories flooded in like a tidal wave, and the Greenette's eyes widened. That's right, I was about to die when I thought I heard her voice. You're awake. Yes? Turning to see who it was, Izuku calmed himself down when he saw 1A's homeroom teacher, Aizawa, by the door. I told Vlad the situation. He'll be... Eri! And Sir Night-Eye! The Greenette suddenly interrupted the tired-looking man. The images of the crying girl and fatally injured pro-hero flashed through his mind, and he couldn't silence his worry. And Mirio, too, did what... He cut himself off as another memory returned. Overhaul's reveal made his stomach tighten in anxiety, and Eraser's grim face only made it worse. Mirio, he has permanently lost his quirk. The doctors have scanned him, and there seems to be not a single trace left. The exams pass him as an ordinary, quirkless kid. The teacher faced him head-on, not wanting to hide anything, as it would only make matters worse in the long run. Eri has a fever, but is going to be fine. She'll be supervised by me, since I can erase her quirk whenever need be, but Silence hung in the air like smog, but it only got thicker as Mr. Aizawa had more news. As for Sir Night-Eye, Izuku remembered it loud and clear. While he was falling, he had seen the pitch-black abyss that embodied the concept of death. He vividly recalled the desperate feeling. Izuku remembered it loud and clear. While he was falling, he had seen the pitch-black abyss that embodied the concept of death. He vividly recalled the desperate feeling. The metaphorical being had almost taken him into its embrace, if it weren't for Eri turning back time itself. However, almost like a consolation prize, death had wrapped its cold tendrils around All Might's former sidekick. It was the same feeling he had when he first stumbled into the alleyway, but even more intense. Where is he? His voice shook. There was no denying that he was scared, but he tried to hide it. Aizawa wanted to keep quiet, but then a commotion could be heard. Izuku pulled his arm out from underneath Tokage's head and ripped out the IV needle before heading toward the door. Eraser didn't even bother to stop him, as it would have been a useless endeavor, so instead, he followed the Greenette. Opening the door and heading down a couple of hallways, Izuku saw two nurses trying to convince Mirio to turn back, as the third year was banging on a door. Mirio-senpai! Sky-blue ovals faced the Greenette's way, as Mirio stopped resisting against the nurses. Midoriya, it's Sir. I just heard the nurses say he won't make it past today. Oh. No. Izuku didn't know what the feeling was. The emotion was a mix between anger, sadness, pain, and sorrow, all mixed into a complicated pit within his stomach as the Greenette suddenly charged forward and kicked open the door. Sir! Tears were already pouring down Mirio's face as he rushed into the room. His mentor was lying already on his deathbed, as the man could barely speak. Mirio. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, too, as he watched Mirio lean down for Night-Eye to gently hold his face. Toshinori silently entered the room, too, as he grimly watched his former sidekick. The uptight man hadn't even registered his presence, and instead focused his attention on his student. Smile. The tired hand fondly tapped against the damp skin, before falling down to the bedside. A society without cheer and humor will not have a bright future. The shining eyes of a hopeful, dying man then faced the window and looked out into the vast blue sky. The endless space and infinite possibilities made him rethink his opinion a little of Izuku. He had indeed seen the Greenette die in his foresight, yet here he was. Albeit the child next to his sidekick was silently crying, the boy was alive. Eri was still unconscious, and her lack of control was too risky to be used, but he didn't mind. The uptight pro-hero was going to stick with his beliefs until the very end. Mirio. Activating his quirk one last time, the foreseeing eyes narrowed into a calming smile as he softly spoke out. I see a bright future. You will be. The shining eyes dulled as the sound of the heart rate monitor beeped obnoxiously loud. Each seemed to echo not only around the room, but through the children too, as they could feel their own heart rates increase. It was time for Night-Eye's last words, and Mirio listened attentively. You will be a fine hero. Absolute silence. The heart rate monitor went flat as Sir Night-Eye died, face bearing the smile he always made sure to have. An eerie stillness engulfed the room before breaking as the third year fell to the floor, screaming for his mentor. The waves of emotion erupting from his senior made Izuku's knees feel weak. He wasn't even sure how to stand. He wasn't sure of anything. The scene before him still hadn't sunk in, but as it did, The facts made Izuku want to hurl. Mirio was permanently quirkless. Sir Night-Eye was dead. But he was unscathed. The freak coincidence that Eri's quirk was the ability to turn back time had left him as healthy as when the fight began, but it only served to make the freckled boy feel more guilty. It was as if he had been blessed, but only to the misfortune of others, and that only dropped another knot into the tangle in his stomach. Unable to keep watching, he ran. The feeling was completely different to when he saw Ida, as the Azurette was someone he barely even knew, just someone from the other class. That fact had guiltily kept him somewhat still within his comfort zone, which was why he was able to move on so easily. Stop. Night-Eye, on the other hand, well, that was not. Izuku's ears rang with phantom sounds echoing loudly down his eardrums. His heartbeat reminded him of the monitor in Sir's room, and no matter how far he ran down the hospital halls, he couldn't escape. I can't. It was as if the abyss that swallowed Night-Eye's life was threatening to take his mind, too, and the thought petrified the greenette. Fear gripped his lungs and made it hard to breathe. He stumbled past someone before crashing into his room. I'm scared. It had been too much. Nothing felt secure. Everything was collapsing and nowhere was safe. The sick feeling caused more tears to prick at the edge of his large viridian eyes as everything misfortunate spun through. The USJ, the Stain incident, and Ida's death. The unlucky incidents hadn't stopped there for the internships, as there were also Nomu, fires, and mass panic. Then to deal with a funeral, the media, and all the aftermath of that. It really had been piling on. Then, like icing on the cake, the shopping trip run-in, the kidnapping, and All Might's retirement. The greenette mentally apologized to his mother. The woman had done everything she could to prevent this, yet here he was, having a breakdown. The fact he couldn't compose himself only hurt more, because he knew Inko didn't deserve the stress he put her through. Unable even to look at himself anymore, Izuku gently pulled his knees to his chest. It wasn't all bad, right? He tried to think of the positive. Eri's been saved, so that must have counted, right? He genuinely felt relieved to have saved the young child, because now she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. But in the end, he was saved by her. I couldn't save anyone. Hey. When Tokage woke up, the first thing she noticed was that Izuku was not where she last saw him. Did he find out already? Getting up, she heard screaming bounce from the walls down the hall, and immediately figured out the situation. She wanted to help, but before anything could be done, a figure ran past her and slammed the door shut. Deku. She knew the feeling. The feeling of being swallowed within your own mind, and the wish to be alone. The thing made you want to push everyone out, so you could at least suffer alone, but after Hosu, she knew better. It was not how she felt deep down, because in that moment, she could never be more grateful for when Izuku came to her. She was never the type of person for physical contact, yet back then, it was exactly what she needed. The warm reassurance from another person. So there's no point complaining. Slipping into the room, her heart was already breaking when she saw Izuku's usually bright emeralds almost dull and lifeless. He hadn't even registered her presence, but that was okay. You were my hero then, so it's my turn now. She sat next to his curled-up figure and rested her head on the quivering shoulder. He was silent, so she tried to gently call out his name. Deku. Her pale hand landed on the boy's back, and the jade eyes blinked before turning to meet the worried, dusky, moss-colored orbs. Tokage couldn't smile. Not yet, at least. She just wanted to be honest, like how Izuku was with her and Hosu. Honest with the pain, and honest with her thoughts. A massive wave of deja vu flickered across her mind, and she finally spoke, a cheeky grin on her cheeks.
Yo, you're the dude that punched the 0-pointer.
The dull orbs flickered a little as he recognized who was talking. Tokage was next to him, and she was imitating Awase from when they first met.
Yeah, that was me.
His voice shook from hiccuping through the tears, and he locked eyes with the grinning dusk ones.
A strong quirk and a smart brain. Quite the powerful combination, but we need a rematch where we fight strategies.
The tense face relaxed as he recognized the Monoma impression and nodded.
Didn't we end up with the same strategies in the end, though?
Sports Festival was a lot of fun. He had faced all sorts of different opponents and overcame most of them. His match against Bakugo could have ended differently because they had an equal output of power, but he had lost because the blonde was airborne. Izuku had hit upwards, while the other diagonally down, so, although the collision threw them both back an equidistance away, Bakugo was thrown upward, and he could land in the ring while the green net was blown outside.
I totally could have won that one, though.
Tokage chuckled softly and nodded.
You did challenge him right on the winning platform.
The two continued to chatter about the small but fun happenings that had occurred. There seemed to be a lot that they shared together, which came out in silly gossip, but when they reached the present time, Izuku's smile had returned. The two sat together on the floor, with Tokage resting her head on the other's shoulder, as the dinosaur lover blabbered about meaningless random thoughts.
I should ask Shiozaki to worship the Dino Nuggies.
You really shouldn't. Monoma would tell you off for real. The girl laughed loudly, letting her sharp, toothy grin shine metaphorically through the darkness.
He would, wouldn't he? I should totally try anyway.
Izuku chuckled, and Tokage went silent. The sudden change in demeanor caused the freckled boy to turn toward her.
Tokage!
Tokage had suddenly hugged him tightly, and out of reflex, the freckled boy hugged back. The two greenettes clung to each other, just like how they did in Hosu when Viridian Eyes noticed that she had also gripped his scarred hand.
You're safe now.
It was sudden and out of the blue, but the words hit hard. It made tears prick back up, but this time, the boy didn't shrink in on himself. He literally couldn't. Tokage was holding him tight, as he buried his freckled cheeks into her reassuring shoulder, and with a whimper, he started to cry. The tears represented the pain he had, and everything just came pouring out. He felt one of her small hands reassuringly grip his tightly, while the other gently patted his back soothingly. It imitated what he did for her before, and the tears only fell faster. It was messy and horrible, as the green curls stuck to his face in an ugly mess, but as Tokage said, he was safe. It didn't matter if he was at his worst, because the girl he clung on to didn't mind. She seemed to be there for him no matter what. Who knows how many minutes passed when the tears finally stopped, and the boy slowly shifted. He pulled himself back, and a small chuckle escaped Tokage. She pulled a sleeve over her hand, and gently wiped her tears away so he could see her toothy grin. The familiar sight filled Izuku's empty body with warmth and relief. I said it before, and I'll say it again. We can restart from the beginning as many times as we have to, okay? Because as heroes, we learn from the pain. She was hinting for Izuku to keep it going, and he let out an awkward smile. It seemed a little embarrassing, and he secretly wondered how Tokage had said it back before with a straight face. Either way, it was like their own secret way to cheer each other up, as he whispered back, "We have to make do with what we have." He buried his face into her shoulder again to hide his face, and Tokage gently chuckled. Once more, nothing had physically changed, but Izuku felt stronger than he ever did. He had broken his promise, but that didn't mean he should stop. It just meant he had to try even harder next time. Tokage got up and stretched a hand out. He grabbed on, and although his sluggish body seemed to make his knees buckle, the grip on Tokage's hand never let go. She smiled her signature toothy grin, and the boy softly exhaled. Almost as if he was being reborn, he stood up and walked away from the corner he sat in. Let's go. Regret and failure are a part of life. But what's important is what you do afterwards. Build connections with people, no matter who they are. Because in the toughest of times, when you can't do it alone, they are the ones to pull you out. Izuku fondly gazed at the girl who held his hand, grateful that their paths had crossed and continued to intertwine. Life had brought them together, as he happily smiled. He still had a lot to do, but he wasn't alone. Monoma and the class were waiting just like the supportive teachers in Inko. It might be filled with chaotic troubles and problems, but they were all family to him. His next job was to bring Eri into his ever-growing family of 1B and more, but he was ready for that. He saw that now. Gripping Tokage's hand so they walked side by side, they got ready to head back to the place where they belonged. Yeah. Let's go home. Thank you all for sticking around to the end of this series, and I hope that you enjoyed the journey. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, we'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of this What If series. Their details will be in the description below. That's the end of today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day.